So say my name. What's my name? What's my name? Slasher. How's it going, everybody? It's Slasher103 back with another reaction to video / sleep stream. So basically, if y'all are new here, what we do in the matter of speaking is we put on videos in a queue. We leave them on throughout the night so y'all have something to stay entertained. And y'all will also be able to know when I'm waking up. And if you guys want to fall asleep with me, that's all good. You can do that too. Ain't nobody judging. But without further ado, let's get to the queue because I already got that content loaded up and we're ready to toke it up. So tonight I picked some pretty good videos. We're starting them off with some PC videos and a little bit of blacksmithing, and then we're gonna go into Jacksepticeye's premiere Ontos. And then after that, we're gonna watch some more blacksmithing, a little bit more gaming, a little bit more PC work in between spooky videos. Because who doesn't love some good slap cam? I know y'all been vibing with it lately, and y'all have been enjoying it a lot more. So I've just been doing things that y'all have been wanting. You know what I mean? I see the viewership go up because of specific video playlists, so I start putting them on more because I want to be able to put content on that's easy for you guys to watch, but at the same time easy to fall asleep to and enjoy with. So, let's get this poppin'.
Have you ever opened YouTube and seen those insane gaming PC, thousands of dollars, running everything in 4K, and then you look at your desk, and it's just a cheap office PC? Yeah, I've been there. This one, I picked it up for just $55. Nothing special, not even close. But instead of wishing for something better, I decided to upgrade it, push it further, and see how far it can really go. Not just to make it playable, but to chase something way bigger, 4K gaming. So the real question is, how far can a $55 office PC go before it finally breaks? Let's find out. But first, take a look at what I got for $55. This time, it's not one of those tiny...
You have another toke pack?
This is a mid-tower PC, and it's not some outdated machine.
I'm gonna get this loaded up on my laptop.
This is still a very usable system, even by today's standards. The model is Dell Vostro 3088. And yeah, on Amazon. I've seen listings as high as $799, while over on eBay it's closer to $200. The reason for that price? It can come with a pretty valuable CPU like the i7-10700. So why did I only pay $55 for mine? Well, here's the catch. The seller told me the system wasn't good. I don't know exactly why yet, but we're about to find out. Inside, there's only a simple 4 GB RAM stick. Not much, but I'll deal with that later. There's also no storage at all. It still has a slot for a DVD drive. But let's be honest, who even uses that anymore? But here's the interesting part. It has an NVMe slot and a full PCIe by 16 slot. You already know what I'm thinking. And the system comes with a proprietary 260-watt PSU, which is fine for office use. Definitely not enough for what I have in mind. Alright, before checking what CPU is inside, let's plug it in and see what actually happens. No way. This system shows absolutely no signs of life. At this point, there are only two possible culprits, the PSU or the motherboard. One of them has to be dead. So I tried swapping in a different PSU. And oh my god, the CPU fan spins up. That pretty much confirms the original power supply is the problem.
That is a weird ass power supply.
Wait, I can smell something burnt coming from inside. Something definitely shorted or fried in there. I opened it up to take a closer look, and that first one that's like, couldn't see anything obvious. No major marks, no exploded components. But hold on, look at this. There's a part that clearly shows signs of damage. After checking the label on the board, I saw the marking, which means this is a fuse. So yeah, most likely the previous owner overloaded the system and the fuse blew. The good news is everything else still looks intact. So I'm going to try replacing this fuse. I'll salvage one from another broken PSU and then swap it in and see if I can bring this unit back to life.
Hopefully he doesn't swap out another dead fuse.
Back in securely. It's time to put everything back together just like before.
Imagine he puts in another dead fuse, does all that, just to have to take it apart again.
And now, the moment we've been waiting for. Let's power it on. 3, 2, 1. Look at that. It's alive. You have no idea.
Oh, he got lucky.
I honestly didn't expect it to be this simple, but somehow I just brought it back to life. Alright, next step, I'm going to install a drive and see if everything runs properly. This is insane. Everything actually works.
Cheers, everybody in chat.
Inside is a Pentium.
Cheers, Josh.
6400. This thing is painful. Just 2 cores, 4 threads. Yeah, the clock speed is decent, sure. It's a newer platform for the channel, but performance, it barely hits 1,100 points in benchmarks. That's honestly embarrassing. The only thing going for it, it's extremely power efficient. But let's be real, I would think if I could throw modern games at this thing with that weak high GPU. So I booted up Minecraft, and immediately it was struggling. With single 4 GB RAM, the system was basically suffocating. The CPU and memory are slammed at 100% non-stop. And the FPs completely isolate. It tanks below 10 FPs at times, literally unplayable, before falling back up to around 30 to 40 FPS. It feels unstable, jittery, just rough. Then I tried CS2, and that's where everything completely collapsed. The FPS can't even stay in double digits. It stutters, freezes, and within seconds of loading into a match, it just gives up. I dropped it down to 720p, hoping for a miracle, but nope. It's still stuck around 20 FPS and it feels awful. At that point, I was done. There's no saving this experience.
It's just for a second.
You've seen the performance, and yeah, it's barely acceptable for Minecraft. But for modern games, not even close. And my goal isn't just playable, like, I want 4K gaming. So yeah, it's time to upgrade this thing. The good news, the space inside this case is actually amazing. I can upgrade pretty much anything I want without cutting or modifying the case. That alone opens up possibilities. The CPU, honestly, this still sells for around $30 on eBay. So yeah, I'm going to flip it and put that money towards something better. I'm upgrading to an i5-10400F for about $80. This is a very calculated choice. I'm on a tight budget, and going with the F version saves me around $20 since it doesn't have integrated graphics. And let's be real, if I'm aiming for 4K gaming, the GPU matters way more. So I'd rather save money here and invest it into the graphics card.
No one is looking at me like I'm a big
Next,
because
RAM.
they think that
And honestly, gaming on 4 gigabytes, single channel in 2026, that's basically a crime. It absolutely kills performance. So I'm upgrading to 16 gigabytes, 2 times 8 gigabytes, which costs around $70. That alone should make a massive difference in stability.
decisions, but those sacrifices are I live for competition. I'm so precious just to get I'm so prepared. This is what I do. When you put 7 figures up top, I'm interested. I think everyone else thinks I'm a threat, but they don't know the extent of it. 2 years ago, I got second in the championship. There's been so many ups and downs. And as it ends, did you get that? I know it. I'm not taking part of it. With my bedroom, I'm in my element. Only 6 after the initial show. Only one person in my life. I'm giving it everything I got.
Overall.
Okay, so it's not
This is
suggested.
the most important upgrade, the GPU. With only a
It's suggested to
260 watt
you
PS
to
move, no power
get that if you're on
conversion,
and get the F version if you're on a budget. But if you're not on a budget and you can get the integrated graphics, it takes a little bit of the load off your graphics card.
Efficient, low power, but still
So that's cool.
And the perfect fit here is the RT.
I won't need that because I'm gonna be getting a fucking beast of a fucking goddamn graphics card.
You can find used ones on eBay for around $170, which makes it a solid value. Now, the only way to really know if this PSU can handle the load is to test it in real games. So let's start again.
Eventually, guys, eventually.
The CPU is only running at 2.9.
More monitors first.
That's way lower than what it's supposed to be, around 4.4 gigahertz. Yeah, I've seen this before.
It said PC comes after monitors.
The virus and power limits are also very conservatively to protect the
Want
hardware,
another
keeping
monitor
temps low, improving stability, and extending lifespan. So basically, it's being throttled on purpose. The fix, I jumped into the BIOS and enabled turbo boost. Just like that, the CPU jumps up to around 4 gigahertz. Now we're finally getting the performance it was meant to deliver. At 32 chunks, the FPS has jumped massively compared to before, up by nearly 200 FPS. The experience now is buttery smooth.
I wanted to take another Rosatoke before I go to a safety.
80 watts combined. To get a more realistic
And no one
test,
made sure I don't gotta go pee.
FPS stays around 60. It feels smooth, responsive, and most importantly, no stuttering at all. This is the kind of experience I was aiming for. Now let's go back to the game that completely broke this system. And yeah, but everything is completely different. At medium settings, FPS sits around 200, and even during fast movement, the dips are minimal, barely noticeable. The experience feels smooth and consistent. Next, I pushed it further with Cyberpunk 2077. At low settings, the performance is actually surprisingly smooth, with FPS hovering around 90. The only downside is the CPU temperature, which can spike up to around 80 degrees Celsius.
Right down here.
But for a story-driven game like this,
that's why I put it down there so that when I reach down here, you'll see me reaching down here.
But here's the thing.
But for you guys, instead of it coming from the top down, coming this way, so you guys can see first person mode.
So I tried it at 4K.
What y'all are seeing on the cam down here
FPS drops by about a third.
is first person.
It's still playable, but
it's how I'm seeing everything.
Honestly,
so, yeah.
Barely playable experience. I want something solid.
So want to pack up my bowls and shit?
So yeah, it's
y'all
for
can see.
another upgrade. This time, I'm focusing only on what actually matters.
So y'all don't miss out on anything. See, when I place my bong down, y'all get to see the bottom of my bong. The part that you don't get to see up here, you get to see down there.
It was never meant for 4K. So I'm stepping it up to an RTX 3060 12 gigabytes. You can find one for around $300, which is
y'all like my little
cheap. But if I want real 4K
3D printed coffee,
now for the power supply, there's no way I'm trusting
that stuff is fucking awesome.
It's already shown signs of failure,
and
in the worst case, it could damage the entire system. So I upgraded to a 600 watt SFX.
Perfect little weed storage, honestly, or money storage.
Luckily, the case still has just enough room to fit it. Since the original system uses a proprietary 6-pin power connector, I had to use a 24-pin to 6-pin adapter to power the motherboard properly. Another concern I had was cooling. The stock cooler gets pretty hot under full load, and I originally thought about swapping in a bigger air cooler, but it's just too tall to fit inside the case. So instead, I went with a heatsink that has a thicker metal base. In theory, that should improve heat dissipation without increasing the height. Now, everything is finally in place.
I think I'm gonna make my little island pretty proud.
As you can see, all the components fit neatly inside the case. I can close it up completely, turning it into a clean sleeper PC. Alright, time to see what this thing can really do with 4K. Start with Minecraft. FPS 200 consistent. Handles it. So I pushed it just 8 chunks. The GPU is fully maxed out. The FPS drops hard to around 30. Power draw goes up to about 170 watts, and at that point, it's playable, but not exactly comfortable. Next up, CS2 at medium settings. FPS sits around 150, and honestly, this configuration has no trouble at all. The CPU holds FPS very stable, with no major drops. If you want even higher FPS, you can just lower the settings a bit more. And finally, Cyberpunk 2077. Overall, the experience is surprisingly smooth and stable.
Wait, can't I go to my bank to just pull out
Even in heavier scenes, it
1,400?
doesn't suffer from major drops, which is really impressive for 4K setup. So in conclusion,
Because it's a limit at an ATM, but it's not limited at the bank, right?
3056 gigabytes is already enough. But if we want to
Because
push it
I'm
to
physically there to
4K
get it transferred. I need
you
to.
have to spend an extra $150 on a better.
There's going to be way more money because you're going to develop these friendships, develop these connections, and you're going to work in the end. You know what I mean? So if I get going thing, it's going to suck because I have to take out 455 people. So I can be the one to win. Do I want to win? Yes. Do I deserve to win? I don't know. I don't think I deserve anything. I think just giving to me is a blessing.
Be able to, baby. I was able to.
Is there one person in particular that we want to help out with you and the money?
Probably my mom. She doesn't know. And she's been older, so it's been a
Hello.
So we get her down to Kansas City.
Yeah, I heard you.
She's not alone right now.
Because when I was in Scotia and I got that $2,000 government check, I had like $1,000 left in my account and I wanted to take it out. And I was able to.
Every time we play a game, I would like win or lose. This is the thing. They do a big part of like talk about my life and not talk about these at the same time. So.
Yeah, so I'll probably just get like fucking Nan to drive me down there or something on fucking Monday.
Oh, there's toys.
Hoping that she's not working.
So I'll come with you because I wanna pop by the SMU anyway. Nice, so go for a walk.
Wait, doesn't Hunter have a fucking new car?
I don't know. Text him.
I'll text him when the day comes. And if not, I'll just fucking I'll just give your mom $20. She ain't gonna complain.
I don't know if she'll be busy, so I have to ask her.
Monday. It's a need to go back on Monday.
I'll ask her when
So I want to be able to give Steve all this and yeah. Because he's been waiting for that money for
The
years.
GPU.
He's gonna be so fucking happy and so proud of me.
And with that, I've officially turned this system into a 4K.
He's gonna be like, you finally, I know he's gonna be like, you finally got the cash. Hey, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I told you I'd eventually get it back to you. I'm like, I didn't know how, but I told you I would.
And today I'm going to show you what is actually capable.
I told him I always pay him back. I always pay people back. I'm not known for fucking owing people money. So when I fucking had to owe Steve money, I'm like, I really don't want to fucking do this. He's like, listen, I'll give you a break because you paid back a certain portion.
Which means it's time to turn
Keep
it
the
into
debt
a
there.
gaming sleeper.
And we'll just fucking, you can keep fucking getting away from me every month. Almost like thing.
Power supply, weird
Like,
proprietary
I
connectors,
appreciate
and one wrong part, and the whole build is dead.
He's been there for me and my most hardest fucking moments, and he knows that I was already going through a
Within the
fucking
budget
mess.
and within the physical limits of the
So
space.
having that happen to me on
This
top of
machine is
that
a
was
Dell
fucking
Optiplex
just
7020.
fuck.
Yep, a classic pre-built Dell, designed to save space above all else.
People took advantage of me at my lowest fucking point.
Pop the side panel off, and honestly, it's tight, like lunch
But hey, you live and you learn, guys. You live and you learn. Isn't that right? Isn't that right?
Low profile, super short cards. So if you already own
And
a
my
full-size
fucking
GPU,
Streamlabs
this
fucking
system
is not
yeah,
automating
I
with
ran
my
straight
kicking.
out the same phone. But don't worry.
Love it.
I'll show you in a minute. For now, let's take a quick tour inside.
Authorize.
First thing I noticed, 8 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM. Not bad. That's at least usable in 2026. Storage, though, not great. There's no modern drive installed, just an old DVD drive hanging in there like it's 2012. Power-wise, things get even more limited. There's only one SATA power connector, no extras. And on the motherboard, no M.2 slot at all. So yeah, if I want to add more than one
Yeah, it was good to
SSD,
know.
this system is already fighting me.
You seen
This
that
PC
shit,
is
guys? You seen that?
compact,
I was
efficient,
stuck at
and
one.
extremely
There's 3 of y'all up in
unreliable.
here.
With today's parts prices, building a brand new PC under $100 is
Now that kick
basically
just needs to
impossible.
change from a
Unless
0
you're not
to
gaming
whatever.
at all. So the smarter move, buy an old.
So I know there's
rebuilt
people
and
on kick,
upgrade
but it's just not
it.
reading it.
Honestly, it's way easier than that. The
Kick's
first
been
step
having
is simple.
trouble the past few
Look for
days,
used
honestly.
pre-built PCs or old
Oh, look at
workstations.
my big
These machines
baby.
were mass-produced, they're
My
cheap on the
big
used
baby.
market, and most importantly, they give you a solid foundation to work
Oh, look at that
from.
tail
You just need
wagging.
to be a bit
Oh, yeah,
strategic.
you know
Not
you're
every
beautiful.
rebuild is upgrade friendly, so
You
you
know
want to
you're
keep a few
beautiful.
key things in mind to
Yes,
avoid
you
painting
are.
yourself into a corner.
Yes, you are.
CPU choice is especially important. If you're not sure
Oh,
which
Pet
older
might tell me
CPUs are
that.
still worth
It just
using,
smells so good
there
the
are
other
actually
night.
some great ranking lists out there that break down older processors by real-world performance. I'll drop a helpful reference link in the description, so you don't have to guess. Bottom line, you don't need to build from scratch to build smart. Sometimes the best budget gaming PC starts life as a boring office box. Alright, let's see
You
what
can
we're
knock
actually
on right off the bat.
I drop in an SSD just to test the system. Plug in the power and boom. The fan spins up immediately. That's already a good sign. At least we know this thing is alive. Inside, we've got an Intel Core
She doesn't get the leg kicking, but she loves her
4
belly
cores,
rubs.
4 threads,
Yeah.
3 gigahertz base.
You just
boosted
love
to
them.
3.7
You
gigahertz.
love belly
Today,
rubs.
this CPU was everything.
The big
Offices,
sucky.
schools, gaming PCs,
She like, Mom,
gaming.
but I'm
It
giving
was
belly
basically
rub.
the go-to sweet spot CPU for use. Performance-wise, it still holds up surprisingly well for its age. Nothing crazy.
Yeah,
but
is that how you feel?
not the way either. So now comes the real question. How does this old workhorse actually perform in games today? Let's load up some games and find out. Starting with Minecraft, this CPU only
I'm gonna
manages
pick your
about
nose.
30 FPS
I'm gonna
at
pick your
8
nose.
chunks
I'm gonna
and
pick it.
1080p.
I'm gonna
Already a
pick
rough
it.
start.
I'm
And
gonna
in
get it.
GTA 5,
I'm gonna
it
get
gets
it.
even worse.
You're gonna
Around
get it.
10
Taste it.
FPS, which is basically unplayable. And CS
Eh, eh, eh,
doesn't
eh, eh.
even make it.
Look, she just gave me, she's like,
To know the system runs out of steam before the game can properly load. You could literally see the RAM getting maxed
because she was like, what the
out.
fuck just happened?
HD 4600 integrated
She's
graphics.
like, she
This
just stuck
system
my
is
fucking, his fingers up my nose, and I
If you're
stuck it
wanting
in my
to actually
mouth.
game,
What the
it
fuck?
needs a real GPU. But here's the problem. How do you get a full-size graphics card?
Is that how you feel, MJ?
And it gets worse.
Yeah, is that how you feel?
The stock power supply is only 255 watts.
Big horsey tail?
There's no PCIe power.
Big horsey tail?
So that immediately limits our options. That means we're basically shopping in one
Here's
category.
Itchy.
GPU that don't need external power. Cards that run entirely off the PCIe solid.
Haven't ate anything lately that makes me fart.
These GPUs usually have low powered ROM. They're designed for OEM systems like this, and they won't turn into.
How's everybody doing up in chat? Everybody. How we doing?
Sure, but that's messy, bulky, and way less reliable. And it kind of defeats the whole point of a budget upgrade. So how do I actually fit a full-size GPU into a case like this? Well, I went full DIY mode. I have everything ready.
I'm coming for you all you lurkers.
PCI
How y'all all doing? I see y'all fucking lurking in chat, not saying shit.
One thing I
Get called out.
was cut the case while the hardware was inside. Metal dust and PC components do not get along. So
Everybody in chat, drop an exclamation mark 420 if you smoking with me. If not, it's all good. We ain't judge nothing up in here. Except for trolls. Because why?
I marked the area that needed to go.
Let me hear. Because fuck them bitches. But other than that, if y'all been around long enough, y'all already know the routine.
Wait, let me
But if you don't, you slacking like this right here.
After clearing out everything that was blocking the riser, I finally managed to.
But if you're in the street,
and honestly, I got
that's all good.
one cut. And
We gonna teach you how it goes.
keep it in place.
Cheers,
I
everybody
used
in chat.
high-quality double-sided tape to secure the riser to the case. Now let me be clear. This is
She's
a
having struggles.
long-term bullet.
Oh, now and now,
You want
now
something more permanent and safer?
just after I got everything working, now you want to say there's a driver update? Did y'all see that right there?
You can technically mount any GPU you want.
What the
Yes,
fuck?
even something ridiculous like an RTX 50.
I've been checking that shit for the past fucking 7 days now, bro. No update, no update, no update, and then when I don't check it,
Configuration was pretty weak. Mostly because
oh, there's an
it had
update.
8 gigabytes of RAM. So I
Fuck
upgraded
off.
that to 16 gigabytes, and for the GPU,
Cheers, everybody
I
in
went with
chat.
the GTX 1050 Ti 4 gigabytes, which I picked up for $50. It's a smart choice here. Low power draw, no external PCIe power needed, and it won't overwhelm the stuff, PSU. Once everything was installed, I was honestly surprised. The GPU actually became a visual highlight of the whole build. Not bad at all for a Frankenstein setup. Looks are one thing, though. Performance. Enough talking. Let's see what this thing can actually do. I tested everything at 1080p to keep things
God
fair and easy to
damn.
compare. Starting with Minecraft, after the upgrade, it's pushing over 300.
That's a good shit, guys. That's a good shit right there.
Setup. Pretty clear the old
Yes.
CPU was the biggest bottleneck here. And GTA 5 performance jumps by about
Oh, another one
50%.
trying to put fake promotions in my chat.
You just launch the game
Thought be gone.
without constantly tweaking settings. Moving on to CS2, FPS sits around 100, which is smooth enough for real gameplay. Huge difference compared to before, when the system couldn't even get into the game properly. Cyberpunk 2077 holds around 50 FPS at 1080p. Not perfect, but totally playable if you're willing to dial in reasonable settings. Fortnite runs at roughly 100 FPS, and more importantly, it stays stable during fights. No major drops. And The Witcher 3 lands at 60 to 70 FPS range, which is solid for an older AAA title that's still pretty demanding. I figured the system still had more potential, so it was time for a serious upgrade. I picked out 2 of the strongest CPUs you can run on socket 1150.
But yeah, Josh, it's been funny. People have been asking me for shoutouts on my YouTube. It's like, can I get a shout out? I send him this.
Go with Xeon. Its performance is basically on
I send him this, bro.
4790, but it costs
I don't even say nothing. I just go,
which is almost
yeah, sure.
the price. The trade-off: the Xeon doesn't have an iGPU. That
There you
means a
go.
dedicated GPU is mandatory. So I paired it with an RTX 2060 Super 8 gigabytes. And yeah, at that point, a power supply is non-negotiable. With that
They
setup
instantly
locked in, I ran all
almost
the
like,
tests
yeah,
at 1440p to see what
exactly.
this Frankenbuild
Ain't no free shout outs here. You thought I doing that shit for free?
Yes, no problem at all. CS2 on high
You know what people I do it for
60
free for are
FPS.
people that are
Sweet
literally
spot
genuinely
still
help me
looks
out with
good.
my
It
streams
feels
and
smooth enough
contribute to
play
my
comfortably.
streams and shit.
Fortnite on low settings is
And other
pretty
streamers
smooth,
that I
somewhere
stream
around
with.
100
The
FPS,
fuck?
with only minor
People
dips
that
during
have
fights.
earned it.
Even Cyberpunk 2077
Not
runs
random
at
fucking people
45
coming up in my
FPS,
channel
which
being
is
like, hey,
honestly
can I have a
respectable
shout
for
out?
game
Can I have a shout out?
The Witcher 3 hits around 100 FPS, which is basically ideal.
Yeah,
Overall,
sure,
the
for
upgrade
$5.
is
Only one
making
account
difference.
though.
If you're running a similar
What account you want to
PC,
shout out?
doing something like this is absolutely worth it. Solid performance gains without completely ruining the look of the system. Tiny PCs like this are incredibly convenient to work with. But the
I
downside,
mean, like, I gotta make the money somewhere, right?
especially if you want to turn them into a gaming machine. But what if I
People
told you,
want to fucking
with a
try and
tiny
promote
PC,
me
you
and
can
shit.
have one liter in size that costs around $100, and you can upgrade
I'm gonna
almost
start sending
everything
them my
inside just with
promotions.
one
I'm gonna be
device.
like, here,
Yeah, sounds crazy.
you wanna try and promote me? I'm
I'm
already promoting myself, bro. So joke's on you.
So in today's video,
I reach many people every month. Millions of people every month. I ain't tripping. I'm out here being humble and shutting down all the haters that are just trying to make money off of me. You wanna try and make money off of me? I'll turn it around. I'll try and make money off of them. Ha!
First off, nice. Josh goes with a 135 watt cord. That gives me a decent amount of volume upgrades.
Take from thieves and give to the people that need it. Because they don't need it.
Here it is, the main character.
But I know a lot of streamers out here that do need the money. I'm not talking about me.
What's inside is
I'm talking about some of my homies.
This isn't some ancient
They
system.
need the money.
It was released around 7 years ago.
And they deserve the money because they're good fucking streamers and they don't get enough recognition. They get a fair amount of recognition, but they don't get enough yet. They're making it there slowly but surely. I give them props.
And right away, you can see there are a lot of upgrades. Although something's missing. The seller didn't
They're
include
making
2.5
waves,
inch
okay?
Seatone SSD
They
RAM.
go with the flow.
Honestly, I don't really care.
What's
Over
our
the
board
back, we've got
supposed?
two NVMe
Huh?
slots,
What's
which
our
is
board
way more
supposed?
interesting. And here's why I said the system has
And
seriously great
982J8.
potential. It actually comes with a PCIe 3.0 by 8 slot, which means you can connect a dedicated GPU. And that's something you almost never see on a tiny system.
Should know that. It's pretty fucking easy.
About these tiny systems is this little 1-watt speaker built into
Postal code is the same as their zip code.
Makes the whole system.
That's what that is.
As for the specs, it currently comes with 8 gigabytes.
It identifies our address. Like, even though you give them our address, like, even if you give someone our address,
I'll be honest, the cooling solution here doesn't look great. The heatsink is just a
because they want to see how close you are.
and that's going to struggle with hotter CPU, so I'll probably have to stick with lower power chips to keep temperatures under control. But let's put that aside for a second and look at something more important. The socket. This system uses an Intel 6/7th generation desktop socket, not some mid-level chipset. And that's huge, because it means we actually have a real upgrade path, just like a normal desktop. So yeah, this tiny PC has a lot more potential than it looks. But before we upgrade anything, let's install a drive and see what it can actually do in its $100 style. And yeah, no surprises here. Inside, we've got a weak Pentium CPU, just 2 cores.
They shouldn't be asking for your address and shit. The fuck?
Other than the fact that it's powerful.
Jobs don't need to know your address.
And, oh man, it's painfully slow. At first, the FPS could
Cheers, everybody in chat.
Render distance, yeah, that helped.
It's gonna be the last token that I'm gonna lay down.
100 FPS. But the moment new chunks start loading, or when I fly up to the down, it drops hard. So overall, at reasonable settings, it's technically playable. But that's the keyword, playable. It's definitely not smooth or smooth. Now let's move on to Counter-Strike 2, completely different story. The system struggles just to get into the game, even after dropping the resolution all the way down to 720p. The FPS only sits around 20 FPS, and in a fast-paced shooter like CS2, that's everything like this. So, yeah, unless you're extremely patient. Alright, we're not here to look at weak parts, so it's time to see the first up, clearly, 2 cores and 4 threads just isn't going to do. My goal is something with at least 4
I was
cores,
gonna charge
8
all
threads,
night, but you said
and
you
boost
wanted to wait
clock
till
speeds
9
to 4 gigahertz.
Yeah.
At first, I considered the Intel
It don't
Core
take long.
i7-67, but at around $40. So just
So it's at 100. What do you want me to
so
do?
I kept searching, and I found something even better for half the price. The Intel
Trying to, like,
Xeon
aim
GX
it, but there's nothing there.
4086.
No, it's
This
okay.
thing has 4 cores, 8 threads, and can boost up to 4.1 gigahertz. The reason it's so cheap, no integrated GPU, which means I have to have a dedicated graphics card. Now here's where things get interesting. You might notice this isn't a normal PCIe slot. It's actually a proprietary connector, so I had to buy a custom adapter for about $10. From there, I can connect a standard GPU, as long as it fits inside this tiny case. And yeah, space is a huge limitation, so I had no choice but to build a low-profile GPU. These are some of them cost
Maybe there is.
PC. But eventually, I found a great option. The NVIDIA Quadro
Not the right type of metal,
comes with
because
4
it's coded.
gigabytes of GDDR5, and I got
Hey,
it
Jay.
for around $30. At this price, it's honestly hard to beat. The only downside is that it's limited to PCIe 2.0, while modern cards are already at 5.0. Now to install it, I had to remove a few parts. The HDMI port, the rear bracket, and this front support port. After that, the card fits in surprisingly well. I can even reinstall the bracket and I can still close the Alright, power it on and see the performance difference. And oh no, something's wrong. System won't move. The fan spins for a second. I think everything just shuts off. After digging around for a while, I realized something very frustrating. This system doesn't support that CPU. I'm not entirely sure why, but if you know, let me know in the comments. But I'm not giving up here. There's still one option left. I might try modding the BIOS to better support for the CPU. After doing some research, I realized something really important. This system actually can support Xeon CPU. It just needs a BIOS update. Alright, so I went to the official site and downloaded the latest BIOS. There's nothing too complicated about the process. There are plenty of tutorials on YouTube, so I won't go too deep. Once the update was done, it was time to try again. I installed
Good night,
Xeon
everybody.
Power Development. And oh yeah, we've got a signal. I'm not going to lie, I was really excited this month. And yes, the system correctly detects it as an Intel Xeon E312 50V6. And in terms of performance, this thing is on a completely different level. It's easily many times faster than the i15. Honestly, you can think of it as basically an Intel Core i7-7700, just without the integrated graphics. Alright, now it's time to test this setup with some modern games and see what it can really do. Let's start with Minecraft at 32 chunks. Right away, I can tell the system is hitting a slight bottleneck on the GPU, which makes sense, considering this card is over a decade old. Even though it's running at full load, it's only pulling about 11 watts, which is surprisingly low, but the GPU isn't the only issue.
Don't shake your head no at me. I love you too.
And luckily,
You can cuddle with me in 2 seconds.
So I went ahead and added another
Move.
8 gigabytes
Move
now.
for
I'm
2
running
seconds.
16
Don't
gigabytes
actually
of
move.
channel. And just like that, performance improves noticeably. We're seeing an
Let's throw
increase of
hands,
around
bro.
20 to 30 frames per second, which is
Let's
actually
throw
a pretty good
hands.
amount for such a simple upgrade.
That's what I thought.
Switching over to shaders in Minecraft, yeah, it's not quite as impressive as I hoped. This GPU really starts to struggle with heavier graphical modes. The FPS drops down to around 20 FPS, which is definitely power draw also increases from
Cute ass
10
up.
watts. Thankfully, with a 135 watt power supply, we're still well within safe limits. Now let's move on to CS2. At 1080p low settings, the results are actually much better. The FPS stays pretty stable around 80 frames per second. And during my gameplay, it consistently stays above 60 frames per second. Sure, it's not anything crazy, but it's definitely a solid playable experience. And compared to how the system performed before the upgrade, this is a huge improvement in both performance and stability. Now let's move on to something much more classic, Cyberpunk 2077. And yeah, this is where the
I'm talking to
GPU
you. I
really
put the fight
starts
to
to
the basket.
the detailed graphics are basically choking the system. I had to drop the resolution all the way down to 720p just to get around 30 frames per second. And honestly, that's not ideal for a long gaming session.
Well, yes, that makes something up. I got her into being a tiny
The
baby.
CPU is surprisingly solid.
I rolled her
For
over
around
the other night.
$20, it's honestly hard to beat. Consistently holds around 103
I
FPS,
forced her
which is
to.
really impressive. But of course, there's still a downside. The cooling in this tiny system isn't great. Temperatures can climb up to around 70 degrees Celsius, which is pretty much the biggest weakness of these mini PCs. So yeah,
Oh, look at the big
just about
baby.
$100
Look at the
I
big
managed to
baby.
take
Oh,
this
these baby
30%
kids.
to a whole new level.
This is an easy
And
business.
if I had a bigger budget, I could definitely go for a more powerful low-profile GPU, which would boost performance even further. Alright, that's going to be it for this video. Thanks for watching all the way to the end, and let me know what you think about this video down in the comments. Recently, I came across this PS4 Slim, and for some reason, it just wouldn't work. At first, I almost sold it for scrap, but then I had a different idea. I've seen people turn broken consoles into gaming PCs before, and it's always impressive, but most of them rely on external power or integrated graphics. So, I want to push it further. What if I build a complete PC inside this PS4 with a real GPU, a proper power supply, all packed inside the original chip? And the goal? Keep the outside looking as close to stock as possible. So today, that's exactly what I'm going to try. Let's get started. And here it is.
You know, she went to go bite people.
From the outside, it actually looks pretty clean and well kept. But as soon as I plugged it in and tried to power it
Jumps
on,
up and
nothing.
goes to hip in their
Completely
face,
dead.
but doesn't
I'm a
actually bite.
professional hardware repair technician, so instead of trying to
Try.
revive it, I decided to move on. My mission now is to tear it down
There's not
and
that
use
much
what I can. First, I remove the top cover. Just by gently pushing at the corners, it pops right off. Next, I take out all the screws and
If
lay
she's
the
a
top pin
evil
in
dog,
place.
she's going to be.
Once that's done, I disconnect the battery. Then I move on to the bottom. To remove it, there's a key screw near the hard drive
That
that
makes
needs
her
to come out first. And after that, I carefully pry up both sides and slide the panel back.
I make my big day.
Now you can see
Big
everything
fucking
inside this
baby.
PlayStation. From the motherboard to the optical drive bank. And wow, there are a lot of screws. I had to deal with
She
nearly
learned how
20
to
of them.
read
I'll
first,
fast
so I
forward through
taught
this
her how to
part,
love.
but after quite a bit of effort,
So she
I
knows how to
finally
bring
removed
that
all
out
the
when
screws,
she
took out the motherboard, the Blu-ray drive, and basically
something that
stripped the
I
entire
didn't
system
have.
down. For this video, I'm focusing on turning this shell into a
It's better to
PC
have a
shell,
dog
so I
be
won't go too
aggressive
deep
at
into each
first.
individual component. And here
And
it is,
then be
the
more
PS4
calm and
case. As you can see,
chill
the space
after.
inside is extremely tight. especially the height.
Instead of the
It's only
opposite
about
way
4
around.
centimeters. That alone makes this a pretty big
When they're
challenge. So here are the components I chose for this build. First, the motherboard. I went with a B75 Mini IT.
That's correct. Well, when
I'm going
they're
to place it right
it's
here,
just the
but this
last part.
plastic frame is getting in the way, so I'll have to remove it.
Because you have to correct the years of problems.
Once that's out of the way, I can finally position the board properly. But then I noticed something else. The plastic shell is blocking all the eye openings, so I have to mark the area and cut it out.
Fuck off.
And yeah, that looks pretty good. Now comes the part that took the most
Fuck
thinking,
off.
how to mount the motherboard. The plastic shell is very thin, so I can't use traditional standoffs because the screws would just go straight through the panel. So I came up with a different solution, hot glue. I cut small pieces. Then I used a sharp tool to create small holes in those pieces, melted them slightly, and stuck them onto the plastic surface to act as mounting points. Finally, I placed the motherboard on top and screwed it in. And honestly, it's way more solid than I expected. So yeah, that's the motherboard securely mounted. After securing the motherboard, the next challenge is finding a place for the GPU. And honestly, this might be one of the hardest parts. If I plug it directly into the board, the height becomes a major issue. I won't be able to close the top panel at all, but then I found a solution in this package right here. Let's unbox it and see what it is. This is a 90-degree riser cable, which means I can mount the GPU along the side of the motherboard instead of sticking straight up. Speaking of the GPU, I'm going with a low-profile card, the K1200.
I am the closest I've ever been to the money.
But even then, I still had to trim down part of the casing to make everything fit properly. At this point, both the motherboard and GPU fit neatly inside the shell. The total height is only about 3.5 centimeters, which should be just enough to close the top panel. So I tried putting it back on, and something's blocking it. Oh no, it's the audio I/O port. There's no way around it. I had to cut out a small section to make room for it. Once that's done, I should finally be able to close the top panel. Next up, cooling. And this part gave me a lot of trouble. Because the case is so thin, I couldn't find any cooler that fits within a 2-centimeter height limit. Even most low-profile coolers are thicker than that. So, yeah, this turned into a really tough problem. At this point, I had to compromise. I decided to go with a stock Intel cooler since it's cheap and easy to find. But even that, was still too thick to close the lid. So, I came up with an idea. I removed the fan completely and kept only the aluminum heatsink. Now the question is, where do I get airflow from? Well, I had to compromise again. I cut a circular hole on the top panel, then mounted a separate fan on the outside of the case. This way, the fan can pull in fresh air directly and cool the heatsink much more effectively, instead of being trapped inside a closed space. Next is the CPU. I'm using an i7-2700K for this build. And for RAM, because of the tight space, I had to go with low-profile sticks instead of the taller ones. I'm running 2 times 8 gigabytes, so a total of 16 gigabytes. Now comes the PSU, and honestly, this part was a headache. Finding a power supply that fits inside this case is extremely difficult. Even an SFX PSU is way too big, several times taller than the PS4 shell itself. Luckily, I managed to find a 200-watt PSU from a pre-built system. It's super compact, and it fits my requirements perfectly. But of course, it's not that simple. When I tried placing it inside, there were still bits of plastic getting in the way. So, once again, I had to cut them out. After that, I tried fitting the PSU again. And yeah, it still didn't sit quite right. So, more cutting. At this point, the PSU finally fits inside this tight space. But the problems don't stop there. When I tried to close the top panel, the power supply was blocking it. So, yeah, I had to cut the top panel again. After trimming it down, everything started to come together much better. The layout is clean, compact, and there's basically no wasted space at all. Before I close everything up and turn it into a complete unit, there are still a few issues I need to fix. First, the CPU power cable. It's way too short and can't reach the connector. So I had to buy a 4-pin extension cable to solve that. Next, the power button. Instead of creating a completely new one, I decided to reuse the original button from the PS4 case. After securing it with hot glue, I tested the click and feedback, and honestly, it worked surprisingly well. At this point, everything is pretty much done. I just need to connect the CPU fan, plug in the power cables, and finally install the storage drive. Now comes the moment of truth. Putting the top panel back on. It was a bit tricky at first, but in the end, everything snapped into place. Overall, it doesn't look too different from the original. The only thing sticking out is the CPU fan and the audio I/O port. Everything else still looks clean and well played. Honestly, it just looks like a PS4 with a custom fan on it. The total cost for all the components in this build is around $150. Honestly, if you're someone who enjoys tinkering and experimenting, this could be a really fun project. But if you're looking for a stable, reliable PC for everyday use, this is definitely not the most optimal approach. And here's why. Most of these parts aren't designed with power efficiency in mind, so they tend to generate more heat compared to typical mini PCs. On top of that, the tight internal space limits proper airflow. Everything is packed in so closely that heat can build up over time, especially during long gaming sessions. Alright, I'm really excited to finally power this thing on and test its performance. Before jumping into gaming, I want to check the temperatures of both the CPU and GPU first. I'll start with Cinebench R23. This CPU is known for being power hungry and running pretty hot, but in real testing, the results were actually better than expected. The highest temperature I saw was around 75 degrees Celsius, and it mostly stayed around 60 degrees Celsius, which isn't bad at all. It's probably thanks to the higher airflow from that external fan, which seems to cool better than the stock solution. Next up is the GPU, and yeah, it runs pretty hot. The hotspot temperature goes above 80 degrees Celsius, while the average sits around 70 degrees Celsius, but it quickly climbs past 80 after a short time. That's definitely hotter than normal. And it makes sense. Everything is packed so tightly inside, there's basically no real airflow getting in to cool it down. Alright, let's move on to gaming performance. In CS2, it still manages around 60 FPS on the settings. It's not super smooth, but for a budget setup, this is a decent, playable experience.
I always felt powerful, but now I'm like...
Now for Cyberpunk 2077, this is where things get rough. The system struggles hard just to push close to 20 FPS at 1080 flow, and honestly, it feels pretty bad. I dropped it down to 720p, and that brought it up to around 30 FPS, and at that point, it's really just barely playable. At the end of the day, this isn't a powerful machine, but it is unique. It breaks the usual rules of how a PC is supposed to be. It's really just barely playable. At the end of the day, this isn't a powerful machine, but it is unique. It breaks the usual rules of how a PC is supposed to be built. And for me, that's what made this project so fun. What do you think about it? Let me know down in the comments.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic to have you here, and it is especially fantastic to have you here for two reasons. One, we're going to be making a Damascus style, and two, we've got a shop full of some very talented people. We have some friends here. We have Neil as well as Josh from Josh Smith's Live. So it's a full house, which is very exciting.
Because
Very
it could
exciting
actually
project.
cause
Before we jump in, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, which is Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is the mobile RPG game that is taking the MMORPG landscape by its storm. In case you've been living under a rock for the past few months, it has an amazing storyline, awesome graphics, giant boss fights, and more than 400 champions for you to collect and personally customize. Said it before and I'll say it again, the graphics on this are insane. Have a look at that dragon. Fire out of the eyes. The thing is menacing. The amazing thing is that this game is going to remind you of classic RPG games. It's totally free and it is going to get you hooked for hours on end. So you can enjoy these crazy battles on iOS or on Android by hitting my link in the description. Now, hitting my link in the description below not only supports this channel, but you're going to instantly get 50,000 free silver as well as a free epic champion as part of the development team's new player program. You should go download the game at the end of the video because the game is growing super fast and they are getting ready with a lot more updates such as that faction wars mode sure to be absolute blast. Thank you. Raid Shadow Legends for sponsoring this video. Thank you guys for supporting our sponsors. Let's jump right in to welcome up the Damascus Steel.
You would read an obvious plot, outcome, game details, and behind-the-scenes information. You grant production teams full right to use your image, voice, and name. I don't know what this is. Across promotional materials and podcasts, your fans will try. But upcoming season. Oh, you have to record about social media. I mean, if you didn't have a watch event, you could totally do it. slow release dates for this season here yet. Already keeping an eye on that. No, I know. I know.
Why?
The action game.
The piece is cooling down. It's time to talk about the pattern. So, what we started with, we started with a big old stack, 15 and 20, and 1080 steel. We then forged it down into a square. Before forging it into a round, we turned it 45 degrees. So the pattern was going up and down this way. Forged it back into a square, re-squaring it on the diagonal before forging it into a rectangle. Now, as you can see, that rectangle has this S-like shape to the pattern. And so what we've done, instead of making the traditional C's that we usually make at this point in a pattern, ready to be put together to form W's, we've been making some S's. And I think it's going to look quite interesting, because once this is all stacked up, we're going to have some very interesting patterns going on in the steel. So of course, we're making a stiletto. It's a very small dagger. Now, we've been thinking about design a little bit as we go. Neil's recently made a stiletto, so his input has been extremely helpful. And Will drew up this stiletto here. Now, an interesting thing about these is they're kind of built around the golden mean, the Fibonacci sequence. And so they end up being very proportional, an actual stiletto. And you know, tell me what you've just discovered. We have been using one side of the rulers full time in freedom units, but we just found out that there's another one on here that's in freedom meters as opposed to inches. And that's crazy, right? Because to calculate the golden ratio, you're like, okay, it's 10 of these units of these freedom meters, and so it makes it super easy for them calculating out then 6.2 out wide. And even you, that's such a handy measuring system. I know, freedom meters. Shut the forge down, purging the lines, turning off the fans. This is the piece that I just forged out. So you see it's still very thick on the backside there. That's because I don't really know if we want to do anything with it right now. It's nice to have a little bit of stockpile in that. And I know that we're not going to need it anymore than what's down here. That's forged out, ready for us to grind and have a look at how the pattern is developed. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is the craziest thing I've ever seen. It's like it's on fire. Okie dokie, so this is fresh off the mill. We have ourselves one beautiful and clean piece of steel on that side of it. On this side of it, it actually has a little bit of a nasty spot. See that? That's not so good. But that's okay. We don't need to include that. This is so much more material than we could possibly need. And it's now time to think about how we are going to use this and the pattern that we have in the piece. So before we do that, we're going to jump in and see what these guys have been doing over here. They are cracking on the design, which apparently is now a secret. Thank you, Neil.
That's a pleasure, sir. We're doing climate changes by the minute.
How many designs do you think you've done so far? You've probably changed every single one. What is amazing to me is that we're capable of one through and just racing on it so much.
I think the generations from now, people may see it.
So let's run you through some terminology. What is it that we have down here, Mr. Niels?
That is, I'm thinking this.
A standard quote. So this isn't loud. This right here is the point of the dagger.
No return.
That is not a part of the dagger itself. The dagger is just that right there. Now this is going to be a tri-edged dagger, and that means that it has 3 edges.
And strangely enough, not sharpened.
Yeah, it's not sharpened. Oh, that's great. That means that clearly it wouldn't hurt at all to be stabbed with. That is not at all dangerous. People say that about a truck and people get stabbed with a truck. That looks pretty bad, doesn't it? You killed me. Well, so as we come up the triangle blade, we then come to this area here where we have the upper limbs. This is a guard, essentially. So the hand sliding forward and feeling your opponent's blood on you. That would just be easy. Now, what's interesting about this is this fun because we have everything from little flower ends in this design to beautiful holograms on the tri-edge. Just bear in mind, there will be a putting on this side here. So much opportunity for beautifulness and awesomeness. So much opportunity for making 35-part YouTube series. So the design on this piece is just looking so awesome. Wow, this is where it starts to become a little bit tricky. Is now we're looking at the pattern and we're trying to think how we're going to put this pattern into the piece of steel for this little tri-edged stiletto. We will stack it side by side. Then we end up with the issue. We need to reforge this way so much it's just doing a whole lot of crunching, putting it into a very small finished piece of steel. And that fine pattern might not end up being particularly visible. So the plan is we put the pieces of steel on the short end of the rectangle together, stack them up like this. So that cool pattern in here, running down it. This is going to avoid crushing it too much because we're going to weld along these surfaces and then draw it out, maybe with a little twist too. I think it's going to be rather cool. It's a precarious weld though. There's very little material. And if we do a twist too, great. Fingers crossed, goes well. So that's the next step. Alright, I've got 2 pieces of 15 and 20 high carbon steel cut. I'm just going to go on the outside of our billet and I'm going to TIG weld all the way around and TIG weld all of the seams. This basically just adds a little bit more support on the sides of it. Make sure that no extra air or anything like that is going to get into it. And then we're good to go. We're ready to fire up the forge and hopefully forge this thing together. It is the next morning, and as you saw, we'll put these plates on out into the steel. It's ready to weld. My first step as I am out with a forge welding heat is 1 or 2 blows this way. Sounds counterintuitive, but the plates will still allow it to stick, even though our welding planes are here. Then I'm going to turn it up on end and be upset welding it. Hopefully, I'm not bending it so much that it'll be ripping apart. I have a feeling, though, we should have enough control to get this done just about okay. So my piece is now cooling down. You remember Will had put some pieces of 15 and 20 on the sides. I need to grind through those before I can continue forging out the blade here for the stiletto. Now, this morning, we spent a bit of time thinking about design and talking and discussing. The plan with this is to be able to have a design set out as we have, so that we can have one person working on one thing or another person working on another thing. We're going to be beginning that right now, and we'll get started on one of the amazing details in here. Out of bronze up here, we can have this beautiful little leaf feature, little leafy feature that's going to cap over the blade. It's going to look rather beautiful. It's going to involve a little bit of lane work, and we'll be jumping in using that monarch on project. First time. working on this collar piece here out of bronze on the lathe before Will gets to firing it. Will and a great guest in the workshop, Josh Smith Knives. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
You guys are going to work on some other parts of the handle.
Exactly. So the handle's going to be a combination of bronze and Damascus. The collar and guard will both be bronze. Then we'll move into a Damascus piece here. And then the center piece will be bronze, and Alec will be putting some fancy things in there. And then Damascus, and the finial will be bronze.
And so this is a chunk of Damascus that I made up yesterday. You're going to forge that out into a 6-inch long bar, ground stopped, then turn on the lathe.
Exactly.
Before we jump into that though, Josh, you're a bladesmith. You want to tell them a little bit about what it is that you do?
I started making knives when I was 11, and I've kind of been at it since then. And I make Damascus steel. I do a lot of mosaics. I make folding knives, buoys, daggers, this kind of stuff. I've never worked with bronze, so I'm pretty excited about that. And I think doing the Damascus pieces in the middle with the bronze and tying it all together, matching steel with the blade, it's going to be amazing.
So Josh is a master smith. He got his master smith when he was 19. So he's pretty incredible at what he does. So we're very excited. It's awesome to have you here. I'm going to keep going on the lathe.
We're going to throw this chunk of steel in the fire. It weighs like 2 pounds.
It's going to weigh a whole lot less. That's exactly right. All right.
Okay, so we finished the forging, and Josh ground on it to remove a bunch of the material, so that'll cut down on a lot of the machine time, and then we'll be able to, just work in those curves and stuff a lot faster. It also means that we're ready for a little bit of a test edge. So we can go ahead and throw that in the acid and see how it looks. It's always fun to do that, kind of like get a little sneak preview of what it's going to look like. So exactly.
Okay, this has been roughed in with the lathe bits. It would be pretty difficult to get this to final shape, cutting it on the lathe by hand, freehand and 2 wheels. So now what's going to happen is Will and I are going to switch places. I now have our piece of steel for the blade ground down past the 15 and 20 plates, ready for us to forge out the blade. So I'm going to forge some of this. Will is going to file some of this, being very, very careful to not get entangled. Some round stock. It's about 5/8 of an inch thick. We're aiming for 10 millimeters, which is about 3/8 of an inch thick. What we're now going to do is clamp it in the vise and give it a very lazy twist so that we can expose that pattern the whole way around this 3-sided edge.
material is looking great. I cut off both ends where the material is not twisted. It's now onto the point of the tag. Okay, we have the blade forged out. It is one long round table. We've got so much material for the tang, and we're just going to let this have a little normalizing cycle, just chill out a little bit, and then it's going to be on to some grinding on that. It's been a jam-packed 2 days here at the workshop, and it's been a busy time. But we've been having a ton of fun working on the stiletto. I hope that you go get yourself Raid Shadow Legends. They sponsored the episode. Your support of our sponsors helps keep the show going. It has been a pleasure, as always, bringing you along. Big thank you to Josh Smith of Josh Smith's Knives for his help. It's been fun just having some great makers here in the workshop, hanging out with Niels of Black Dragon Forge, who's here visiting. Ton of fun. Thank you guys for joining us. It's been a pleasure. See you on the next episode, working on this Damascus stiletto very, very soon. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic as ever to have you here because we are working on a Renaissance era stiletto dagger. It is a very exciting build. We got a lot of talented people in the workshop, which is exciting because a lot is getting done. We got lathe work that's getting done. We've got a beautiful little leaf element that's getting done, and we're going to jump right in to all of that. Before, let's thank today's sponsor. Today's sponsor is Skillshare. Skillshare is an online learning community with over 25,000 video courses in everything from business to marketing to social media to videography and to photography. You can learn it all and get that extra boost of information and skill to make you more marketable when you go to my link in the description, because when you hit that link, you can be getting 2 months of Skillshare Premium for free. Skillshare Premium, usually only $10 a month. You can have access to all their courses for free. Just hit that link. Thank you, Skillshare, for sponsoring this video. Let's jump back in. Okay, so Josh has spent a huge amount of time on this piece here in the lathe. This is not one piece, but 2 parts of our bullion dagger handle. And we need to cut it in half. This top section is 1 half. Now we tried parting off this middle half. That didn't go so well. We then tried a diamond separating disc. That didn't go so well. So we're now going to a bandsaw. That's okay, I guess. And this section here is going to be the bottom half of the handle. Now we have a bronze spacer in between. It's going to look rather beautiful. This will help give you a little bit of context as to what is going on this incredible looking hand. I mean, this is just going to be unbelievable. And also worth mentioning, this is a piece of Damascus. So this needs to get hardened and edged. It's going to look unbelievable. We're going to saw this off, and then we need to get the blade in the lathe. In fact, We're gonna do both things at the same time. Anybody want to sort this out? I'm gonna start like that. Okay, I've got this piece situated in the lathe with the Jotter's help. So all machinists watching this now, please close your eyes. As this is the setup that we have. Amazingly, we were able to find a spot in the jaws of the chuck that it sits with that little run out. We're going to put the tailstock on the tip of the dagger. I'm going to do some turning in between here. It's going to be pretty scary, but to get the tailstock on, I'm going to take a little burr in a micromotor, put a little indentation in there, and then we can put the tailstock up to it. So diabolical. That is just horrifying. But that is a lathe with a stiletto dagger in it. Time to hopefully not break it. I'll 2,500 in, here we go. Oh, maybe not 2,500. There we go. We have a 6mm caliber. We have a 10mm area up here on the dagger. Exciting times. Oh, it doesn't check. I think we just start again. We'll play the film and make some more Damascus. Josh, cut the end off. Have a look at that. We have ourselves some fittings that fit. This is good. This needs to get threaded. We also have to put a 6mm thread on the inside of this, because that is zero to 5mm. And this is going to be something special. So I'll cut those threads now. So while he does that threading, I'm going to go ahead and start the facets on this. So we've got ourselves this end piece here, and right now it's pretty dang round. It's time to go ahead and carve 8 facets in this so it'll be octagonal. It should be a really nice little accent and handle. I'm going to go ahead and get to work on that in this files. Alright guys, the next step is to take a chunk of this phosphor bronze and turn ourselves up a little pommel for our stiletto. Now we're going to go ahead and thread one end of this so we can actually screw it into the end of the last Damascus piece that we made. And now it'll all pull itself together pretty good. Should look really, really nice. It has been a good collaborative morning so far. Will and Niels started turning down this beautiful little acorn. Now, this is going to have a whole lot of carving done on it, and so we'll have the bright idea to make this little handle for it, right in, just like that, easy peasy lemon squeezy. It's now time for a little carving on this. We can have some leaf features on it, and so... Oh, this won't prep that. So while Will is working on the facets of this section, Neil is working on carving the pummel. I am going to take this piece of bronze, rub it down on the lathe using a mandrel and some super glue before we get this ready for some adorable sweet, sweet wonder. So I'm going to put this on the lathe with some super glue. Oh, look at that. That didn't go so well. So much for super gluing it on a mandrel. Hi there, my name's Alex Steele, and I feel stupid. This is the definition of crazy, is doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. No, it happened again. I think that will work a charm. It's both super glued and bolted. If it doesn't, then I'm eating my hat. Thank goodness I'm not wearing it. If I did have to eat it, I'd be just eating this glorious orange forged steel mesh back truck hat. And that would just be sad, because I like these hats a lot. Oh, that's satisfying. There we go, on the money. Turned, polished up to 1500 grit. It's looking pretty beautiful. I'm gonna leave a little heat to break off the super glue. Gentlemen, shall we put some parts together and see how this is starting to look? Here we go, flower pieces on temporary spacer. First half, bronze spacer I just, oh yes, that's it. Bronze spacer I just made, gentlemen. Does that not look utterly phenomenal? This is unbelievable. That's crazy. Okay, we spent some time thinking about the next steps. We have an issue, which is this end piece does not sit perfectly straight with the rest of it. Now that's either a problem with the threading on the nail, on the tang that is, or it's a problem with the threading in the end of this piece. This wasn't threaded in the lathe, this tang was threaded with a die, and so it's probably a combination of both. But what we definitely need is a hole in the back. Now, we put this thing on the lathe with the blade in it, just to kind of see how much run out we actually had. The trouble is, as you can see, there is a lot of run out. We can't drill and tap a hole in the back of that right now. That's just not acceptable. So we're certainly going to have to deal with the fact that it's bent and wonky, but I think we can do that after the fact. And what we now are going to try and do is put that piece on this mandrel I made earlier, same thread, and see if it sits any straighter. I don't know if it's going to be any better. Oh my goodness, it's worse. It's way worse. Okay, found one big problem. Now look at this. This mandrel that I made today is not a very good mandrel right now. Okay, so we have messed around with straightening out those pieces. We're getting there, but we're going to do the rest of it once it's all put together as a final tweaking to make sure that when you look down this stiletto, it is all straight and neat and true and perfect. The next step is thinking about that bronze piece I was working on earlier. And so Niels and I think we can do a little proper introduction. Niels, hello. Great to have you.
Thank you for having me. Niels is a phenomenally talented knife maker. I'm from South Africa, hanging out, having a good time. We spent some time thinking about how we could adorn it. We would put some gemstones in it, a particular bronze piece that is, and we're thinking about how we were going to lay it out. Now we have a tri-edged dagger. What we're going to do is we're going to put 6 lines of diamonds in the piece with pave setting so that we can reflect some of the shapes and geometries in the rest of the piece, so we can follow along from the lines up here and have your eye go on this beautiful journey from leaf to facet, to diamonds, to leaf, to knife. I think it's going to turn this into a spectacular piece of art if I don't mess up. I'm going to set some stones. Meanwhile,
What I'm going to do is continue following on the pommel.
there's some more balloon balance. You can make those wrap around. It's going to be so cool. Now, the next thing before we go and set stones is to check in with Will. Let's see what he's about to do to the actual blade of this piece.
All right, so while those guys are working on that part of it, I'm going to go ahead and lay out some scribe lines on the dagger blade and then get to grinding.
I'm getting set to start cutting. The guys downstairs are working on threading the handle to fit the pommel. Okay, we've got ourselves one ground up blade right here. You may notice that it's looking a little bit matte black, and the reason for that is that we covered it in a coat of high heat spray paint, which helps protect against forge scale and stuff like that, so that hopefully it won't really scale up too much when we go into the quench. Right now it's time to throw this in the Paragon knife heat treated oven and then let it come up to temp before we put it into some Parks 50 quenches. Alright, now it's time for this one to go into the other knife treat oven for some tempering. It's the next morning. The stiletto has done some tempering. It's looking pretty dang amazing. That's really nice clothes going through it. And it's now time to move on to doing the cleanup work on this as well as the rest of the build.
So we've got the complete rest of the handle and blade pretty much done, ready for some action, some final finishing stuff. It's now time to move on to the really fun part, which is the cross guard and pinion. It's got the piece of bronze that we've been using, chucked up in the lathe. I'm just going to get to work trying to shape this down into something that looks like that. Last after a day and a bit of diamond setting, I have 6 pave clusters of diamonds around this piece. Super duper exciting. Things are coming together. Okay, I've got the Damascus handle pieces in the knife heat treat oven right now. I'm about to take them out. We've got some wire around them and punch them in the oil. The reason we harden these Damascus pieces that aren't on the blade is because they etch a lot better when they've been hardened. I don't know why. Nobody actually knows. We think it's magic. Okay, now that we've got those pieces heat treated, the plan is to go ahead and cut a little notch in the tang of the blade, as well as in some of the pieces of the handle, so they'll sit in the same place indexed onto the blade every time we put it back together, and that way we know the petals and the pinions are all going to be exactly where we want them. So Niels has a diamond wheel in the fork shafts, and he's just going to cut a little slot in the tang that'll let a pin index into it. Holy moly, that is a nice stiletto. This is so exciting. This thing looks gorgeous. It feels gorgeous in the hand. It is such a tactile piece to hold. To spin it is just so exciting. And it is shaping up into such a beautiful, beautiful piece of wood. This is enormously exciting. What is also enormously exciting is that this isn't it. We're going to make this thing look even better. We have patinas to do, other finishes to do. We have Damascuses to etch, and all of that is going to be happening in part 3 of this stiletto build. One of the things I also want to do is I want to be able to keep the bronze steel, bronze steel, bronze steel, bronze steel pattern flowing. We need to do that by adding a piece of steel, a steel spacer between the pinions and this little flower element. This is such a great adventure, developing on this design and having some great people here hanging out and helping us as we make this. It has just been such a fun week, and I want to give a big thank you to Josh Smith of Josh Smith Knives and Niels Vandenberg of Blackjack and Forge hanging out with us and being such great company. As we finish out the video, I would like to thank today's sponsor, which has been Skillshare. It's called Skillshare online learning community with over 25,000 video courses that you can have access to with a premium membership. Now, premium membership usually only $10 a month, and it is going to allow you to pick and choose whatever skill it is that you want to learn it, and be able to refine it using Skillshare. The course that I'd like to recommend today is How to Edit Photos for Instagram by John Olson. John is a YouTuber, and he's got a great YouTube channel. I think he's also expecting a baby, but that's beside the point. All his content has a beautiful aesthetic to it, and if you want to learn how to edit great Instagram photos, go ahead and check out that course. Remember, if you hit my link in the description, you'll be getting 2 months of Skillshare Premium for free, so I would be thrilled if you do that. Go get yourself some good information. Thank you as always. It's been a pleasure having you along. Oh, one little final update note. Something really cool happened. So from the drawing we made of the stiletto, without us even having finished the stiletto, somebody has already got a tattoo of that stiletto on my leg. No Lab Tattoo did this design on one of his clients, and that's a pretty wild thing. You know, this design is now on somebody's leg forever.
That's cool. Anyway, this thing is just crazy. Of course, big thing. The skill share discussed in this video. It's been a pleasure. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fantastic as ever to have you here because we are working on part 3 of this stiletto dagger right here. We inspired it from some 1500s, 1600s, kind of a Renaissance style era of stilettos. So it's got 3 edges on it, which means that when you stab somebody with this, it's very hard to. No, I shouldn't have to write that. That's a bad idea. Maybe if we whisper about it, it's okay. It means that historically, when people were stabbed with these things, so that makes it an excellent prison shape. It is a very beautiful prison shape. We spent a lot of time designing this. Well, broken mountain. It is a very exquisite prison shape. But he has the exquisite one. Right. Very good. Very good. Good stuff. We did a lot of lathe work on this. We got the Monarch lathe up and running finally, and we gave it a little bit of a workout. We did almost every part on this, literally every part on this piece, including the blade, the flower elements, the pieces of Damascus steel that were turned, and this piece of bronze that has a whole bunch of beautiful diamonds in it. Every part in here had to get put on the lathe. Anyway, we have a lot of work to do on it today. But before we jump into today's video, I would like to thank today's sponsor, which is NordVPN. NordVPN is all about keeping you safe while it is that you're on the internet, and they do that by having thousands of servers in over 61 countries in the world that act as an intermediary between you and the websites you browse. NordVPN is going to be giving you 75% off a 3-year plan when you go to nordvpn.com/forge, and they're going to be giving you an extra month for free when you use code FORGE at checkout. So be sure to check them out at the end of the video. Thank you, Nord, for being a long-time sponsor of the show and keeping us safe while we are on the internet. Thank you guys being here. Let's talk about some of the design issues we've got on this bad boy. Now, to follow on through part 2, you'll remember me talking about one of the problems that I had with this design, in that we're going bronze, steel, bronze, steel, bronze, bronze, steel, as opposed to steel, bronze, steel, bronze, steel, bronze, steel, bronze. I feel like we have a little bit too much bronze in this one area, and we need to break it up. And that's where this piece that I've been holding in my hands for the last couple of minutes comes into play. This is a little offcut of the Damascus that was used not only for the blade, but also for the Damascus elements in the handle piece. And my plan is to turn this piece of Damascus into a spacer that goes between our flower element and our guard or quillian element, just to break up the flow of that design, hopefully make it look a little more balanced to the eye. So that is going to be my task to start off with. Now, as you saw in the last episodes, we have this little small sandblasting unit, and the plan is to use the sandblaster for the final finish on this part. Do you want to run through a little bit of the idea here and what it is that you're going to do? So this idea came from Niels Vandenberg, Black Dragon Forge, who we designed this dagger with, and who's just here in the episode. He does this on a lot of his bronze fakes. Sandblasts it down, and then takes a steel blue and completely blackens it out, and then can actually relieve some of that blackening with a little bit of steel wool. So you've got black with highlights of bronze underneath it. It's give it a much depth, some new colors, and all of that. Exactly. It looks really, really nice. So after I've gotten finished doing the final little touches up on these bronze pieces, I'm going to sandblast them down and then try to get a nice even finish with this super blue piece. So let's unscrew it and get to it. I think that'll work. I think that'll work very nicely. I think that's just a small little touch, but I think it's going to be just fine. And it now means we actually have the same width on this flat spot as we do on this flat spot. And it lines it up well, divides it up, gives it a little better balance of color.
shaping done up. All of those pieces are sitting in our little safe space for them. This is the first pommel that Niels made. He wasn't happy with it, so he went ahead and made another one. They both look fantastic. But this means that this can now be a test piece. So I'm going to go ahead, I masked off a little section on it with just some masking tape to see if that will be enough resistance for the sandblast that it won't get through, because we're going to have to figure out a way to not sandblast the diamond settings that I was digging that little spacer. So I'm going to go ahead and sandblast this thing down. We're going to try the bluing on it to see how well it darkens up. And then we'll be able to move on and do the actual sandblasting, the final finishing, and the gluing, and all that good stuff on the actual pieces for this one. So we've got some ultra fine quadruple op steel wool. That's what we'll use to bring it back a little bit. Ooh, there it is. Oh, special out. All kinds of special. People have diamonds that look shiny and dark like that. That's super cool. So good. Nice! Alright, we've got all of our steel pieces ready for the etch. And that means that I'm going to take this piece of black iron wire, string it to all the handle pieces, dunk them in there. It's just a little bit of a holder, so we're not, it's not contacting areas like to etch. Later, we're just going to etch regular ways, and while those are sitting in acid, we're going to go out, sandblast down all of the bronze pieces, and go ahead and do a little black on those. By the time we're done with that, we should be able to take those pieces out of etch, screw them down before we go into the copy etch, we will final fit up, and it will be done. Good. We're good. It's good. Alright guys, we're going to go ahead and make up some of this instant coffee, which will then etch a nice dark oxide layer that looks even better than the ferric chloride etch. Go ahead and throw those Damascus parts in there and continue the blackening process for the bronze pieces. We've got ourselves a little apparatus here going into the coffee. Let that sit for a bit. Let's sandblast some parts.
That I set diamonds in, that spacer piece. Well, after it was masked, Will sandblasted the unmasked surfaces and gave them patina. Now, of course, that patina line, there was no way that we were going to mask it perfectly and just get this gorgeous straight patina line. That wasn't going to happen. And so, you will note, I have diamonds, I have a cup. Either side of the diamond to reflect light in, but what we're going to do now is either side of that groove, we are going to put another groove. Now, that means that we have a certain distance to account for the fudging and the inevitable lack of accuracy in the patinaing process. It is also going to be when we look straight down, we have another dark line running down here. A little more detail, a little more interest. It's going to look quite good. It's going to be relatively simple. I have 12 cuts to make, and I'm going to use a 120-degree graver.
So we went through the etching and the coffee etching process. I'm just not quite happy with how it came out. So I'm just going to go ahead and go all the way back around. Totally, I'm going to clean off all of the 15 and 20, 2500 grit. I'm going to buff it up to a nice near. Same thing on the other Damascus pieces. The washer came out really nice, but these things all need to get re-etched. So then go ahead and get into it, get this thing finished up.
I'm just thrilled to see how that second edge is coming out. That steel looks. Wait.
Are we not going to talk about the fact that we're moving the edge?
And he's written what? Now, after the second edge, holy moly, well, this is looking glorious on 2 of 3 sides.
And, well, about 90% of the third side.
But
There's a smudge.
so it needs a second edge.
Third edge. A second edge.
It needs a doubly second edge.
Which all we'll have to do for that is the coffee, because it's only in the dark part, which is good.
So not only does that need a second coffee edge, but it just doesn't really feel like the colors like flow all too well. We have this super light area here in the middle where we have the diamonds, where we don't have deep recesses to hold it in patina like we do in these other areas, these other pieces of bronze. We have deep recesses holding in patina. That patina can't be polished, and as it's held in time, because this is a very tactile piece, whoever has this thing, they're going to be holding it, they're going to be playing with it. The patina is going to be wearing in its own way, but as it wears, these dark spots will still stay dark, whereas everything on this ring is going to get polished. I don't think those colors work. So we have had an idea, which is to add some grooves inside of this ring so that we can repatina it and create an area where that darkness is captured so that we can really keep that light and dark and light and dark and light and dark theme going through it. Hopefully continuing to build this and evolve this into an even better piece than we could have possibly drawn, than we could have possibly imagined, and that's the goal. That's the dream. So we still have lots to do, such as another edge and some more filing. Hopefully I don't accidentally rip out any diamonds. We can jump into that. I have cut with the grater grooves, filed the grooves, stippled them so that we didn't have to come back in and re-sandblast that area. And I've refinished it under microscope using some of that cold brew, and there's still a lot of shmoo in there from the Q-tip earbud, like where it's caught in the stippling, and I don't know how thrilled I am with the color anyway. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this up, we're gonna put this piece up to it. We're gonna see how it looks, and we have to work out a plan here. So what it is that I'm nervous about is we have a very dark piece emerging. It's looking super cool with that dark theme, and I'm worried that we are going to be pushing a little too far in the wrong direction with the amount of color that this space set has here. So this is, the idea here is we maybe touch up the high spots a little bit, you know? Okay, a little bit of a buffing on those high spots makes the piece much lighter. It's giving it a lot more contrast in the lows, and we'll point out another problem that that's created.
Is that you can see any of the discrepancies, any slips of the file, any unevenness pops out a lot more when there's a black to bright.
Yeah, you can't lose it in the mud there.
No.
This is one of the problem spots right here. A simple slip of the file. It absorbs all of that black green compound, and means as soon as it wears, you see it so clearly. There is no room for slip-ups on this. You know, everything else is almost done. This is the last bit. Okay, Alcohol has got a plan as follows. We are going to go way deeper inside those little round grooves. Deep as can be. Try blackening it. If we still are concerned, we're then going to bring everything to a bright polish. This is inching our way forwards without having to completely destroy the nice finish that we already have on the rest of the pieces. Okay, so I'm down from the upstairs, and I think it looks much better having that real wide groove on there. Oh yeah. Oh my. It is very shiny because obviously there's no backing on it. But I think that that is just. What are we gonna do with these finishes?
Let's try buffing it from where it's at.
Are we kind of at this point agreeing that we could just make this whole thing shiny? Yes. And just.
David, here's your reminder.
Okay.
Take sleeping medication.
That works pretty dang good.
So Will's in the buff trying to buff off that black oxide finish to see if we can get that higher polish look again. Looks like an antique color.
Oh, that's actually kind of cool. Oh, I see what you're talking about. Because you got all the remnants of the sandblasting and the patina.
It's like an old mirror polish, you know?
Now, we have a new toy in the workshop, which I feel very embarrassed for not having bought earlier. It is a steam cleaner. We have a steam cleaner. Steam cleaners are used for cleaning off buffing compound and just cleaning things really well. And the question is, what does the steam cleaner do to this repair? You want to try it out, Will, for the first time?
Sure.
That's a really special looking finish.
Now, do you reckon it's worth it? Like this on the recommendation?
I'll leave it for this to see how the other pieces work. Artist and buffing. That's so shiny you can hardly see it.
You know what I think we should do?
Put it together.
We should.
I think that's a grand idea.
Oh yes. Shiny's better. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That is it.
We're done. It's done.
Not quite.
We need to understand.
We need to take this all apart and do a final assembly, Loctiting everything together,
Oiling all of the insides so that they won't corrode at all.
apart from where the Loctite is, because then you have no Loctite oil. And then this bad boy can be finished. We'll be making a little presentation stand for it, something so that it can be sat in nicely and display it in all its beauty. And then
make it satin after all of this fine polishing. Satin joke.
I can get it. Yes. It just completely derailed me because I didn't know that we were going to sell it. Speaking of, we're going to sell it after we make a little presentation stand for it so that it can be enjoyed while it is sat there. We are going to sell it. And I hope we can find something that wants this. It's just gorgeous. I'm blown away by this. We're gonna get everything put together, lined up nicely, and we're gonna get this bad boy finished up. Wow, 3 parts. That was nuts. We have made one of the most glorious pieces. I mean, I certainly know. I look at this stiletto, and I mean, I'm thinking to myself, this is one of the coolest things I've ever made. Absolutely, it's pretty fun to hold too. I mean, it's got some gravity to it. It just that was such a growth. So exciting to have it done. And we want again a big thank you to our friends Niels and Josh, like Dragon Forge and Justice Knives. They were here hanging out, and the timing just worked out great. And this is one of the great things about bladesmithing community is people just like to hang out, have a good time, and kind of just share knowledge. It was so much fun. So thank you, Niels and Josh. Thank you guys for watching this. We are going to be selling this bag, so be sure to check that out. Well, thank you again for your help as we round off this great series. I'm going to thank today's sponsor, which has been NordVPN. NordVPN is all about keeping you safe while it is that you're on the internet. As credit card fraud is on the rise, as identity theft is on the rise, as we are putting more and more of our information online, it is more and more important for us to be able to secure that. So what Nord does to keep you safe while you're on the internet is they have thousands of servers. Now these servers will access websites on your behalf, and when they send the information back to you, it will be encrypted. Now that encryption is military-grade encryption, and it's only through NordVPN's app on iOS, Android, or on PC or Mac. It is then unencrypted to allow you to seamlessly browse the websites you're browsing. Now you won't even know that the VPN is running, but what you will know is that you're safer while you're on the internet. Nord is the only VPN to get a perfect score from PC Mag, and they made sure to test and see, is your VPN going to be slowing down your internet a whole lot? Nord does not do that. Keeps your internet lightning fast. Now their apps are super easy and intuitive to use, and it makes it a breeze to select different servers. Being able to select from all these servers is also super duper handy if you want to access streaming services not available in your country. Say you're traveling, say there's a show that you want to watch. It's only available somewhere else. You can have up to 6 connections at once, so you and your family can enjoy this security too. And it is risk-free because there's a 30-day money-back guarantee. So be sure to hit my link in the description, nordvpn.com/forge. You're going to be getting 75% off a 3-year plan, as well as 1 month for free when you use code FORGE at checkout. Thank you, Nord, for being a long-time sponsor of the show, keeping me safe on the internet, keeping you guys safe on the internet. Thank you guys for following along with this just phenomenal journey. It has been so much fun. Remember, if you want to own just one gorgeous piece of work, this stiletto is up for grabs. Thank you all so much. See you on the next one. Bye-bye. Isn't that around? I think that might be a lot of it. I watch check access. Okay, I couldn't go to either of those rooms, could I? Patiently, no. When you get into one, you get into both. Here's the elevator. Let me check on this. Oh. Okay. Okay, let's see Crombie. I need this fucking janitor place. Can I please have one? So many doors are closed to me. Last time I saw these cables, my brain got spliced. What's going on? Right under the faces. Come on, shush more. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I killed your brother. Or sister. I won't damage you. I'm not going to touch any of you guys ever again. I promise. It says no warning. I feel like
Is there gonna be like people walking around that are experimented on that are weird? What happens if you flush it while you're sitting on it? Can't remember anything. I'm useless up here. Yeah.
Trumpy, do you hear me?
Yeah. He's doing experiments on people. Neural sync at peak 100%. Entropy signal received. Experiment complete. Setting return value. Okay. You did some weird shit, didn't you? I'm always with the weird shit. Recommend supplies. Oh. Which one is the prep room? Oh, this is the prep room. Supplies is down there. Prep room seems like the place I should go first. Or like for the story. So I'm coming here first to get items. Do not touch Z. Good advice. I won't touch Z. What the fuck was that? Did I bump into something? Oh. Jesus, you scared me half to death. Okay. Unlatch. Open. Smack myself in the face with doors. Huh. They're heavy, okay? I don't know if I want to get near him. Yeah, look, he's trying to get his brain sucked off by the machine. Meeting minutes. You've brought me no treats. Be gone. Is that the Rat King? Came in this morning to find Zyke had a... Open release from the tab, okay. Zyke had attached new cables to the experiment. A little slapdash. Wonder what made them necessary. Same kind of cables I've started seeing all over the station. Yeah. Notes on trial 119. Finally, the nodes connection test was a success, and yet I still feel distracted. I'm just so worried about Hans. Hans isn't the rat that I killed, is it? Finding it hard not to get attached to these little guys. So easy to give them all names, make up stories about them. Silly, of course. I named one of my little rats after Hans. He has the same serial number as my locker code. It felt like a sign. He can keep me company until I get the real thing back. Okay, so Hans has a serial code that's a locker. More rats martyred. Rest in peace, compatriots of science. Tweak to last test per Zyke nodes. Brain model simply will not run as intended. Wetware problem, hardware problem, or most likely a combi problem. Working like this is wearing me down. I'm going sloppy.
Someone there.
From me?
Over here.
Are you talking? Please.
What are you doing? Are you still there? Don't touch anything until we speak.
What the fuck? I don't want to touch anything again. I killed a rat last time. I don't want to kill a person. Neural tissue spikes per second under control. Ratties equal parallel processing. Neural network complexity remarkable. Oh shit. Older cortex, brainstem, football, limbic system, master proxy, sterilize action. Wetware must be powered down before pulling main cable. Disturbing main cable risks the patient and wetware.
That's it. I saved
Oh my god, did you put your brain in dozens of rats?
Oh, thank the fates.
What is this? What are you?
Don't take to that just now. Tell me quick. Are you standing in front of a microphone? Or my body?
Microphone. A microphone.
I see.
A microphone. And what looks like a server rack full of rats.
Suppose. Again.
Tell me what I can do.
This is going to sound crazy, but I've been transferred from my body into here.
The rat server?
Yes, it's all messed up. Our setup was supposed to produce a copy of my life. And I was supposed to stay in my body the whole time, so we could test for differences between the real me and the copy. But I'm not the copy. I am the real copy somehow. I'm here in the red where.
Are you though?
You're copy.
Yes.
I'm a DT. Psych said you could help me with a hospital key.
Whatever you need, it's yours. If you help me.
Okay.
Okay. What do I have to do?
Yes. Thank you. Just understand. 1 minute, I was in my body. The next, I was in this damn server. But I'm not a copy. I'm the real copy, just here in the red web.
See, this is the thing Soma did, to be like, technically you're both. If you copy someone perfectly, I then think an original doesn't really exist anymore. I think you have two originals. I know, speaking, that technically you're a copy and you can't trace it back to the first one, but if it's fundamentally identical down to every single piece, 100%, then you're both originals.
Got it. You're hungry.
Thank you. Thank you. In which case, the procedure is actually pretty simple. You just need to go to my body over there and locate the probe inserted into my motor cortex. Pull it out. In its place, insert the probe marked proxy. Then, remove all other probes, leaving the proxy as the only insertion.
Okay.
Procedure complete. I'm feeling ready. Ready? Are you ready?
No, but yeah, sure.
What about the guy in the chair?
I'm the guy in the chair. It's me, my body. It's just my mind trapped. I belong in the body. My body.
Right, calm down. I'll do it.
That's weird though, because this guy talked, which means that he's in there still, and he's in here, right? Oh my God. 60 rats! You mad bastard. Okay, so take out the one.
Like this, just follow my instructions.
It was pull out the motor cortex, right? Maybe you can ask him again.
Mind if I ask some questions?
You must understand. Every moment I spend in this state poses a great personal risk to me.
Whatever, bro. You would have been in there forever if I didn't show up. Pull out the motor one, but in the proxy, pull out everything else.
Of course, I want this to go well. To transfer my mind from the red layer back to my body, you will need to locate a probe on my head.
Yes.
Motor cortex.
Yes.
Pull this probe out. Next, locate another
Proxy.
marked proxy.
Put that one in.
And slide that into the probe you just read.
And take out all the others.
Motor cortex out. Proxy in.
Doesn't sound so bad.
That done. Remove all other probes from my head. Leave the proxy, the only probe inserted.
Okay. I do want to know all that other stuff, but I want to do this because it sounds awesome. Yeah, the motor cortex is like from the front. It's sort of like in the back. Hey, bro, how's it going? Oh wait, they have symbols on it.
And there are some notes on the whiteboard to guide you to.
Oh, the motor cortex is the hand. It's this one. Oh wait, I need to see what the proxy one is. Where's the proxy? Master proxy is this one.
Act with purpose, That's my body after all. I bloody know. So it's that one. Okay, so pull out this one. Take this one.
Okay. You said
I assure you that it's please proceed. And then take out everything else.
no.
No. No. No. No. My body. Please. Don't do this. That's it. You're back. Sensei. And sensation. I'm back. Incredible. Oh, daring risk. You owe me a great deal. I was on the brink. You owe me a great deal. What happens now here? I would like to speak to the rats. You did it. A qualified technician couldn't have done it better. But he's in the flesh. Yes, my flesh. You know, my condition will improve in time. Sensation returns, the spasms will reduce, I don't doubt.
I hate to rush you, but can you just say you would help me with my psych issue?
Psych issue? Yes, of course. The hospital key. Apologies. The details of these things slipped my mind. Well, my mind did slip. Yeah, now, again, because I will play this again when it's out, I want to go back then again next time and see what happens. Because clearly there's someone in there, and I just removed them, and he was like, no, don't do it. Like, I'm fascinated by that. That's so cool. I'll actually get you where you need to go. Well, if you're done here, I have some logs to check and body to cycle back into. Sure, but
Just checking in.
you in some mental burnout. Yeah. Okay, I don't care. You owe me your life.
I need to speak with Simon. Do you know where he is?
I haven't seen him in a long time, but my hospital key will help you get through this place. Try the basement. If I wanted somewhere to hide out and conduct some experiments, that's where I'd go. Okay, tell me about Jean.
Jean and mine was up here in some sorrow. I could use more information on him if you have it.
I'll try, but I don't know much.
Were you ever close with Jean?
I passed him in the reception when I got here, maybe.
Not so close then.
I'm here for Zach. Jean being here doesn't factor in.
Do you know what happened to him? How he died, I mean?
Sounds like an experiment gone wrong. More tests what they did before jumping to human trials.
Speaking from experience.
Well, right. It was fun, was it? But anything went too far. It's cool to see frictional, like, have fully fleshed out characters now talking to you. They've come such a long way. Also, whoever's voice acting Crombie is doing an incredible job.
So, what happened there?
Ah, of course. The proxy, the rats, they're here so we can create a copy of the mind. Test for differences with the original. Find what makes the mind work.
This setup doesn't make sense.
It's more complicated than you could know. But nothing could be more important now than proving our hypothesis. And we're so close. This outcome proves it. Though this was an outlier, strange run. I understand that you didn't get to see the trial as intended. It's interesting that he did it himself. They didn't do, I mean, they sacrificed probably fucking hundreds of rats, but it's interesting that he tried it, like, on him and not someone else.
How are you feeling?
Oh, it feels just fine. No, as before. Perhaps, I need to think, but perhaps it is now safe to deactivate the web. Curious, headache.
deactivate? I mean, kill them?
You seem to be twitching a little.
Twitching? I really noticed. Completely within the tolerances of the experiment. Oh, I'd appreciate it if we could drop the subject.
I'm trying to learn more about the illegal. Could Psych help?
We should find Psych and ask him instead. His skull feels like Swiss cheese.
Cheese.
I'll get out of here soon. If there's anything else you know which you think could help me.
I'm of little use to you now in this state. Other than giving you that hospital key there. Although, maybe there's something in my locker. You're welcome to take a look. The code is 2739. Just try to leave things as you find them.
What if I steal?
Do not on your Psych hut. And thank you again for your assistance.
2739. Okay, where is your locker though? Health? Fine. Good job, buddy. Okay.
My mind jumping back and forth.
Nice. Oh, who's that? That's like in him.
That was a short PX. Proxy takes controls. Survival instinct again. Found to be given up control. We need to cut the storage cables trapped in the way where nothing can be worse.
Be dead. Zyke, I'm worried about this test setup. Having to cut the server cables each time you abort is awfully clumsy, and I'm convinced it's causing unnecessary distress to the rats. Suggest a more stable redesign. Yeah, and I killed some of them because of that. And it's your fault, not mine. Okay, was it around here that... Yeah, where was the... Oh, that's a lock. Where was it that I was looking at the camera to get a piece of the triangle thing? 2739. Oh, so I could have gotten it before I even let him out. Interesting. Oh, I jammed the key for that. Down we go!
I use the elevator.
Aggie? The basement? No. Well, as we said, he was, right? Oh. Damn! Ah! We did so much! I honestly didn't think the demo was going to be that long. Which, it just makes me so excited for the full game. It makes me feel like I'm playing Soma again. With just so many more so much more going on. More people, more characters, more lore, more moral quandaries, more philosophy. This is the type of stuff that I really, really love. I'm very, very excited for the full game to come out. Thank you again to Frictional for letting me play the game early and being the global exclusive preview for all of you to watch and see what the gameplay for the game was actually like. And if you didn't watch the whole video, thank you so much. Check out the game. Go pre-order it for yourself. Go look into more about it, read up on it, watch some more trailers. I'm very excited for when it's out. I'm going to do a full playthrough of the whole game when it releases. And again, I'm so glad that I'm in it because I've loved Frictional games ever since I played the first Penumbra game way back in the day, playing Amnesia and Soma, like I said. is easily in my top games of all time. It's incredible, and I love it so much. So I imagine I've loved every game they've made, so I imagine I'll love this too once it's out. I already love what I played here, and it's just such an honor to be part of it and to provide something towards this world, and also to be in the same cast list as Estelle and Skarsgård is pretty fucking sick. Anyway, that does it for now. Thanks again for watching. See you next time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. This is the Roman Gladius. This is what we're forging today. Thanks for being here. Stay tuned and watch how I did this. Gentlemen, so this is going very well. We have the piece of steel cut, and we're now going to load it into the forge. The forge is scorchingly hot. This particular piece of steel is a piece of 1055 carbon steel. It's got 0.55% carbon. It should help make a gladius that's not only have a keen edge, but still remain flexible and not too brittle, that it will break under combat. So we're now working on the point of this gladius. I'm working on the far edge of my anvil, which is lovely. It's a nice and aggressive way of forging the taper while also keeping it actually relatively neat and under control. So I'm going to bring it down. I don't need to go too much more than that, but I am going to extend that off a little bit. I need to bear in mind that as I thin down this material, see it's still quite thick right now, as we go and thin it down, this taper will extend. So I'm merely, for now, roughing in the shape that we're going to need. So now I can come back to the anvil, give it a brush. This will take all the scale, the iron oxide off the surface, and then we can start cleaning it up again. Taking the flat side of my hammer, gently working the tapers down. The reason that I'm tapping the hammer so excessively on the anvil is there's so much radiant heat that even just by hammering, that radiant heat's burning. I'm going to take a little bit of a break, let myself cool down there. There are loads of different reasons as to why it is that I'll sometimes tap the anvil. Oftentimes, I mean more often than not, it's because I'm trying to look at where it is that I'm going. I'm trying to plan the next step if I don't have a clue what's happening. So that's a big part of it. So it means I can keep the rhythm while I'm hammering, while I'm thinking. You know, I don't have to stop in midair where I'm going. I can dribble the hammer, bounce it off the anvil, and keep going. So that's why you'll often see me do that. In this case, that's just because that's one hot little puppy, and I'm burning my hands.
You can call me stupid. You can call me a sheep. You can say I'm lazy. You can say I'm weak. You think that you can never get to me. But if you're right, then you're in trouble, dude. 'Cause I'll break the iron way. You're in trouble, dude. But when it comes to her, you better keep it safe. Don't you dare say a single word, or I will strike you where it feels. You think that you can never get to me, but if you're right, then you're in trouble, dude. 'Cause I'll break the iron way. You're in trouble, dude.
So what we're now doing is we're working down the bevels. I'm roughing in the bevels with the hand hammer and hot, forging in the bevels. On previous swords you've seen me do, not that I've made many, this is the third one that I've worked on. On previous ones I've often just forged the profile and then ground in the bevels. Reason being that I have complete control over the straightness of the thing. I'm not so worried about forging the bevels, I'm worried about the whole thing being straight at the end of it. So that's, whoa, I mishit there, you saw it was on camera. So what I'm doing is I'm taking my time, angling this from side to side, and doing just a little bit at a time so we're not making it go cattywampus and bent on us. Taking my time, taking it slow, making sure that we make this thing as neat as possible. So then when it comes to finishing it up with the grinder, there's a lot less work to do.
got most of the bevels roughed in here, but it's not very straight. So what we're going to do is we're going to work out the twist and just straighten this ever so slightly by clamping it in the vise and looking down the edge here and just kind of tapping it away. This is obviously one of the difficulties of working and forging the bevels. Is keeping things straight and consistent is a lot more difficult than when we start with a flat piece and all we do is scribe a center line on a granite block and then you just work to that center line. Here, things are moving, it's hot, it's supple, it's moving about on us. So I want to take my time now and make sure everything is straight and nice and neat. So we're now going to flip this around. We're going to put it in the forge the other way. We're going to heat up what is going to become the tang, and we're going to go back to the Pilkington power hammer and draw down the tang to what it needs to be. Ladies and gentlemen, what a thrill it has been to have you here in the workshop today. I hope you've enjoyed this video. If you have, please do drop a like, leave a comment below. Always love hearing from you. And of course, if you're new to the channel, make sure you hit subscribe because we're making amazing videos just like this almost every single day. It's a lot of fun and I want to bring you guys along. So hit subscribe right there. There are 2 more videos that you can watch right over there. And most of all, have a fantastic day and I will see you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's Alex Steele. This is part 2 of the Roman Gladius. It's time for the quench. So the first step now is we're going to take it into the grinding room. We're going to use the large grinder and we're going to descale this piece. So we've now got the scale off the blade. It's down to true material, but it's very rough, and we don't have a profile. First things first, take the belt grinder, turn this puppy on. We're going to profile this thing, rough it in with a 36 grit back. It's hot. It's really, really hot. Okay, so I want to make sure that this thing is straight because I want to find a way to mark the centers of each of the bevels. Obviously, you've got bevels on either side, and we don't want it to be kind of off kilter and twisted from itself as it goes along that entire length. So the first thing is making sure that the body of this thing is straight. So I'm going to sit here and look down and see if there are any major things I can do. Last night, I spent a lot of time just trying my best to make sure that it was straight. It looks like it comes off at a slight angle here from the tang. So we'll see if we can. pretty confident that this is pretty straight right now. About as lean. But what is going on? About as straight as I can get it for now. Now, I'm going to pull up a little bit of a flashback about what it is that I think of horizontal spaces.
You know, tricky. Horizontal spaces are tricky. Not tricky. They'll make you think they're not bad. They are.
You can tell I don't like horizontal spaces. You can tell I have an issue with horizontal spaces. You can tell horizontal spaces and me do not get along too well. We tend to have some disagreements about how we should organize things. Horizontal spaces, I mean, it should just be chaos. There's horizontal spaces, they like chaos. You see this, that shelf that I made a few weeks ago? It's already chaos. It's already chaos! This laid top chaos, horribly unsafe. The floor, horizontal space, horribly unsafe. This horizontal space is actually the cleanest horizontal space in the workshop. The ground underneath it, though, isn't. Chaos. Chaos. Ooh, that's a lot of chaos. Chaos. Chaos. Chaos. Chaos. Chaos. I don't know what this stuff is. There's a drill. Why is there a baseball of... Yeah, it's because there's this hat. You can get yours at alexsteelshop.com. Chaos everywhere, and I need horizontal space so I can lay this down and get scribe. This table here is actually a very, very flat table. However, it's now become a horizontal space filled with clutter. What I'm going to do is we're going to clear this off, and then we're going to use the height gauge. We're going to clamp the thing down, and we're going to see if we can scribe a center line down there as evenly and central as possible. Okay, let's see what we can do here about getting a scribe line down there. So obviously I have a height gauge. This table is pretty flat. There are some spots where it's obviously not flat. There's a little bit of rust right there. What I think I'm probably going to do is I'll just put 2 clamps on. We'll run the scribe along one edge, 2 clamps on, run it along that edge, and we'll go around like this. So I've got halfway marked up and set up on my height gauge here. I'm going to get these scribe for a couple of inches, 2 or 3 inches, then we'll do it again. So right now we have a line scribe down the center. Now we have scribe lines to work to. But we're starting to get pretty close to lunchtime. I don't know where Chef Sam is, but hey ho, we have a second best. We have Chef Janie. What's up? With the golden spatula too. Look at that thing. Making some burgers. That spatula is a little overkill. Okay, are you ready? Let's do this. We have a lot of grinding to do. We're going to take the sword and we're going to work on that 2x48 outboard. The third step is going to be grinding in the bevels, roughing those in, and hopefully making everything start to look neat, start to have the bevels we need. We'll turn the belt grinder on and just very carefully, not working all the way down through my scribe line, but leaving to a 15 thousandths, maybe 20 thousandths of an inch of thickness. I'll work all the way down it and try and make this thing straight. Pretty well. I'm trying to work to the scribe line. I started at a more acute angle, and now I'm bringing it back down, approaching, having a center line, the center line of our blade established between the 2 bevels. It's going pretty well. The trick seems to be, take your time, do a little bit at a time, make sure that you're working to the scribe line,
so that we keep this edge as straight as possible. Super handy having put that Jitter on there and tried it. Really, really important to do that, it certainly seems. So I just work a little bit at a time, up to the edge. Now because this is a gladius, because it has that shape, I'm constantly having to change the angle. The angle here to the edge is very different to the angle from there to the edge. And you can be cognizant of that. Very, very difficult, especially while we're establishing the angle, because you're working from nothing. Once the angles are set, you can work to that angle. But when it's just different facets, it takes some time to have everything lined up where you need it. But hey, the trick seems to be a little bit at a time, not going too fast with anything, and really observing the work, watching it develop, and trying to decide what you need to do to fix what is bad, to fix the mistakes that went bad, to fix the mistakes you're making. So I have the pebbles roughed in. I'm happy with how all this is. This is now ready for heat treat. We're not all the way there, but I want to leave it thick so that we have as much support as possible when we do get to the heat treat. But before we run into the fire, we're going to get a better little transition here from this thing into the tag. We're ready for the heat treat. So now we're going to light the forge, and we are going to let this heat up. And once it is... Uh-oh. It almost went out. We're good. Once this forge is hot, we're going to put a piece of steel tube in there. What that's going to do is that's going to mean that we even out all the heat, we don't get any hot spots, and then by painting it back and forth in the forge, I should be able to get as even of a heat as possible. I don't need the forge to be very, very hot for this, but we do need to put some heat into all the refractory. So I can open these up and let the flame run as normal now until it's up to temperature. Then we'll close them back down, bring down the temperature of the forge. That's going to mean that we get the right temperature for the hardening. So here's the tube that I use for my we'll poke that in there, create a little gap on that side, enough for the sword to slot into. And once that thing is up to temperature, the sword is going to go in. And though I did normalizing cycles yesterday, I'm going to do 2 more full normalizing cycles, heating it up to a critical temperature, 820 degrees Celsius for this particular material, letting it cool down in still air. We're going to do that twice before we go into the heat treat. So the steel that we're using, 1055, doesn't have anywhere near the same carbon content as the steel that we use for the Damascus. Now, as far as I understand, that's a very good thing. It's going to still allow us a lot of flexibility and suppleness that we definitely want in a sword. But the worry is that we don't get it hard enough to be able to hold a keen edge. So what I'm going to do here is I'm at the Bailey bandsaw, and we are slicing off a slice of the exact same bar. The oil that you usually see me quenching my blades in is an oil that's equivalent to Park's 50 oil, which is a very fast quenching oil. Now, you use oil for a lot of knife steels because you want it slower than water, so you don't crack it. Now, this, however, is a long enough carbon steel where we could water quench it, and it should be just fine. Oil, however, would have the advantage of being a little bit of a more stable quench, allowing the blade to have a little less chance of cracking, but that comes with the trade-off of maybe not getting hard enough. So with this particular sliver of steel, we're going to heat that up to the same temperature that we're going to heat up the sword, and we're going to quench it in this fast quenching oil, and we're going to see, does it get hard enough? If not, we're going to fabricate up a tube to hold water, and then we'll have to do quenching water. We'll take a pair of tongs, and we'll place this in the fire, let this warm up, and then we'll give it a quench. Okay, so I think we're almost there. Now, one of the really interesting things is that as it approaches the right temperature, it loses magnetism. Oh, there we go, there's the magnet. So into the oil we go. It's lost its magnetism. It's hot enough to be ready for the quench. So this should be nice and cool. Once that cools down to room temperature, we're going to test it with a file. Okay, let's see how it goes. This is the piece that was in the sword. This is the piece that we have just supposedly hardened. Oh, yeah.
just barely touches it. Listen to the pitch that makes versus that. Here I can get a full bite on it. Here it's just doing nothing but polishing it up. That's fantastic. So I think, I don't know for sure, but I think we're going to be just fine to go into that oil for hardening this blade, and hopefully we're going to get one hard blade that'll do everything that we want it to do. So because we have all these studio lights in here, it makes it very difficult to judge the temperature of this workpiece. So we've got that magnet there, and now I can see if it's magnetic. It's not. This whole piece is not magnetic, but it looks a lot colder than it is. And to let this cool, all I'm going to do is simply lock this in the vise until it's all the way cool. We're going to do one more normalizing cycle, and then we're going into the quench. Okay, time has passed. This is now cooled down to room temperature. It's time for our second normalizing cycle. So into the fire we go. And we will continue painting this back and forth until we get a nice even temperature. Same thing again. Okay, so it's completely non-magnetic all the way up to the tip. This is normalizing cycle number 2. Going into the vise. Yeah, go! Normalizing cycle number 2 is done. And now we go into the 4th. For the actual quench, it's still looking straight. It can sometimes warp just by normalizing, by getting it kind of dinged and such as you go in and out. But for now, we're going to gently take the heat back and forth for the final heat, the most critical heat. And this is the quench. On carbon steels like this, that grey, I believe it's martensite, is always wonderfully indicative of a correct hardening. This should be just fantastic. This is fun. I'm going to gently set this down. So this is now hard blade, which means that it is very, very brittle. I'm going to wipe this down, and I'm going to show you what I mean by just how brittle this is. Before that, we'll check the hardness. Not a single bit of bite. That is just perfect. That's exactly what you want. No matter how hard I push, it's just skating right off. That's a hard blade. We're going to set this down here, and I'm going to show you what I mean by brittleness. So this is the piece that we just hardened earlier. What I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to wrap it in this cloth so that this doesn't become too dangerous. I'm going to set it right there. Here we go. There we go. That's how brittle it is. Breaks just like that. A really interesting thing you can do is you can look at the grain structure from the hardened break after 1 normalizing cycle, 2 normalizing cycles, and 3 normalizing cycles, and this kind of crystal structure will shrink down. It'll be much more fine, and you want a fine structure for a blade. But you can see just how brittle it is. We can fold this over again and give it another little whack. I'll do it straight on the anvil here. Have a look at that. Into 3 pieces. There we go. Now that is why right now I need to be super careful. Because this blade, this entire thing is fragile like that. If I drop this could indeed break. So we now need to go into grinding, and we need to grind it so that we can see true metal. And we need to temper. And tempering it is where we then start to get the balance between the hardness that we need to keep a clean edge, and the suppleness and the toughness that we need for it not to break in use.
understood that I could really easily break this. We're now going to run back into the main room, and we are going to start tempering this. So we've got the torch set way down low, and we're taking our time. We've taken so much time on this, just gently painting it with heat. Okay, we are so close, and I think we've got it. We've got this beautiful, some lovely dark straw. It's hotter up here where the tang is, which is exactly what we need, because we want it to be a little more supple there, so that we don't break it, and also so that we can then work in that area as we need to. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been a lot of fun having you here at the workshop. I hope that you've enjoyed today's video. It's been a lot of fun making it. I can't wait to see you on tomorrow's video. And the reason that you should subscribe is, of course, because we make videos almost every day. They're amazing videos like this. They keep getting better. And I want to bring you guys along for the journey. So make sure that you hit subscribe right there. Make sure that you go watch one of my videos that are out. Like, oh no, there are two right there. Make sure you watch part 1. Make sure if you're in the future out again, you've watched part 3. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Ladies and gentlemen, it's fabulous to have you here because today is part 3 of making the Roman gladius. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to bring you along today. I hope you enjoy. Gladius, what I have done is we've started grinding it. I started off with a flat pattern of the belt grinder, and I broke it down a little bit. Now, a really nice way to create a strong blade, as far as I understand, is to have a convex edge. I try to take very good care to make sure the edge stays straight and work on any lumps there and straightness of it. See that? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just finishing this 60 grit stage up. We've got most of this nice and straight. It's looking beautiful. Okay, one little touch up. There we go. Now, we're ready to move on to the next grit. Of course, 60 grit is rather coarse. We're going to be wanting to go much further than that. So what I'm going to do is we are going to take this belt off, and we're going to put a fresh 120 grit belt in its place and start moving up the grits. Okay, we are done with the 120 grit, and now we will move on to 240 grit and continue the polishing of this blade. It's going pretty well. I'm enjoying myself. I'm shocked as to how, with practice, things get easier. This is only the third sword that I've worked on, but as I've worked more, trying to learn how to grind and trying to keep things straight, it's going a little bit better than the first one, for sure. I'm finding the process easier, feeling a hell of a lot more confidence, and what's even better, I am having even more fun, which I wouldn't think was possible, because I really enjoyed making that first sword. But
Let's do it. 240 grit. Let's go. So we're now at the A45 trivac. It's going well. Some of the things that I've been focusing on and I found have really helped myself. I know it looks ridiculous with what I'm doing, but I'm kind of lunging from side to side here. And I'm finding that controlling the movement of the blade from my legs is super, super helpful. It's helping me stay super stable. I find I have a little less control when I'm doing this, but rather if I'm moving my legs and just adjusting the tilt with my fingers and keeping nothing still, I've actually been finding that's quite helpful. It's really interesting to try new things and focus. I'm also trying to really concentrate on how I'm breathing as I do this, so I stay as stable as possible. Thankfully, one of the benefits of the convex grinder we're doing is it's somewhat forgiving in terms of the angle that you're holding, because that slack belt will tend to adapt. So this is a hell of a lot more important when we go on the flat flapping, but for now, it's helping make this process just a little bit smoother. So I'm making sure that I apply more pressure on the thicker parts, even though we're, an equivalent of 400 grit. Still, the pressure that you apply will indeed affect how the edge is thinning down. There are a few thinner spots, a few thicker spots, and so we'll work just a little more of the highs. Okay. I think we're done here at the belt grinder, and right about now, it is time to start the hand sanding. All our grind lines are currently going like this, we've been going like this. We were at 400 grit on the belt grinder. But here, as we're about to start the hand sanding, we're actually not going to start at 400 grit, because we're changing the orientation. We're probably going to go all the way down to 180 grit, and then work our way back up with the scratch lines going in the right direction. Hand sanding is going to allow me to true up that center line perfectly, which is a little more difficult to do at the grinder. So we're going to get everything looking super neat. And God, so much fun. So much fun. That is 2 hours of hand sanding on the one side, and that is only at the 180 grit, pardon me. That is just, there's no way I'm going to spend another 2 hours on 180 grit on the other side. And then the amount of time that it's going to take to then bring everything up to 600 or 800 grit. So what I'm going to do on this different side is we're going to go back to the grinding room, and I'm going to see if I can go back through the finishing stages, because there are scratches in there that it took forever to get out with 180 grit. So we're going to see if going back to the grinder and slowly working my way back up from, say, 240 will give us better results at the hand sanding. This is difficult work, trying to get this all finished up properly. Okay, so that was about kind of 10 or 15 minutes in there. We're going to see if that saves some time, because I really think it wouldn't take very much to save the amount of time that I had to spend on that last side. So again, we're going to go back to 180 grit and start making the grind lines go this way. This takes time. This is 180 grit. Like, I'm trying to get to 800. This, oh my goodness, it is a lot of work. It is tiring work. It is difficult work. This is not as fun as the grinding was. Hand sanding is seriously unfun. Yep, I've said it. Something on this channel is not fun. This is tiring. I think we're done with 180. Now, on to 240 for the exact same treatment. We're working on getting the fourth side to 400 grit. Now, as we sand this, I'm basically progressing from having scratch lines that go across the blade or in circles or diagonally to having scratch lines that go straight down. And what I've found that's best so far is simply a hammer handle. I'll make sure that we're using a lot of water here. That really helps to see make things go. There we go. It's always good to speak English, ladies and gentlemen. That always seems to help things go a little bit better. Get the diagonal scratch lines in there, and then we go to 600 grit and we do the same thing all over again. Holy moly, this is probably a total of 6 hours of hand sanding at this point to go from the 400 grit going laterally across the blade to now 800 grit consistently going along the whole thing. And I tell you, this is tiring work. This is not the funnest work in the world. But what's really exciting, no, I don't think that's the right word. What I'm reminding myself as I do this, and as I see a scratch, you know, and this started off at 180 grit, as I see a scratch and go, do I leave that in there, or do I do the extra work to take it out? Is I just kept reminding myself, for goodness sake, every single thing that comes out of this workshop, every single thing that's touched by my hands, is essentially the legacy that I'm leaving. And so that's a really fun way I found of reminding myself. There's a little bit I gotta fix. Hey, this is what you're making is your legacy. And you have complete control over what that legacy is. And it's all down to you and the sweat you put in now to make sure that legacy is what you want it to be. Pretty exciting. Pretty exciting. It's applicable in so many other areas of life. And it's good to take ownership. Especially when you're making a run for that. I have never ever in my life put as much time into hand sanding any project at all. And this looks like it's paying off. This thing looks stunning. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a nicely hand-sanded blade. I'm certainly very proud of myself for putting in that amount of work. It's not perfect, but I'm pleased with where it is. Look at the mess that I made. Look at all the sanding paper I went through. I now have this little organizer here with everything from what... Just go ahead and edit that out. Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate it. With everything from 180 grit all the way down to 2,000 grit and all the bits in between. That's the first time that I'd used that, and having that organizer, having all of that organized and neat is so useful. I'm really pleased with the things that I'm learning as I go through these projects. How long it takes me to make my projects? Well, generally, what you see in a video is usually kind of 10 to 15 hours of work. I basically put everything that I do in the day in the vlog. Everything that I make that's relevant to the project, it goes in the vlog. Can't wait to see you guys tomorrow for the next episode. There's a subscribe button right there. You can watch 2 more of my videos right here. Tomorrow's episode is going to be a lot of fun because we're going to be working on the guard, the handle, and the pommel. So I can't wait to see you then. So make sure you tune in, make sure you subscribe, and most of all, have a fantastic day. I'll see you soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It's fantastic to have you here. I hope you have a great day because today is part 4 of making the Roman gladius.
Thanks for joining us. In the project today is going to be working down this tank, getting this tank to where it needs to be so that we can start working on the guard, on the handle, and on the pommel. Thanks for joining me, and I hope you enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, things are going fantastically here. Things are going great with you. Right now, I've just rounded off the ends so that the end mill, when we make the slot, will make it work. And I'm also convexing up the tang here so that we don't have any interference as the guard gets slipped on here and as it reaches up the blade. Things are going well. I can now, I think it's pretty close. We can turn off the grinder. We're going to leave the grinding room and we're going to do some hand firing to make sure there's a square. I'll get this little neat.
Woo! That is some good fun. Sam is here. How are you, Sam? I'm doing very well. What you up to? What's that?
Lovely hammer. 3.5 pound square circle hammer.
It's all to Press Tube. Press Tube is a YouTube video maker, and he contacted me. He's going to take this hammer and he is going to cast it in a non-ferrous metal. So he's going to make a great video about that. That's going to be very exciting. So I can't wait to see what you get up to, Press Tube. So I've got these plates up here mounted to it, and I'm using this as a way of eyeballing where it is I need to go. Obviously, I often use a file guide like this with carbide inserts on it. Well, I don't have enough width available on this file guide for me to use it, so instead we're using these plates, which is working well and allowing me just to eyeball it. I'm not working up to the plates because it would wear them away because it's steel, it's not carbide. I'm just working up to it. I'm trying to even everything off, make everything square and level and neat. I'm really putting a lot of tire effort in there, making sure you get a nice radius transition into the tank so you don't create a stress riser. We're all done. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're now going to do is we're going to think about the guard, the handle, and the pommel on this Roman gladius. The guard, handle, and the pommel are all going to be wood. We've got some really interesting woods to play with that I bought a few weeks ago. You might remember from the previous episode. And I think that we also want to use some copper, which is going to be some nice accenting to it all. And now it is time to take out the whiteboard marker, and I'm going to start sketching and thinking about the design. Okay, so after much deliberation, here is what we have come to. I've gone through this entire set of designs, and I like this one best. This would be a more kind of traditional Roman design, but I think that we can add our own twist to it. And that's what we're going to do here. In terms of the material that we're going to be using, I had a good think, and I think we're going to do this. We're going to be using this, which is powder, something like that. But we're going to be using this for the guard, and for the pommel, and for the handle. We're going to be using a piece of African blackwood. I think the contrasting colors are going to make this really, really nice and make this combination of woods really, really something special. In terms of the copper accents, I think what we're going to be doing is putting a copper plate on the back of the pommel there. Now, I'm taking a lot of inspiration from a very talented knife maker on Instagram that I saw called Hatcher Knives. Unbelievable work he does. He made a gladius, and I'm seeing the incredible things he did there, especially with the copper accents. Taking a lot of inspiration from that, and what I'm going to try and do, similarly to what he did, is pin the tag onto the copper accent as a way of best securing the pommel, hand, and guard together. Totally, so that is a piece of African blackwood that we've squared up. We've squared up all this padau, paduk, whatever it is, and just look at how beautiful all this stuff is. That wood is just stunning. It's got a beautiful, beautiful grain to it. I'm really excited to see how this goes on the guard of the piece. In other news, check out the mount that I have here. I have my camera mounted up here, and this is the craziest thing I have ever seen. This mount came in just the other day. I've been using it in the grinding room. You can set whatever it is that you want, and you lock it up. Guys, technology is insane. It's crazy. Completely crazy. In other news, we've got, Sam, do we have some amazing collaborations coming up, or what? Guys, we've got some crazy things coming up soon. I'd love to hear who you think we're collaborating with. I'd also love for you guys to have if you've got suggestions as to who it is that you want us to collaborate with, we'd love to hear them. Got great things coming up. I'm excited. Are you excited, Sam? Sam's been here all day today. He's done a great job helping us crack on. He cleaned the lathe, he did some boxes, he cleaned the grinding. Sam, I have every right to be grateful here because look at what he did. What are you guys going to ask about the belt grinders? When are they going to be landing roughly? End of this month? They don't know. End of this month. I'm going to make a guess. End of this month. So there'll be details in the next few weeks about the belt grinders, but I'm excited because when they land, I'm going to keep one for myself because I'm going to have another belt grinder in here so that I can have a belt grinder with different grits set up so you can use it from one or the other, and also so that when we work on collaborations and Sam is also helping that he can kind of jump on the other while the other one's going.
You make the master spring.
Exactly, then you can go from one grinder to the other. So I'm leaving these pieces to continue working on tomorrow here at the workshop. Sam, have you been seeing the t-shirt entrance? It's pretty epic. It has been exciting.
Not sending it to you, it's not finished yet. It's pretty special, so it's going to have to pull all the stops out to make this work.
You guys might know what this is. Let me explain. For the August t-shirts, we wrap We opened up a competition so that once you got the oldest t-shirt, you post a photo on Instagram. You use hashtag #AlexSteele, and then we're going to pick like the coolest photo, most engaging set of photos, the people that have put the most into it. And let me tell you guys, there are people that have put a lot into it, right? We'll pick in the middle of the month. So we're going to give it a couple more weeks before we pick the winner. It's going to be exciting. We'll all pick together, all three of us, try and find the best person. But again, if you guys have an oldest t-shirt and you want to enter, that's hashtag #AlexSteele on Instagram. My Instagram handle is @AlexSteele, and you should follow that. We're almost at 50,000 followers on Instagram. All right, Sam, you have a great one. Can't wait to see you guys' t-shirt entries. I'll see you tomorrow on the next episode. Make sure you get and drop a like. Make sure you hit subscribe so we can see you tomorrow as we continue this gladious, fantastic day. And of course, I'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fabulous to have you here today. Here's part 5 of working on the Roman gladius. It's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to bring you along with the day. Hope you enjoy. Now, Alec will let me run you through it. What I have done is I've done a drawing of the handle we're going to go for, and I've got measurements of it. I also put some steel blue on here, some steel blue dye, so we can then scribe our lines to know, and then be able to take measurements from here, put them onto here, so we know the thickness and width of the tang, so that when we come to the piece of wood, we can then know exactly where it needs to be milled, to what size it needs to be milled. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to take the height gauge, we're going to scribe around all 4 sides of height, and then once we've got the height, we're then going to go to the mill, we're going to be able to bring it down, and we're going to be able to start cutting the slots for the guard, for the handle, and for the pommel. Okay, so we now have all of the pieces of wood for the handle side of this project all scribed up. You can see that I have scribed exactly where it is that I need to drill and mill, and I've given myself scribe lines on the outside so I can see the angle at which I need to set it. I've done this on all the pieces, and my hope is, and what I really think is true, is that I'm certainly not going to regret having taken the extra time to mark this up more precisely now. It's going to help me out, but I then go on to doing the things that I really don't know how to do, which is milling this stuff out and making it more neat and proper. Dokie, so we have a lot of the milling done. We have the milling done here. We have the milling done there. We have most of the milling that I can do on this piece, but there isn't a hole that goes the whole way through. So what we're now going to do is we are now going to take a long drill bit. And you see the scribe lines, we're going to mount this so the scribe lines are straight up and down as opposed to the piece. And because the end mills aren't long enough, and we found this side to side, I'm simply going to plunge the drill bit in at the right angle, change the angle to the next one, plunge the drill bit in as we move around, and hopefully we don't snap too many drill bits. This tends to snap drill bits. It's an unideal way of doing it, but at least roughs that hole out there so that then we can file, chisel, and shape it by hand on the vise to get the shape that we need inside there. So, now we have have all these things ready for the hand filing and shaping of the holes that needs to be done, and this is going to take a while. Piece number one is where it needs to be. And now, you start on the next one. But it is now lunchtime, and I dare say, Sam, when you're watching this, I think we should let you know. Jamie, I think you're giving him a run for his money, eh? Ooh, there's some harsh words. But let me tell you, that looks like some delicious food. Thank you, Chef Jamie. Really appreciate it. So I have now eaten and that meal. Oh, that's done. It's very delicious. And we have free food and the show. James been doing a great job in that editing. And now, I'm doing this very well. So now we have the African Blackwood handle ready. We have our guard ready. What we need to work on is the pommel. So it's going to be pretty easy. If I do this, I can let me do this. Okay, so there we go. We're done with the gladius handle. We're ready to unwrap this and shut. Okay, we're not done with the gladius handle. What I'm going to do now is we're going to start shaping all of this, and we're going to be doing that in the grinding room. Now, when we're milling, it's not really making dust so much as it's making chips. When we're filing here, we've been using all these tools here, at the vice filing and cutting our way through. Not a massive amount of dust is created, but we're about to grind all this wood and sand all this wood into the shape that we need. We're about to make so much dust. It's going to be good fun, though. Shaping handles is something that I don't have a lot of experience with, so I'm going to learn a lot doing this. I'm going to enjoy myself a lot doing this, and Jamie is going to complain about having to wear a respirator for the next hour and a half. Sorry, Jamie. Apologies. That's what it's what it is. But let's go! excited about practicing things and getting better at these things. Do you remember, it was 2 months ago, I made my first ever sword. And I was just telling Jamie this as we were off camera. Every 20 minutes, I would stop and think for 5 minutes about the next step. I was so nervous about all these different things because I didn't know what I was doing. I still don't know what I'm doing, but I'm so thrilled because the more I do these things, the more I get better at them, and the more enjoyable it is. I was always terrified about making hammers. Well, I just spent an hour and a half in there, just like the happiest person alive, twiddling away, working and shaping this wood, had the most fun ever, and I am just so thrilled because... I am just so thrilled, there we go, for the second time, about how this all works. This is the first time I put it all together, so we're just gonna, look at that. That is so cool. That is so comfortable. What do you think, Jamie? That's pretty good. Nice. You ready to go and kill some people? So kill some, the ghouls? Do you remember that cartoon? Okay, with the massive guy and then the small guy. I don't think it's Tom and Jerry. But they're French and they're battling the Romans. I'm gonna Google it. Here we go. Asterix. You know Asterix, right? Absolutely. Right. So I imagine Asterix is meant to be the good character. But I imagine this Gladius is fit for killing Asterix. Sorry, Asterix. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. I really hope you've enjoyed today's episode. It's been a lot of fun. I've been so excited. Learning things is such a blast. And thank you guys for joining me. I would love for you to make sure that you have watched part 1. If you're here in the future, make sure that you watch the next part. And of course, make sure you hit subscribe because we're making amazing videos 6 days a week. And it is such a blast. I love bringing you along for the journey. And I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Have a great one. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the workshop. It is fabulous to have you here because today is part 6 of making the Roman Gladius. Today we're going to finish it. It's going to be amazing. Thank you for joining me. So first things first, we're going to take this sheet of copper and we are going to, out of this sheet of copper, are going to make ourselves up a spacer that is going to fit between this oak wood and the blade. So we now have this very close to fitting all the way up. And we have about, I'd say 3/8 of an inch of gap there. Now what that means is that at the final fit up, I'm hoping to hammer it on to then get the perfect fit. For now, however, make sure I'm on the right way, I'm going to lay the guard on top. You're going to put this all together, and I'm going to hold it right there. I'm going to scribe around it so that we can see exactly what the guard looks like on it, and then go in a certain amount from there, so that the copper that we cut out matches the guard. that has been cut, I'm now going to grind and file around the edges so that it all meets the scribe lines. There we go. So with this now done, I need to think about what it is that we're going to do for the end of the pommel. As I said yesterday, I really want to see if I can pin the tag on this, and I think it's going to help by having a piece of copper on the back of the pommel here, so hopefully we don't split the pommel. But that pommel is rounded, and I just have no clue what I'm going to do. I've been tempted by the idea of forming a round cup of copper to go over this, and then making a slot on it for it to go over the top, and then clean over the top of that. But that seems like it'd be really, really complicated to get to work all right. So what I think we're going to do is as follows. We're going to grind off the top of that pommel, that wooden pommel, so that we have a nice flat spot to work with. We're going to make a piece of copper that fits that flat spot with a slot in it, and then that should be able to form it. So we're almost there with the slot. I'm just doing a few more strokes there with a 4mm chainsaw file. While I do this, there's so many things that I always appreciate when I'm working in your workshop. Firstly, how much fun making stuff is, and what an absolute joy it is, because I've never done any of this kind of work on sheet or on ferrous metals, and it's actually a very new thing that I've started having to make any holes for tangs and things like this. But I'm learning a lot, and each time I do it, it becomes easier, which is so exciting. It is such a thrill. But what I'm also learning is the value of buying the tools, because I remember really, really struggling, especially with the first sword build, with poor files, and it was just no fun. Here, I made sure I got the best files I could. I've got some really nice files. Almost broke the file. Really nice files, and it is such a pleasure to use the nice tools. We're very close. Just going to take a little bit here off the sides, and then we're going to cut it out, shape it perfectly. And we're so close to being ready to put this together. Oh, yes! We've done it! That is some of the best fit-up I have ever done. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! Check it out! Yeah! It goes right up to the scribe line on the tang. Beautiful fit, there's no It's exciting. This is really exciting because soon this thing's going to be together. Yes, we've done it! Finally, I only snapped about 10 blades today. No, probably more like 12. But I snapped a lot of blades today. But this is cut. It's now ready for us to shape it and make sure we get a nice fit up with the pommel. We're so close! This is awesome! Okay, I need to try that again. Yes! Look at that fit up. I've got an allen fit there, so I rolled both edges in there, both corners of these pieces. I'm really, really pleased with that. It's going to sit nicely, it's going to look great. And of course, once that's all polished up and neat and pretty, once that plastic layer is off there, this is just going to be fantastic. Before we start assembling this, I'm just going to heat up this tang to a red temperature, and then we're going to let it cool down nice and slow. Of course, we're planning to heat this tang over, which means that we're going to be putting a lot of force into there. We're going to be doing a lot of deformation of that while it's cold, and I want to make sure that it is soft as possible so that it doesn't crack. And now with the tang cooling off, it's now time to hand sand and hand finish all these pieces so that we are ready for the assembly. The blade. I love it. I love it. I'm very excited with how it looks. All the pieces here are ready. Everything is ready. All that we have to do now is actually think a little bit about the finish here. Because, as beautiful as this looks, I think that we could do something a million times more special. And I remember a few episodes ago when we were making the water, I experimented with a cold blue technique. You see how beautiful it looks on this? I want to try that on this Gladius. So I'm going to quickly wipe the blade down with acetone so we make sure that there's no grease on here. Now, naturally, I don't have a container large enough or enough of this cold blue to be able to submerge it. So what we're going to try instead, it might not work. Let's see. The great thing is if it doesn't work, I can just sand it back off and start again. We're going to see how well this works. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to soak this cloth in it, and we're just going to wipe the blade down straight from the bottle. See how well this works. I will confess, I'm not overly optimistic that this is going to work too well. We'll keep doing this. I've got some steel wool on here now, and I'm just kind of rubbing it all over the surface. We'll see if this works. It might not. We may indeed have to go like to sanding this. So this seems to be really, really helping it here. I've taken it to this bucket of water, just because this is the only bucket of water that I have, and I'm just hand sanding it ever so slightly with the 800 grit again. And I tell you, it is making it really pop, really nicely. It's helping even out the look. And then I think when we go back over to the cold blue, it's going to really, really make it beautiful. Okay, I've taken my time with this, switching between 2000 grit sandpaper, just the tissue soaked in the cold blue, and then some fine steel wool. And I tell you what, I am thrilled with that patina. We're now going to quickly run in here to the water, and we're going to wipe off all of that acid so it doesn't keep working and leaving splotches on it. Man, that looks incredible. Okay, so we're about to sharpen the sword, and then a delivery truck just comes by, and this... What? This is a lot of welding equipment. gee whiz, this isn't good. We might have to abandon the ship. Unless I can get it down there really, really, really, really, really, really, really fast. This is not good. I think what we're going to do is we're going to degrease all of this, and we're going to see if we can save that epoxy from curing on it. And we're going to take it all apart, and we're going to give it another go once we make sure that that fits all the way down. I was anticipating that I would be able to hammer that copper down with the rest of the wood, but it just wasn't going, and the sword is moving instead. Holy humdy ho, we made a mistake. Time to mix up another batch of glue.
Looks good.
So I'm just wiping off all the epoxy. We've got it clamped up. Time to relax right now, because that was a stressful 20 minutes, let me tell you that. Trying to get all this sorted, but we got it sorted. I think it's going to be great. And I think that this is just going to work lovely, especially once this starts to set and we peen it. It's going to be just fantastic. So now this has been glued together and the glue is nicely cured. We're going to begin peening over the tang. You'll see how this goes. Now this is how I'm going to start it. I saw Hatch and Eyes on Instagram started with a center punch. I'm kind of tempted to start this with a ball end punch or a bob punch. So I guess here goes nothing, hopefully without slipping and hitting the copper. I will start with some decent kind of sharp blows and start seeing if we can begin mushrooming this over. Super cool. It peened on well. Nothing cracked. None of the glue gave way. Really pleased. Really pleased with how that turned out. Hey, Jamie, do you want to play some Fruit Ninja? All 6 parts. This has been so much fun, an absolute blast. Having you here in the workshop. I can't wait to see you tomorrow on the next episode. This is going to be so much fun because we make videos 6 days a week. It's a huge amount of fun. You get it. It's a huge amount of fun, and I want you guys to subscribe. But most of all, guys, go get out into your sheds, get out into your garage, find somewhere and go and make something. You're going to enjoy it so much. Whatever it is you're making, I have had such a thrill making this. I've learned so much. I can't wait to see you guys tomorrow. Have a fantastic night. I'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching today's episode of the Alex Steele YouTube channel. We sincerely hope you've enjoyed this screening and look forward to seeing you tomorrow on the next episode. However, we would love for you to share this video with your friends, hit subscribe, leave a like, and a comment, because it took us an hour and a half to tidy up. Thank you, and good night.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dre here, and welcome. Today, I'm going to teach you how to do the old 1-2, baby. Just kidding, I'm going to teach you how to fish, and that's by punching the boat. Doesn't help, actually. Damn it. Well, I'm out of options. There is a seaman here, and not the gross kind, so that's cool. Hey, how's it going? Oh. Yeah, I did. Whatever, I need some help. Yeah, me too. This long-legged creature has been stealing my beer while that's me, I'm sorry. I've been up for a week straight now. Can you please get rid of it for me? A long-legged creature? Are you talking to me? I bet you can catch it if you rage bait it with an empty beer can. I have some spare ones, but they're full. If you can give me one of those, I can empty it for you, though. If you can afford it, you can always catch some crabs and sell them to me. Just grab the crab fishing rod and start fishing. If you manage to defeat it, I'll trade you my boat. I don't have any use for it anyways. That way you can let me drink in peace. Just remember to use the radar while using the boat. You can grab one next to me if you want. Anyways, that's about it. Okay, I gotta go back to work now. See you later. Alright, and then you just go back there again. So radar's $10. I don't even have $10 yet. And this is a survival game, so that's great. You can buy a knife for 45, a beer for 12, crab fishing rod for 3. I can't even buy a damn rod yet. I have $3. Is this clam? Oh god, these are the clams he's talking about. Something here. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna eat those actually. Value 1. Well, I guess I'm just surviving off clams now. Oh, this is the boat. Can't drive, no keys. Well, this is a depressing start, isn't it? This is my life. Oh, we hold Q. Okay, got it. Oh yeah, there's some clams for you, big guy. Look at me with $4 to my name. Now it says the Wheel of Fortune. Insert drip creature to play. Am I gambling with fish in this game? Alright, well that's a cause for celebration. Oh wait. That's a cause for celebration. I can get a hot dog. Wait. Where's my hot dog? Is that a hot... That doesn't look like a hot dog. Alright, I have no idea what I just bought, but I at least do have the hot dog. I'm assuming that might be bait? Hot dogs are bait. Crab fishing rod. Here we go. Look towards the water and cast bait into the ocean to catch a fish. Simple enough. And boom goes the dynamite. Ah! Got it! I have caught my first creature. No, I haven't. Oh, yes, oh, God! No! Okay, I thought that was my lure, guys. I really thought that little guy was my lure. I don't know what the hell that was, but that was adorable. I am gonna have a really good time here. Alright, try that again. This time actually grab the creature. Sorry, I thought when I said creature it'd be a lot bigger, you know? Alright, there we go, we got a crab. Drop. No. You bastard! You're getting away from me? You're getting away from me, you little bastard? Hey! What the frick? Oh, this place is gonna suck. Well, the crab got away, but here you can have a clam. I think I'm just gonna survive on clams because the seagulls are a problem as well. Blood. Oh, this is getting interesting. Freaking seagull, where is he? You little bastard, how do I deal with you? Okay, so now we know we have to be ready. We have to be ready because the enemy in the sky wants the meat that I'm getting. And so what if I just run over? Damn it, where did he go? He's gone. Alright, got it. I got a brown crab. Take it before the seagull gets back. I love crab too. This is stressful. For the record, this is a co-op or solo game. I feel like co-op might be the way to go. If I have to fight the seagulls as well, this is gonna be fun. This is what I have to do. I just gotta do the old punch and give. Alright, we got it. Alright, so we need to inspect value. You might forget what creatures you've already caught. Try thinking by pressing tab. Alright, well, at least it shows us the weight as well as the value. It looks like every one of these is going to be random. And then tab, what have I caught? So you can kind of see where this game is going to go. Are you seeing what I'm seeing? What the hell? Okay, we can get to whale. Evidently, the seagull's going to be here for a while, I guess. Alright, well, we've done 1 of 49. Close enough. What is this little guy? Oh, it's a little shrimp. The thing that got away from me was a little shrimp. Alright, and this is a value of 6. Evidently, shrimps are worth money in this world. Alright, and he said he wanted a beer, or an empty beer, I guess, so we can bait the guy. I mean, do you just want the beer? Thank you. And that's what I wanted, was the empty beer thing. Okay, so now... So I was using the hot dog before. So that's my bait. So I'm supposed to bait out some sort of beer can thing. See if we can catch it. Indeed. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Okay. Alright, bring it on, bro. I ain't scared. Freaking spider crab, bro. Oh, yeah. You can fuzzle. Okay, is this actually a fighting game? What is this? Dark Souls meets Fishing Planet? Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, this is insane. Also, don't judge me by my bikini. Oh my god, I realize I'm talking game as I'm talking. Hey! Hey! Let me go! Alright, well, this is gonna be fun as a solo experience. I freaking lost my rod. Oh, bastard killed me. Alright, so we're back to the start when we lose. Right? I want a real fortune with the clams. Alright, I threw it in there. It is not working with clams, as you can see. So, I think we should wait a little bit before we try and fight the crab, bro. Because evidently fists don't work. So I'm thinking we should probably get back to, well, fishing rod, obviously. But I think I can probably put the crabs and shrimp in that gambling machine. Get out of here, seagull. This one's got a lot of HP. Ah! Get away! Oh, you bastard. Wait, what's down there? Okay, well, we're learning. Evidently, I am very hungry. Okay, maybe I should eat some damn clams. I've been selling all my clams instead of eating them. Oh, there you go, big guy. It's okay. Alright, you got a shrimpy. Shrimpies will be a little bit easier to deal with. Alright, killed shrimp. Good. Now, we need to figure out how much. God damn it, shrimp. Get in the friggin' gambling machine. That's really not it. Insert drip creature. Is this not a drip creature? Hold on. Oh, there's a secret rod up here, a little shrimp. You see that? No. I now have 2 rods. There's definitely something up there. I feel like I might need somebody else to help me. All right, so there is brass knuckles here, so even if we can't gamble, I guess we could buy those. Just drop this extra rod. Didn't know I could get a free one, damn it. Oh, did you see that? That was impressive. Alright, come on. Let me gamble with my goddamn crabs in here! Alright, well, I clearly don't know what a drip creature is. I thought it was any creature from the freaking water. What's a drip creature? Is this a drip creature? Oh, this one's important. This one's important. This one's important. Please don't eat a seagull. Please don't eat it. Oh, we got a drip. Ah! Drip! Drippies! Yes! Addictive. What did I get? Oh, mother of God, I got legendary brass knuckles. I don't know what that means. Give me it. Skin for brass knuckles. Oh, I don't even get the brass knuckles? Oh, God damn it. Alright, well, I guess I'm working on the brass knuckles now. Well, I gotta be honest, it's been fun killing shrimp and brown crabs, but I think it's time to move on. Give me my upgraded brass knuckles, please. Yeah. How do I change them? Oh, just said. What was that? Z? Does it say Z? I think it's the Z, yeah. Alright, well, that was worth it. I thought they were supposed to be yellow. Maybe this is the color one. I don't know. Well, you were a waste of money, weren't you? Alright, so we're full health. Let's go get some more clams. I think now is time to try and deal with First boss, you just need to buy that beer again. Alright, and I'm doing 5 instead of 3 now, thanks to the brass knuckles. Okay, here is your beer. Please give me that back, because I don't want the drunk effect. Thank you. Alright, I truly have no idea how much HP I had last time, but obviously, he gave me a run for my money, so hopefully this time we can catch him, pull him in, get over here. Oh god, maybe I should. You have to be very careful. Oh god, man. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to eat. I have to heal mid-fight. You're a scary boy. Oh, okay. I need to get away. He has major reach on me. I mean, I should have assumed that. He's a freaking giant crab. Can I get a damn bow and arrow here? Oh god. He has the high ground. There's no freaking clams left. Give me a clam. It's using him to my advantage. Alright. Yeah, okay, so he has a charge. Hold on, charge again. Yeah, and then he gets confused. Okay. There is mechanics, there's actually boss mechanics. So he's kind of like a bull. He charges, I think. He just seems to be periodically confused, actually. So we'll just keep that at bay. He gets confused. Oh, Jesus, he gets confused. Ah! You bastard, I need food now. How's the first fight this epic? He's stuck in my body. No, he's not. No, he's not. Oh, God. Oh, my spawn. Oh, God, they're spawning. Thank you. Thank you. He's confused. And pull back. And he jumps. Now, does he get confused after the jump? No, it's only when he charges into things. So I'm really just utilizing this guy to stun him. Did he get stunned there? No. Why are you not getting stunned now? I might just have to change my attack here. Man, he does some serious damage, though. Alright, got some good hits on his back. Obviously, this is designed for more than one person. This is like a hardcore game with one person. This is pretty interesting, though. Gosh! Okay, I thought he had way more health. Oh, I did it! I did it. Can you please get rid of it for me? Well done, you finished the tutorial. Yeah, I did. I bet you can catch it if you can rage it. Wait, did I run out of time? Did I run out of time? So there's a certain time limit as well, you bastards. Alright, so we're gonna need to strategize this. Need to rush around a little bit more. I can't play passively. Alright, so I've collected all my clams at the top of the mountain. I actually have a shrimp as well for added healing, hopefully. I guess we just gotta be a little bit more ballsy. And I don't have a choice. Okay, here we go, boy. Here we go. I got no choice. Take some damage. It's okay. Some puzzle? It's okay. Good. Alright, good hits there. I am going to need to eat. I wonder why that other one despawned. I didn't even feel like I was fighting it that long. Go. I need to go hard. I need to do so much damage. Here we go. Good hits. Took a little bit too much damage there, but that's okay. Grab some of my food. Back to it. Oh no, dude, I shouldn't have went in there. I don't think they're gonna respawn, and now I need to play passively. Good luck. Well, this guy's so low, damn it. I had him too. Alright, hold on. He's extra compulsive. Please don't hit me. Give me one clam. Is that a clam? Oh my god, it's a clam. Okay, we're back in it. Need to go for it. Alright, he hit me once, that's okay. Puzzle again. There we go. Good hits there. Unfortunately, he hit me too, and now it's really risky. Right, he's confuzzled. Pull back. He can't get up. Please get up. Because your bar's going down fast, and I think once that bar's gone, he's gone. So I have no choice but to go crazy here in a second. Where is he? Alright, I have to go for it. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, why did I go for it? Oh, man, I should have just been patient. Okay, we got another one of the drippy creatures. I don't know if I should put these into the thing or not. It's only a value of 2, so I guess they're not worth anymore. So we may as well do this. I need a gun. Is this all visual? Okay, well I am working towards the knife, and I guess we get a skin for the knife now. Because yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to take on that crab, which is the brass knuckles, unfortunately. Okay, we got enough now for the knife. I think that should be worth it. Thank you for the special red knife, slicey dicey. Okay, so I can, it's like double hit. Alright, so now hopefully that is enough. Where's my knife? Wait, what? Oh, it's on the ground. That seems safe. I don't even know how good it is now. Oh. Alright, we don't need the extra thing. I guess we'll say goodbye to the freaking brass knuckles. They were a waste of money. I can't. I'm not skilled enough. That was really close though. Alright, and it looks like the amount is quite insane. I think that was a 16. I just one-hit it. So, should be an easy battle now that I have the actual knife. Alright, got a small collection of clams. Once again, here is your beer. Yum yums, thank you. You know what? No, I can choose, right? Oh, don't tell me I just vanished it. Okay, no, it's okay. I just wanted to get one more shrimp in the inventory so I can heal. Alright, and now let's go hunt for the alcoholic crab. A little bit close. I might need to go further out. Yeah. Oh, no, I want to actually wait. Hold on, I just realized I'm not full health, and I'm still hungry. So, we got some clams around that are respawning. This is great right now, actually. Alright, that should keep me busy for a little bit, and I'll obviously eat and heal my hunger as we go. Okay, sorry about that. Let's try this again. Come on, big guy. Round 3, here we go. Alright, let's go, boy. Come on. I'm sick of you. Alright, there we go. Yeah, we're doing 16s per, so a lot better. Stunned again, good. Oh, yeah, alright, you got one slice off, that's fine. Alright, got him again, good hits. Oh, he just landed right on top of me. Alright, grab that meat. You come over here? There you go, big guy. Alright, and good hits. And should we go for it? We got it. Whoa! Oh, okay, the spider crab is hard. The spider crab is really hard. Can you please buy this? Finally, here are the keys for the boat. Remember to use the radar when looking for new islands. I did it! I did something in this goddamn game. I'm gonna have a celebratory claim. Maybe a couple because I'm pretty hungry right now. Alright, and here, you can have this. Because I need a little bit more money before we go. I need to buy the radar. What's that? What are those? Meat chunks? Oh, my favorite. Meat chunks. Here. Alright, $10 a piece. I mean, I'm not surprised it's crab legs. And there's my brass knuckles I threw in frustrations. I don't need the brass knuckles. Unless there's like, you think there'd be like blunt trauma weaknesses for some creatures? I doubt it. I doubt it's that far. I don't know, meat stick. Let's keep an eye out. Obviously, that explosion. We might have meat chunks everywhere. I think that's officially it. Let's get out of here. I finally got everything. I got my radar. I got my keys. I got most of my sanity. All right, drive unequipped first. Oh, that's what I have to do. Okay, so, well, obviously, there's a whole lot of nothing around us. So let's hit the drive. All right, and goodbye. I hope I don't have to worry about gas. We are out in the open waters now, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye, loser starting island. And now on to, well, bluer pastures, I guess, technically. Ooh, okay, here. Well, hopefully it's something nice. We'll go that way and see what we can find. Alright, I went that way. It's still very much this way. So I think he said these were fishing grounds, right? We're not. Oh, maybe it is other islands, because I do know there's quests for other islands. Who knows how far in between these things that it is? Very wavy out here. Very extremely wavy. I don't have to worry. I don't know if I can worry about capsizing or not. And okay, we're still very much okay. Oh, who's that? Who's that? So some sort of structure over there. I think that was my starting island. Let's just keep going towards this guy. Well, I think I can see ahead of us. There is indeed an island. This one's got a forest on it. This is exciting. Getting a little worried. I was out in the water for a very long time, but I kind of like that about this game. Obviously, this is a light survival game. This is a light fishing game. This is an absurd game. Hello. How you doing, milady? Or guy? I honestly have no idea. Not that it matters. What's going on at this island? Hello. Could you help me with something? Do you got water stuck in your throat? I'd like to surprise my father with a special dinner, but he won't allow me to handle guns. So you want me to handle a gun? There's this big yummy fish swimming around here. I can't kill it without a gun. Could you kill it for me? Give me a gun? It really likes leeches. If you give me some, I can make them in the bait for you. You can find them crawling around the ground everywhere here. If you find the yummy creatures for me, I can give you the location of an island I found. I think it will automatically add to your map once I give it to you. But give me that dinner first, please. Okay. Well, what do we got here? Okay, we do have a pistol. Beginner's lure. This is a really cool game. I kind of want to just go straight for the shotgun, do a bit of grinding here. We can upgrade bullets. Of course, there's beer as well. They said there's leeches on this island. That's a worry of mine because I'm wondering if they can get on me. Right, well, this is yours. This is stuck to my finger. That's gross. You're welcome. Ain't nothing like baby bird feeding a lady I just randomly found. Yeah, open up. Here you go. Num nums. All right, here you go. Make sure you have a gun. All right, well, we definitely don't want to be fighting that yet. So I guess let's see what's on this island. I'm hoping one of you buy my fish. I don't like this island. There's too many trees. Well, we're still catching on the old hot dog. Is it something new? Nope, it's shrimp. Oh, what the? What was that? What's going on here? You just came right to land. Thank you. Where we go? Where we go? Get out of here. This island sucks. There's too many places to hide. Ooh, big motor. $230. Good thing I saw that as well. We might be here a while then. Damn it. Yes. Alright, we got another one of those legendary creatures. I think because it's just visual, I just want to see. Is this thing actually only worth a couple dollars? Yeah, man, I think I got an extra $1. Well, I guess I should have gambled, damn it. Alright, we got extra inventory slot. We'll definitely buy that. Dynamite's kind of tempting. Beginner's boss lure, beginner lure. Let's finally buy the beginner lure as well. I don't know what the boss lure does. I don't know if I want to invest into that, but we'll try out the beginner lure. I didn't see that too. I'm sorry. I can actually like reel it. Oh yeah, maybe. So yeah, holding it out there doesn't work. So you might need to actually have action in this game. But I can't cast very far yet, so I don't even know if this is going to work. So wait, do you think I can troll? I can't troll though. Try unequip item first. So let's see. I just need to go deeper. Yeah, I've tried stopping and going. I've tried letting it sit. Tried obviously just constantly reeling it. It's not working yet. So obviously maybe not the right location, maybe not the right pull. I don't know. I do know that hot dogs seem to be working well. Unfortunately, it's $2 per though, so it's going to be a bit of a commitment. Oh, you know what? I am not. I am not. There's a whole new rod here. Damn it. Why would you give me the old crappy rod that got here? I don't want you anymore. I have upgraded to this one. So now I should actually be able to cast. Man, why didn't I see this? Oh my god, I can cast. Now I'm assuming we just slowly reel in. Yeah! And we might actually have to have fight mechanics now. I don't know. Alright, look at that. This pole's actually wrong too. This is going to be annoying. Oh, where'd he go? Where is he? Get him. Got him. What is that? I got Gobi! Look at that cute little guy. Value of 9. That's slightly better. Get it into your mouth. Oh my god. I got something big. Slice it. What is this? Respect. Oh, it's a cod. I caught a cod. Open wide for this one, big guy. Yeah, disgusting indeed. Oh, this is getting way more fun now. I feel like I'm actually fishing in the game. He seems to be dancing around. Alright, he be dancing. Okay, what is that? Oh, it is a pipe. Wait, are we in the ocean? What? I don't think fish realism is this game's goal. Anyways, there you go, $11. Oh, yeah! We got another special one. It's fighting like the pike before, so I'm going to say it's one of the special pikes. This is a very special pike. It is an extremely... Why does it have handlebars? Can I ride this? I mean, it's dead now. We have gotten the drip pike. Put it in there. Let me see what I get. Okay, there is guns. I got a new boat, though. I'm cool with that. But it's not just skins. Okay, this is more absurd. Now, sorry, I don't know why I punched the screen there. All right, well, maybe I should buy the pistol, but I'm not worried about that. I'm buying the beginner boss lure instead, because this is getting intense with this pole, and I gotta assume it's gonna get more intense now that I got the big boy lure. Oh god, sunfish. What does that mean? It's a battle. Okay, all right, hold on. It's a sunfish. What do you want me? Get out of here! What kind of battle is this? So you don't know anything about sunfish. They are the dumbest of the fish. Like, they literally just go to the top of the ocean, and whales will often just bite off their heads and they'll just keep swimming around. I think that is the joke here. This is a crazy boss fight because it has crazy amounts of HP, but he's doing absolutely nothing. Please don't get back to the water, though. I would actually like to beat you. Well, take that, sunfish. Oh, what the frig? How? The physics, they don't make sense. How do you have that? Ah, you freaking bastards. That was a long fight, too. I don't think I'm ever going to get my shotgun, but when I do, the first bullet's going into that seagull. Oh, I just realized that freaking little bastard, that's a one-time lure? So that is a damn boss fight. Who's this little guy? Oh, he's just a damn Gobi again. Oh, wait, what? Where did my lure go? Beginner boss lure is $40 again. There we go. So, I'm going to try this again, because I would like to see how much the sunfish is worth. What is over there? He's just freaking flying around with it, too. Freaking showboating me. Go, whale, man! I have to work fast. These seagulls waste no time. Grab. Right, and I don't even care. Put it in there. That's a lot of work for an extra $6. I'm sorry, the actual lure was 40. So I think I'll just go back to the old way. Don't get me wrong, that was fun. I just wanted to kill him once. But that was a lot of work for $6. Oh, $16, whatever, it doesn't matter. I got a salmon. That was a new one. All right, so how are we doing? We obviously have not done very well. Giant piranha. Uh-oh. This is a battle. At least I kind of know when it's going to happen. All right, well, obviously piranha, I think we know. Watch out for that mouth. Ah! Jesus. This guy. They're duplicating. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. I didn't think I need food here. Oh, this is a problem. Okay. I don't want the piranhas. Alright, well, now I know where my fishing rod went. Thankfully, it's cheap. I'm sure it's right over here. Oh, I need my knife, though. Crap. I don't really even want to fit. Oh, wait. No, I'm on the right side. My boat is moved. Ah, there it is. I found my knife. Okay. Well, we got everything again. Oh, speaking of that, let's change this boat, too. How do we do that? Oh, hell yeah, brother. Are you not jealous? Look at that thing. Alright, well, hopefully no piranhas this time, so that was horrifying. Oh, nice. Got one of the drippy creatures. Right at the end, just got a full inventory of creatures as well. I feel like keeping... Yeah, I'm gonna have to keep my knife with me, because I obviously need to kill the creatures. What's this guy? Kill him first. We're good. The drip salmon is... It's just half a filleted salmon. Not sure if the salmon would call that drip, but whatever, it's fine. Just give me a shotgun so I don't need to pay $150. God damn these knives. I'm assuming it's just the actual skin. But, I mean, I can trade. Alright, but yeah, we'll rinse and repeat. Hopefully not get seen by the piranha until I at least get the shotgun, but we kind of just need to grind out for a really good weapon right now. And I feel like the shotgun's that answer. I got a Gar, new creature. Obviously, Gar probably worth a bit, so that's cool. Get one more and then bring them in. Alright, pure profit. These fish are getting a little bit better. $13. Now the Gar, hopefully worth a bit more. Never mind. What the hell was that? $5. Come on, man. And we're getting close to the shotgun. Almost there. Bird still has my sunfish. So that tells me we can probably shoot them. I feel like I'm going to need the pistol and the shotgun. Obviously, shotgun's not going to be great for long. Oh, is this new? I think it's just smaller. No, this is mackerel. Holy mackerel. How much are they worth? $5. Okay. Okay, I'm I'm still learning. Something valuable, I can spam to reel in faster. Didn't know that till now. I mean, I should just read my screen, I guess, but I didn't think spamming it would change the actual way the thing works. But yeah, I can just go like crazy at the end here and get it right away. This is obviously a fast-paced game. All right, well, that should be enough for what we needed for the shotgun. Indeed. And now we just take him nothing. All right, upgrade bullets, increase bullet damage. Yeah, let's do that. I wouldn't mind getting a laser sight as well. We should probably just keep upgrading this. I'm in no rush to move on. Let's get these things upgraded first. Then we have that engine as well. That might be a consideration. I think that was 150 as well. Can I just... Alright, I don't want to use the bullets in case the gun gets used after a certain amount of bullets. I don't know. I just feel weird that the bullets are free. Oh, we got a drippy creature. And what the hell's this one? Why has he got wheels? Car? A car gar? Car gar, I love it. Okay, cool. And, oh, I wanted those knuckles. That's fine, we got something for our shotgun now. Look at that. Got skins for everything. Alright, I'm gonna use this as bait. Hey, where does it go? What was that? You guys really not want mackerels? You just want my damn sunfish? Bastard. Oh, I can actually hit it. Nice. Give me my goddamn sunfish. Here it comes. Good hit. Yeah! Oh, that's too far. Hold on, I'm going. You might have won the battle, you freaking bastard of a seagull. But I've won the war once I get off this. Ha-ha! Loser! Take that! This game might be making me lose my mind a little bit. I got him! Sir, do you eat seagulls? Oh, yes, you do. This is a weird game. Don't eat the fly! Oh, God! Alright, here, you can have it. $7? God, I was hoping for more than that. Also, I think I lost my sunfish, didn't I? How do you leave me with the cheap item, you bastard? Oh, what the frig? I didn't shoot the wrong one. I saw the damn... Oh, another one picked it up. You guys are working in teams. You know, I should maybe just fish. This is definitely not proper. Here he comes. Oh, God, I missed every freaking shot. Yeah! Yeah! Give me that thing before someone steals it. Come here, come on. Screw those seagulls. What's in your mouth? Ew! Okay, nums. There you go. I finally got it back. $39. I guess I'll go get the seagull as well. Just for my own pride. Alright, and you can have the $6 seagull as well. Okay, they're still up there, but I hope they're scared now. Ow, oh my God, he bit me. Freaking car bit me, you little bastard. I'm gonna eat you now. And we got another one of the weirdos. What's this one? Oh no, I got my drip fish. Oh, it's a holy mackerel. Holy mackerel, get in there. Thank you. And did I just get an ordinary gun? I mean, I would love that actually. Can I just have the gun? So I have a long range one as well? It doesn't look like it. Another one? Man, we are hitting them like crazy. We already got the Cargar. God damn, this bastard. Fight me again. If I die to a car, that'd be really embarrassing. And I just got an ordinary shotgun. No thank you. Final exam. Okay, so I had to refeed her for some reason. Take leech bait. Now we need a gun. Now I think I will do this next. Let's upgrade this not once, but twice, so we have decent bullets. Alright, and I'm fully healed. I think I'll be okay, hopefully. And I guess this is what we're using. I don't remember what the story of this was. I guess we'll find out together. Alright, giant piranha. Oh, that's what I caught before. So I accidentally caught this. Great. Well, now we know what it is. And we just gotta avoid everything. I killed the piranha. A little one. Oh God, they're up. Okay, so they charge me too. This is Evil. And I gotta figure out which one's the big one. Okay, I got 2 there. 1 shot, 1 piranha. I think that's the main guy. This is horrifying. Main guy. I think I saw him. Oh, there we go. Big guy right there. Oh my god. 2 hits there. 2 hits there. Fortunately, I don't have food, so that's what I maybe got to figure out next time. That was a really good hit with the Zerg, so I'm just kind of trying to bundle the Zerg together. Stay away from the trees, that's what I realized. I thought utilizing the trees to kind of keep my defense up would be smart, but I don't think so. And yeah, he's just vomiting these things out. I don't know if you've noticed that. Freaking gross. But yeah, I can at least one hit the little guys, so I have enough damage output, I feel like. Speaking of that, eat that. Didn't realize I had one of those. Good thing. And yeah, unfortunately now I just, because I had to eat. There's too many of them! Ah! I can't even see them. They're just all over the ground, dude. So yeah, we need to get more inventory space so I get more food, because I can't, hold on, did the leeches spawn? Ah, I didn't even see it. Freaking almost died to the one on the ground right in front of me. Oh, good hit there. I'm actually keeping up with it. If I could just deal with the little guys as well. This is a relentless game playing solo. Ah, and there we go. Yeah, I feel like I definitely have that though. We just need to work on getting a bit more stuff. Now what's great is I can actually sell these. Oh my god, yeah. So it's not even bad that I died, because these are worth $6 a piece. And as you can see, there is a few of them here. This is great. Oh my god. This might be the way to actually play, it's just by failing. Yum yums. I hope you like piranha today. There's so many. Alright, got my shotgun back too. I'll worry about this stuff later. I'd rather just get the piranhas right now so I have space. Eat some piranhas myself. This is great. I thought for sure these would despawn. Alright, well I don't feel so bad about failing now. For the record, we are already over $300. This is by far my most profitable venture yet, and I think we're officially pretty much out. Just trying to organize my place a little bit. And yeah, we got a couple more, but that's it. All right, well, that kind of changes my trajectory. I guess we will buy the big motor now. Thank you very much. Well, now I just realized I definitely could have done that then. I guess I could have looted the piranhas and ate them. Which is what I was going to do right now, is just get some food. Okay, I guess I'm not going that. Help? I would deserve to go back, honestly. I'll just get a piranha. Piranha for the old inventory. Alright, do I have to get that? Do I have to feed you again? So yeah, I have to feed her again, and these things take forever to spawn. I don't know why I gotta feed her every time, but I guess we'll just work on getting some more fish as we wait for that one to spawn. I guess we'll buy the laser sight as well, just to make life a little bit easier. Max for this island, so my bullets are upgraded and maxed out as well. So I just gotta wait for the damn leeches to respawn. There's one. Here you go, num nums. Look at the weird lady. Alright, let's try this again. And I don't even think I didn't shoot it long enough. Alright, pull it in. I ain't scared. I'm a little scared. I missed my first shot. That's a bad sign. He seems to be spawning them faster. We are going to have to start getting piranhas down. I gotta acknowledge that not only is that going to help me with the amount of stuff going on, that's food. I wish there was a safety net somewhere on this island. I guess what I could do is maybe bow. I don't think the bow would be the way to go, though. Got hit by everything so hard. Oh my god, oh my god. I gotta eat my holy mackerel. I got some here, again. Gotta follow the fish as I run by. Alright, we're back in business. Alright, I am very low. Grab a piranha. Where's the piranha? This is crazy. This is such a cool game. Lots of piranhas over here, okay. I don't have a lot of health, though. These piranhas aren't healing me as much as I thought. I'm stuck. Crap, man, I can't have time to be sticking right now. Alright, there he is. There's the big guy. God, man. Holy. Holy, did he ever just spawn in a bunch? Alright, just move away from here. kind of actually like the wilderness. Oh my god, I just realized that was a living piranha. Okay, I need to go find more. I need to focus on you when your buddies aren't around. This is getting close. I don't know if I have enough time. Problem is I can't focus. I just grabbed the damn fishing rod. Ah, what the hell just hit me? Ah, this is frustrating. Well, I hope you like piranha, sir. We might have to upgrade the pistol. There's my shotgun. There's my rifle, and there's whatever killed me. What is this? This was just a bloody rock. Alright, so I bought the pistol. It does a lot more damage, so we're probably going to work on that. Speaking of that, I'm going to feed you again, I think. So yeah, we'll work on upgrading the pistol, I guess. And I guess we may as well just do it while doing the piranha run, just because, I mean, we get to keep the piranha, so even if I fail, it's not like it's really that bad. Alright, yeah, pistol. It's going to be very hard. Oh, wait, actually, not bad. 28 damage is pretty damn good. Even without the scope, it seems to have a slight auto-aim. I missed it. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I was connecting them for a second. Oh god, sorry there. And then this is just great for dealing with the creeps. So we got lots of dead piranhas over there. Where'd he go? There he is. I'm stuck! I'm always stuck in everything. I hate this. This is the worst freaking island, dude. Alright, that's 42 there. Okay, let's get back. Eat some piranha. Alright, well, I don't know if I'm going to survive this, but I had just a massive spawn of piranhas. Get my pistol out. I just punched him. Alright, as I said, though, I didn't think I was going to spawn or survive that. We haven't upgraded this thing yet, and now at least we can with all these piranhas. Alright, well, I could definitely use that laser sight with this, being that's a little bit more important. $35 to upgrade once more, of course. Alright, I think that should be maxed. Yeah, so we have maxed out everything. Now I just need my leeches again. Man, this thing spawn at like 1 every 15 minutes, it feels like. You can only have one, right? Well, you don't have any. Oh, God. Found one. And let's also buy some dynamite. We'll buy 2 of those. Okay. I guess I'll have one here. I didn't realize they didn't stack. Finally, the leeches are spawning. Need one more. Okay. Oh, is this the 3rd time again? Feels like I have to fight 3 times every boss. I don't know what we're gonna do if I can't do this, because, I mean, I should be able to do it. I have most of the upgrades. God, I'm right in the face. Right in the face again. Alright, back to this. I do need that. Man, I just can't aim with this. And now we just have these little guys everywhere, so I can't even move. Where's the big guy? Where's the big guy, guys? There he is. What the hell? I just dropped. What happened to my gun? Oh, God, how did I do that? How did I miss everything? I really just gotta, like, actually ADS. Because, like, this is actually really hard to hit. God. Alright, this is where I gotta switch guns now. Yeah, we got some sneak shooting to do. Try, maybe. How the hell? No! I dropped so many items. Why was my brain confused? I dropped it. Okay, that's a bad start. That's bad juju right there. Alright, there we go. Now I need to light this and throw it. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that was way too close. That thing did not have as much of a fuse as I thought. At least it lasted long enough to not kill me this time. need to go for the big guy. Oh my god, I haven't played an FPS in so long, sorry. Alright, I need to get health. Got a perch. Hopefully that helps a lot. It did seem to. Alright, and I need to stay into the woods because there's a lot of guys over there. Okay, where is he? Is that him? That's him there. Problem is I need to rush. I really don't like the time on these. I got time, so I don't need to freak out or anything. There we go. That was a good connection. Oh, please don't die right at the end. That would really suck. Maybe I should get a food while I'm waiting. Not be too ballsy. Actually, there we go. I got it! Ah! Why are you guys still alive? You're supposed to be dead. Now that your mother's dead. Get out of here. Holy, was that an adventure? Oh my, you freak off! Didn't realize getting rid of the final few would be so annoying. Alright, grab this before, wait, where did it go? Oh no. Is it even in here? Alright, well we got meat chunks. Is there anyone flying around? There is, I think they freaking stole it. Oh, there it is. Okay, never mind. Oh, I did it. Oh god, hold up. Why am I taking damage? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to take that. Here you go. What do I do with it? I don't know what to do with this. It keeps damaging me. Was I supposed to give it to you? You will find the yummy creature for me. I can give you the location of the island I found. There you go. Ah, take flash drive. Do I have a... Can I put that anywhere? I'm sure I can. It's a load. Giving a middle finger. But yeah, I've only gotten the perks from the explosion, so I don't know how that happened. What is that? For you, I got triggerfish. Again, that must have been from the explosion. So I don't know how I caught so many fish on land via dynamite explosion, but we should probably throw a few more of those later. Oh, look at all my money, though. Are you not impressed? $360. We still got a few over here. Some in the distance, as you can see. Problem is, I take a lot of damage, so I don't really want to grab them, but it is a bloodbath, as you can clearly tell. We should probably eat some of these for food. All right, well, what the hell is that? Oh, it's my leech. Do you want this? Still gave me $4 for it. But yeah, guys, I think that's a good time to wrap up this episode here. Once again, this is How to Fish, a great game at teaching you how to accurately fish, that's for damn sure. We did pretty good for the first episode. Being that I'm running solo, this is a co-op game. I didn't think we'd get much done, to be fair. I'm happy we did 2 islands alone. And yeah, I think it actually does play well alone as well. So if you guys would like to see more, let me know in the comments below. And yeah, maybe we can explore more of these weird waters. As always, thanks for watching and liking, guys. I'll see you in the next one.
Take a look at what I picked up for just $45. This isn't some outdated junk. It's an HP 800G1 SFF, an old office PEC, sure, but still very usable. And the interesting part, it's a small form factor system. Everything's packed into this tiny case, custom power supply, optical drive, all of it. It's compact, but there's definitely potential here. Because right now, this thing is far from a gaming PC. But with a few upgrades, that could change pretty quickly. So first, let's open it up and see what we're actually working with. Everything is packed really tight in here, but trust me, we'll figure it out. Right now, the setup is pretty basic. Just 8 gigabytes of RAM, not great, but I'll leave it for now. We've got SATA, and luckily, SSD upgrades are supported. The PSU, of course, it's proprietary. Typical office PC stuff. Not very powerful either, which means whatever we add here has to be efficient. But before we spend any money, let's see if it even works. Alright, it boots. As for the Intel Core, i3-4160, nothing special, 2 cores, 4 threads, locked at 3.6 gigahertz. Scores around 1,000 points. Pretty low. It's just a basic office chip, fine for everyday tasks, but definitely not for gaming. And the iGPU? Nothing. It's weak. So instead of jumping straight into modern games, let's start simple. Minecraft. And with single channel RAM, it's rough. The CPU is bottlenecked, the memory is maxed out, everything feels strained. So I added another 8 gigabyte stick. Now we're at 16 gigabyte dual channel. Much better. RAM is still heavily used and it's not perfectly smooth, but FPS nearly doubled. That's progress. But then I tried something more demanding, CS2. And yeah, even with 16 gigabytes, it doesn't help much. FPS sits around 20, even at 720p. So no, this isn't perfect. Progress is still progress. Now we've got a foundation. Now it's time to turn this weak little office PC to something completely different. Now, before I jump into the upgrade, I actually had to make a decision because on this platform there are two obvious choices. The first one is the Intel Core i7-4770, classic, 4 cores, 8 threads, basically the proper upgrade for a system like this. But then there's the second option, the Intel Xeon E3-1241V3. And here's where things get interesting, because on paper, these two CPU are almost identical. Same core count, same thread count, very similar clock speeds. In fact, performance difference between them is basically negligible. We're talking around 1% difference at most on benchmarks. So in real-world gaming, you're not going to feel it. But the price, that's where everything changes. Because Xenons like this are usually way cheaper on the used market, since they came out of old servers and workstations. So instead of paying extra for an i7 badge, you're basically getting i7 level performance for a fraction of the cost. And yeah, at that point, the choice becomes pretty obvious. So I went with the Xeon. Now, when it comes to upgrading the GPU, this is where things get a little tricky. Because if you're planning to buy one of these old Office PC and upgrade it, honestly, you should just go for a bigger case. More space, standard power supply, you can throw in almost any GPU you want without thinking twice. That's the easy way. But that's too easy. So instead, I'm going to make this a bit more challenging. We're sticking with this small form factor case, which means low profile GPU only. Limited power, limited space, limited choices, and after digging around, I ended up choosing the AMD Radeon RX 554 gigabytes low profile. Now this is the part I'm really curious about, because on one side, we've got the Intel Xeon E3-1241V3, a surprisingly powerful CPU for a system like this, and on the other side, we've got the RX 550. Yeah, not exactly a powerhouse. So the real question is this a balanced combo, or did I just pair a bodybuilder with someone who skips leg day? On paper, the CPU is more than enough. But the GPU, that's where things get a little questionable. It should handle lighter games just fine. Maybe even some older AAA titles if we tweak the settings. But modern games? Yeah, this could turn into a slideshow real fast. Then again, sometimes these weird combos actually surprise you. So instead of guessing, let's just see what it can really do. In Minecraft after the upgrade, everything feels completely different. I'm testing at 32 chunks, and even then, it's way smoother than before. FPS sits around 60, and both the CPU and GPU are working at a balanced level. No obvious bottleneck anymore. Next up, CS2. At 1080p, low settings, since this isn't a powerful card, the results are actually pretty decent. Moving around 100 plus FPS during intense fights drops to around 60 FPS. If you're just playing for fun, not super competitive, this is totally playable. But it's clear now, the GPU is the bottleneck, constantly sitting near 100% usage. And to really show what a bottleneck looks like, let's jump into Cyberpunk 2077. At low settings, FPS hovers around 20. That's not smooth. This is basically below the minimum playable level for a game like this. Yeah, it's fine for lighter games like Minecraft. But the moment I turn on shaders or jump into anything more demanding, this tiny low-profile card just runs out of steam. So if I actually want to enjoy a wider range of games, I have to upgrade the GPU. Now sure, you could go for something like the Radeon RX 6400 or RTX 3056 gigabytes. They're low profile, very power efficient, perfect for small systems. But the downside? Price. They're noticeably more expensive than regular full-size cards. And yeah, I'm not trying to spend that kind of money, so instead, I'm going with something bigger, like this GTX 1063 gigabytes, around $60 on the used market. Way better value. But of course, nothing is perfect. The downside is obvious. It's too big for this case. So now the challenge isn't just upgrading anymore, it's figuring out how to make it fit without spending a ton of money. But there's one thing about this system that really bothers me, cooling. It's just not designed for a high-performance CPU. You can see it clearly. Temperatures sometimes hit 80 degrees Celsius, which is pretty hot. And yeah, it makes sense. This machine was never built to handle powerful CPU in the first place. What makes it worse is the cooler itself. It's proprietary. You can't just swap in a normal aftermarket cooler because the mounting system is completely different. So instead of replacing it, I went with a simpler solution. I jumped into the BIOS and cranked up the fan speed, especially in idle light load mode, pushing it to the maximum. Now let's see, does that actually make a difference? Back to Minecraft, same settings as before. And yeah, the difference is very clear. Both FPS and temperatures improved a lot. The CPU now stays under 70 degrees Celsius, about 10 degrees cooler than before, but there's a trade-off. The fan is loud, like really loud. In a quiet room, it's hard to ignore. Performance-wise, FPS jumps up to around 130 FPS. That's a solid game, but stability, still not perfect. This 12-year-old CPU can still struggle when too many chunks load at once. Next, CS2. Here, both CPU and GPU are working more evenly. FPS stays above 100, even during intense fights. And this time, stability is great. No major drops, completely playable. Finally, Cyberpunk 2077. And surprisingly, it still holds up well. FPS sits around 50 to 60, and after testing for a while, I can say this combo is totally capable of 1080p gaming. If your goal is just 1080p gaming, honestly, you can stop right there. But what if you're aiming higher, 2K, or even 4K? Can this machine actually handle it? So I decided to push things further by upgrading to something much more powerful. And yeah, I'm talking about the RTX 3060-12 gigabytes. Fitting it in? Surprisingly not too hard, since I already removed most of the obstructions earlier, but it's huge. So yeah, I had to measure, cut, and modify the case again. And here's the result. Everything fits. Nothing touches the fan. And somehow, it's actually solid, even without a single screw holding the GPU in place. The case itself kind of braces it from multiple angles. But now comes the real problem. Power. There's no way that old 240-watt PSU can handle this. This GPU alone can pull around 170 watts. So I had to switch to an external power supply, mounted outside the case. I cut a hole to rig the cables inside, then secured the PSU by mounting it directly onto the side panel with screws. And because this system uses a proprietary connector, I had to use a 24-pin to 6-pin adapter just to power the motherboard. After putting everything back together, I have to admit, it actually looks pretty clean. Kind of aggressive, kind of ridiculous, but definitely. This is no longer just a basic office PC anymore. It's something completely different. This time, I'm skipping 1080p entirely and jumping straight to 2K, starting with Cyberpunk 2077, just to really push this system. At 2K, it delivers around 70 to 80 FPS. The CPU is working almost at full load, but surprisingly, the performance stays stable, no major drops. Then I pushed it even further, 4K, and wow, this machine is still holding up. Not just running, but running well. FPS hovers around 60. That's honestly impressive for a system this old. The only issue, the GPU is running hot, really hot. Yeah, I'll probably need to repaste it after this, but overall, I've taken a 13-year-old PC and pushed it to a completely different level. Now I can play pretty much any game I want, even at 4K. If you want to see me try something even crazier, drop your ideas in the comments.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slap Ham. These are the scariest video clips of the week. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content, just like this. Our first clip of the day is a strange one uploaded by TikTok user Jezebel TikTok. Take a look. Watching that again after the dog fetches the frisbee, it looks like it's playing around with someone. It looks like some kind of invisible force is grabbing the frisbee and they're playing tug-of-war with the dog. This goes on for some time as the owner watches on, winded. This bizarre footage set the comments section abuzz as people scrambled to make sense of what's going on. The majority of people seem to agree that something's grabbed the frisbee and the dog is struggling to wrestle it free. Some grounded ideas suggested that the dog was just playing around, or that the frisbee's blocking its view and it's walking awkwardly because of that. However, there's a distinct moment when the dog starts walking normally in a straight line. So what do you make of this curious footage? What's causing the dog to behave like this? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments section down below. There are a lot of things you might expect to see on the side of the road while driving. Animals, hitchhikers, broken down vehicles. However, this video, uploaded to YouTube by Ida Olivas, shows something that no one would likely anticipate. The footage was captured on the dashboard camera of a vehicle travelling down the Saltillo Torreon highway in Mexico. As the video begins, we see the vehicle driving late at night. It's dark, yet the road is well lit by the headlights of passing cars. Suddenly, something unusual passes by. Take a look. As you can see, a woman in a white dress comes running down the side of the road. She looks to be flailing her arms as she moves. At first, you might think this is just an ordinary person, one who's attempting to wave down a passing car. However, if you look carefully, you might notice that she appears to be missing her head. Could this be a sighting of the infamous woman in white, a type of spirit often thought to have died in a state of heartbreak? If this is the case, then perhaps she met her end on this very stretch of highway. Some viewers don't think that anything supernatural is happening in this clip at all. They believe that the woman's not headless, but rather appears that way due to a trick of the light. However, even if this is the case, then why is she running down the highway flailing her arms in the middle of the night? So what do you think's going on in this video? Does it really show a ghost? Or is there another explanation for this bizarre scene? Let me know your take on this in the comment section down below. When Redditor Random Doge 47 decided to visit the abandoned Hartwood Hospital in Scotland, they were probably hoping to capture some creepy footage. As it turns out, they may have caught more than they initially bargained for.
Oh my god, amigo.
Formerly known as the Lanark District Asylum, the complex was opened in 1895. At one time, it could accommodate up to 500 psychiatric patients and included staff houses, a farm, railway line, and even a cemetery. In 1906, a tuberculosis sanatorium was also built on the property. After undergoing a period of decline, the hospital eventually closed its doors in 1998. The buildings were then used briefly by Lancashire Television as a film studio. In 2004 and 2016, fires left the property significantly damaged. In this footage, we see one of the buildings. It's immediately obvious that it's in disrepair. We can see that the lower windows are all boarded up. The poster also notes that the upper floors have even collapsed. As the camera holder pans around the building, keen-eyed viewers might be able to spot something moving in the top left-hand window. Take a look.
Oh my god.
If you zoom in, you can see a figure with a pale face. It seems to notice the group down below and quickly disappears from sight. At first, several viewers thought that the figure might actually be a bird. However, the poster noted that this was unlikely, as the first time we see the shape, it's in the middle of the window. The camera then briefly pans away before we see the shape again. It's still in the center of the window. If it really was a bird, it would have to have hovered in place without moving. While several viewers turned to the paranormal for answers, others thought that even though the building looked sealed from the bottom, it was probably a squatter who had found a way to get inside. But what do you think it could be? Hovering bird, squatter, or a ghost? Let me know in the comments down below. In late 2018, the Humboldt Pet Supply store in Arcata, California started experiencing some odd things around their premises. Objects around the store would fall over so often they began to suspect that they had a ghost cat haunting the property. Luckily, their CCTV cameras started picking up some of the activity, so the owners could prove they weren't going mad. Take a look. In this first clip, we see a bag fall off one of the shelves as a staff member goes about their day. Then, things get even stranger in this next snippet. Watch. At the bottom of the screen, you can see a cat's shadow walk by. But there doesn't appear to be anything that could have caused this shadow. A cat doesn't walk by the door at all. Then, the store's resident cat, Diego, heads to the door to investigate. It's as though Diego can suspect that something's off. In this last piece of footage, yet more activity is recorded in the store. Admittedly, this last one does look like the work of Stream, which makes the other recorded activity a little less convincing. So, is the store haunted by the spirit of the cat, or is it all just a bit of fun marketing? Watch the footage again and decide for yourself. In February 2021, TikTok user Alice Nash1 shared some freaky home security footage that couldn't quite be explained. They shared it on their social media where it caused quite a stir. Take a look. As you can see, a strange shadowy figure walks up the stairs past one of the residents. It's transparent and amorphous, but looks vaguely human in shape. Whatever it is, it makes its way up the stairs, then floats off camera. A lot of viewers on TikTok called it a great catch, inferring that they indeed believe this to be a genuine paranormal sighting. The OP suggested it could be a shadow figure or even a dog. In an instant, a dark figure appears. It's hard to see at first, but it's definitely there. It looks as though it walks to the right of frame before vanishing from sight. The figure looks like a shadow. When it suddenly appears, then disappears, seems otherworldly. Unfortunately, as is often the case with these sorts of videos, the lack of accompanying information makes it difficult to know just what we're seeing. So, for now, it will have to be left up to you, the viewer, to decide whether it's paranormal or not. One of our viewers, Mark D, sent the following eerie image into our Facebook group where it caused quite a stir among our viewers. Mark was at a mate's place in the backyard when suddenly their dog began to behave strangely, as though something was wrong. The group couldn't figure out what was spooking the dog, so on a whim they took out their phones and took a few snaps of the backyard. In one of the photos, something strange can be seen in the background. There's a transparent, misty shape on the left. You can make out what appears to be a head with dark, sunken eyes. It almost looks like a figure crouching in the darkness. In the foreground, you can see that the dog's tail is down and it looks somewhat anxious. The group of friends can't explain what happened that night and only have this photo to go by. Some of our viewers thought it looked like a figure crouching down trying to call the dog over or play with it. The other option is that this is a case of pareidolia, a phenomenon that causes our brains to see familiar shapes and patterns in otherwise random stimuli. For example, looking at clouds in the sky, we might see familiar objects like a car or boat. Here, we might be simply looking at a swirling mist gathering at night time, but what our brains see is a freaky old hag luring an innocent dog in to do her bidding. The thing that adds a little mystery to this photo, though, is the fact that the dog was acting strangely and was clearly spooked by something. This next creepy video was uploaded to YouTube by Believe, a Paranormal Experience. It showcases one of their investigations when they were called to a supposedly haunted restaurant named The Great Escape, located in Schiller Park, Illinois. The building in which the restaurant is located has a rather interesting history. As the current owner Brian notes, it was once a speakeasy during the days of Prohibition, with gambling downstairs and a brothel upstairs. In recent years, several eerie incidents have been reported on the premises. These include sightings of a clipboard-carrying man in a black suit who walks into a closet and suddenly vanishes. There's also the sounds of 1920s music coming from the basement after hours, and even stories of an antique radio that began playing tunes even though it wasn't working. At the beginning of the video, we see a photo that was supposedly captured by a customer after he thought he saw a shadow figure. In the picture, which was taken just outside the women's bathroom, we can see what appears to be a ghostly young girl wearing an old-style dress. In an attempt to contact the girl, one of the investigators enters the bathroom. Using an EVP device, she asked several questions.
Is there a little girl here?
The answers she receives are certainly open to interpretation. However, what the investigator captures on camera visually will likely send chills down the spine. Have a look.
Are there any women in here with me?
At first, you may not notice anything out of the ordinary, but if you focus on the gap between the door, there appears to be a face staring back at the camera. Next, several more investigators attempt to make contact, this time in the basement.
What used to happen in this basement a long time ago?
Firstly, they ask any present entities to state their name. The EVP device then seems to pick up on the word Mike.
Tell me your name.
They then ask several more questions. Listen to the chilling answers that they receive.
Mike, what did you do here, Mike? Bartend? Don't say. What was the basement used for during Prohibition? How many spirits are we talking to?
Could this old speakeasy still be haunted with the ghosts of yesteryear? Judging by the evidence gathered during this investigation, it certainly seems possible.
too loud for you, Mike.
This next piece of CCTV footage was uploaded by Archivos del Infierno over on TikTok. It shows a young boy playing around in a yard. When suddenly, something strange happens. Watch. It looks like something pushes the boy in the back. If you slow it down, you can make out a shadow or transparent shape that appears just behind the boy. Some viewers said he merely stumbled, but that doesn't explain the strange shadowy figure behind the boy. Unfortunately, like a lot of mysterious clips floating around the internet, there's almost no accompanying information to run with. So for now, you'll have to watch the clip again and make up your own mind as to what's happening here. Here's another out-of-thin-air type video that's been causing confusion on the internet. This one was uploaded to TikTok by Jitter-less. Take a look at what this security camera has captured. As the van passes by, a man seems to appear out of nowhere. He has a strange, at-attention posture before he starts to march towards the building. It's possible the man just jumped out of the van while it was moving, but it's his strange posture that throws this into doubt. If he jumped out of the van, even at this speed, you'd think there'd be some evidence of inertia, or that he'd be stumbling to get his balance. Amusingly, a lot of comments said that this dude just spawned into the game, or that he joined the server. So what's to be made of this bizarre sighting? Are we really seeing people teleport in and out of existence? Or is there another way to explain this? Share your theories in the comment section down below. Adventures Jassim the Dark Knight is a YouTube channel based in Saudi Arabia. The channel's owner frequently explores abandoned buildings that are rumored to be haunted. In this episode, he searches an old, dilapidated apartment on the edge of the city. As he explores the empty building, there are signs that squatters may live here. Before long, the OP begins to hear strange noises throughout the building. It doesn't appear that anyone else is in the building at the time of filming, yet he continues to hear mysterious sounds. Then suddenly, this happens. Watching that again, as he looks into another room, a desk appears to slide across the floor on its own. The adventurer quickly looks around. There's no one there. When this exploration seems freaky enough, something else happens that's a little more alarming. Watch.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
As the OP enters a room, a quick thud is heard behind him.
لا إله إلا الله
That's when he spots a knife jumping out of the door.
لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
Creepily, if we review the footage from just seconds earlier, you can see that there's no knife in the same door.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله بسم الله.
This is enough to send the camera holder fleeing from the building, and the episode promptly ends. This is certainly an alarming piece of footage. It seems to be a mix of possible otherworldly activity and a more immediate real-life warning. I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you make of this urban exploration? Share your opinions in the comment section down below.
لا إله إلا لا إله إلا الله لا إله إلا الله.
What's your worst fear about moving into a new house? Faulty wiring, structural damage? What about if it's haunted? In this short video posted to TikTok by Lauren G. Glad, you might see your worst nightmare coming to life. In old times, the act of the groom carrying his bride over the threshold was thought to help protect her from demons, which might be lurking inside their new home. In this case, it isn't clear if the couple is married or if the house is even new, but what the camera has caught is nevertheless likely to send chills down the spine. Watch. If you look at the open doorway just behind the couple, you'll notice that they're not alone. There's a pale figure lurking in the shadows. It has long, dark hair and appears to have glowing eyes. Whatever it is, it seems to clutch at the door for a moment before disappearing into the house. However, as it turns out, it was later revealed by the woman who posted the clip to TikTok that the creepy figure seen by the door was actually her. It seems she didn't realise that the video was being made and she had attempted to get out of the way before being seen. But if you think this eerie mystery ends there, you'd be mistaken. Several keen-eyed viewers notice that you'll also see a strange shadowy shape in the window. Take a look. So far, it seems no one's been able to offer a valid explanation for this other creepy anomaly. So what do you think? Does this video really show something supernatural, or is this just another hoax in the window? Also, quick question, would you be willing to move into a house that you knew was haunted? Or are you the type of person that prefers to have no freeloading spirits roaming the hallways? Let me know where you sit on this in the comments down below. This next clip's been going viral this last couple of weeks, with various versions getting shared around. This one was uploaded to TikTok by Mr. Paranormal. The man seen in the clip believes his house is haunted. It all started when he began experiencing strange things around his home. Eerie whispering at night time, lights turning on and off, and dark shadowy figures lingering in the hallway. These bizarre happenings allegedly started getting worse and worse, so he decided to set up a series of cameras around his home to try and catch some of the activity on film. This is what one of the cameras caught. Watching that again, a few eerie things happen in a relatively short period of time. Firstly, as the man walks up the stairs, shadow seems to follow him. Whatever it is, it looks to have long, eerie legs and is stalking in a crouched position. At the end of the cliff, the cupboard door then moves open, and a face can be seen hovering in the darkness. Naturally, there were thousands of people freaked out, hiding in the comments looking for answers. Some noted that it looks like the first shadow was crawling on all fours. Others said the homeowner should have the property blessed by a priest immediately and were genuinely worried about the OP's safety. So what would you do if you heard strange noises in your home and then captured footage like this? Let me know your next movements in the comment section down below. YouTuber Hassan Baba is certainly no stranger to creepy experiences. He often explores old abandoned buildings in a hope of catching something supernatural on camera. This video begins as the YouTuber cautiously enters a building. He shines his flashlight inside and calls out to make sure he's alone. The property is clearly derelict. This is evident even as the YouTuber makes his way up the first flight of stairs. Debris lines the floor and holes have been smashed into the structure itself. Eventually, the explorer makes his way to the top of the stairs, where he enters a large space. The area is big enough to be a theatre or even a ballroom. He quickly notices that the floor remains incomplete. The structure seems to be in place, but there are no floorboards covering the gaps. This makes it hard for the YouTuber to traverse the area, but he cautiously makes his way across. Suddenly, he hears a loud sound and turns around just in time to see a plank of wood falling to the floor. The explorer decides to turn around and make his way back to the entrance. However, as he does, he notices something strange in one of the gaps in the floor. Take a look. It appears to be a figure wearing some sort of dark hood. It watches the camera for several seconds before slowly lowering from view. Carefully, the explorer makes his way closer. For the next few minutes, he painstakingly searches the area. However, the figure seems to have completely vanished. What could this mysterious entity have been? If it was a homeless person, then surely the explorer would have found some evidence of them being around. Is it possible then it was actually a ghost, as a lot of commenters speculated? Let me know your thoughts on this down below. Reddit user Natty Pack recently lost their four-legged friend Biscuit. They had been friends for over 11 years, and the family were devastated when their cherished friend suddenly passed away out of the blue. To honour Biscuit's memory, they decided to spread her ashes at the water's edge in her favourite park. The family took some photos to commemorate the moment, but couldn't quite believe what they were seeing. In one of the photos, the ashes form a distinct dog shape in the air. There's a remarkable resemblance to Biscuit herself. Natty Pack says that logically their brain says it's probably just ashes in the wind, But they can't help but think that this is Biscuit's way of saying a final goodbye to the family. The Reddit community were clearly moved by this stunning image. As tributes poured in, many commenters shared their own stories of their own lost pets. Despite the touching story, some Redditors were skeptical that the image had been photoshopped. One viewer ran the photo through some filters to show that the image hadn't been manipulated. Furthermore, the OP later posted a link to a live photo of the image where you can see the ashes moving. Here, they form a dog-like shape and blow away in the breeze. So is it all just an amazing coincidence? Or is Biscuit saying goodbye one last time? Either way, if it brings the family some comfort, then that's all that really matters. Paranormies are an amazing paranormal investigation channel here on YouTube. They travel around North America researching and exploring notoriously haunted properties. And more often than not, they capture some pretty freaky things on camera. In this episode, the team goes to investigate an old cottage deep in the wilderness.
Dark stereo TV?
The owners of the property told the Paranormies team that they frequently hear strange noises, not only in the house, but also in the surrounding woods. Mysterious shadowy figures have also been seen lurking around the property, but they always vanish when someone goes to take a closer look. One of the owners, Sheila, can't explain what's going on this remote property. While renovating the old cottage, she discovered some old photos that date back to the early 1900s. While browsing the old album, something strange happened to Sheila. When she started looking at an old black and white family portrait, she began to have a panic attack. She felt nauseous and lightheaded and almost blacked out. Sheila can't explain the strange episode and admits it could just be her imagination playing tricks on her. However, if this investigation is anything to go by, Sheila's panic attack could indeed have been brought on by something a little more sinister. The Paranormies team begins their night by setting up their equipment.
It stinks in your like old house, you know what I mean? Like the old wood from whatever is there.
They take a look around the cottage.
I actually saw it. I don't believe in the wolves or anything, but I just saw something that whip past me. Like no doesn't.
Not long into their investigation, things begin to take a turn for the strange, as bizarre activity is recorded upstairs. Take a look.
Oh my god. Who are you? Hi. My name is Jordan. This is Johnny. Can you tell me what your name is?
The rocking horse and chair are moving, seemingly all on their own.
What is happening here? Do I touch you? Oh, holy. Okay. Okay, can you hang on a second? We just need some kind of gear to talk to you. Stop. Stop. Oh my god. Electric again. Again? Can you stop? I don't know what's behind me. It sounds like somebody's sitting on it.
The activity subsides as quickly as it began, and everything goes quiet.
Stop. Oh, I'm sweating. Okay. I'm not sleeping that bad.
Later in the night, the radio in the house begins to play up.
It wasn't lit up before, though. It wasn't. So it went. See? Did you see that? That was weird. Why didn't you use it off? It's on. Sure, before. See? There it goes. I just. Is that you doing that? Who are you? That is weird. anything else that you like to do, tell us. It's like it's shutting off and turning on.
Then in another room, the tap turns on.
Water? Sounds like the water. Oh my god. So to play with electricity, faucets.
While in the bathroom, more strange movement is recorded. Watch.
So, okay, we're gonna do a Ouija board session. That scared me. There's no way that I fucking moved that fast. No, you didn't. I was filming the whole thing. You were puzzling. Oh, my heart's beating so fast.
The team didn't realise it at the time, but while they were checking out the movement of the plank of wood, something eerie can be seen in the window behind them.
There's a set of eyes looking at us through the window, piercing red eyes, and
two glowing red dots that resemble eyes.
It just makes you wonder, was that the creature that Sheila was talking about that was making these weird sounds, whether it was something mimicking it out?
The team can't explain this sighting. They looked for lights outside, but nothing could be found. It's almost like something was watching them through the window.
I am my hand. That scared.
Hours later, one of the team heads out to investigate the woodshed all alone. This is where the homeowners have heard some very strange noises at all hours of the night. While searching the area, he hears this.
Now, during my today, I thought it was necessary for me to come check out this woodshed where they hear a lot of the sounds between the two houses. I heard some crackling and bush that way. I can't see that. Oh my god. I shouldn't be out here. Oh god.
Listening again, it sounds like someone says, okay.
I shouldn't even be out here. Oh god. I shouldn't even be out here. Oh god. Oh.
Then what happens next left the Paranormies team completely shocked. Watch.
That's when we saw the figure. Oh my god. Holy. Just as I was saying that, it's right there.
Slowing that down, a dark figure moves past the window.
Oh my god. Holy. Just as I was saying that, it's right there.
The creepiest part is Jordan, the other team member, is asleep all alone inside the cottage. He has no idea that a dark figure is upstairs.
Just as I was saying that, it's right there. Jordan's sleeping. Holy. I have to call.
There is a part 2 to this investigation, which I highly recommend you check out. I'll chuck a link to it in the description box down below.
You see what I said? We're going to be sitting there for people and it's actually sort of standing over here. Oh my god.
Our first clip of the day, uploaded by Vincent Alayorde, has been confusing and freaking TikTok viewers out. Hundreds of comments have flooded in trying to make sense of this bizarre sighting. Oh my god. On a sunny day in Disneyland, a patron is busy filming a cast member dressed as Wanda from the Marvel Universe, when something strange happens in the background. The man in the pink t-shirt seems to appear out of nowhere. If you watch it in slow motion, there's no evidence of the man at all. There's no shadow or anything that suggests that a man is walking by. Also note the man's trajectory. He's clearly walking from right to left. Seconds earlier, there's no sign of him. This bizarre sighting quickly went viral on TikTok, with loads of theories dropping in the comments. The most obvious explanation is that it's a trick of perspective, but it's a hard one, because the man would have had to have been walking in a straight line with Wanda, then take a sharp turn to the left to make it appear the way it does. This prompted many commenters to call this man a time traveller, or that he can teleport. But what do you think's going on here? Are we really witnessing something out of the ordinary, or is it just a peculiar perspective? Let me know where you land on this in the comments section down below. In this next video, uploaded to YouTube by ILMN Barno Paranormal, we see some possible paranormal activity caught in an old abandoned factory. The clip starts out as the explorer enters the building. The camera holder explains that it's been empty for about 60 years. According to him, there was an accident at the facility that killed several workers. The government subsequently shut it down and it's been abandoned ever since. To this day, it's believed that the ghosts of these workers still haunt the property. After winding his way down several dark passageways with only his camera light to guide him, the explorer eventually reaches a room that appears to have once been used as an office. Suddenly, something strange is caught on camera. The cupboard door flings open, seemingly all on its own. It spooks the explorer, who runs from the room. He soon regains his composure and returns for a second look. He searches the area, but seems unable to find any logical explanation for the door's sudden movement. Sometime later, he enters another room. As he scans the camera around the area, he inadvertently manages to capture the reflection of a shadowy figure in one of the windows. Next, the explorer enters an area of the building that is noticeably more run down than the rest. As he makes his way cautiously through the darkness, he's stopped in his tracks when he hears an eerie sound. Listen. Bravely, the explorer continues on. After navigating his way down a long dark corridor, he reaches what appears to be another office area. There, he's spooked one final time. As you can see, a chair suddenly slides out from behind a desk as if pulled by some sort of unseen force. Finally, it all seems too much for the explorer, who quickly exits the room, and the video ends shortly thereafter. So is it possible that the workers who sadly lost their lives years earlier were responsible for the supposed paranormal activity seen here? Until more information comes to hand, the answer will continue to remain unknown.
You good, bud? What you laughing at?
This next video was uploaded to Reddit by Big Pappy Thunder. Since then, it's garnered quite a lot of attention on several social media sharing platforms. The footage begins as we see a dog barking intently into the darkness.
Stop barking, bud. It's fine.
The camera holder then asks the pooch what it's barking at, and the two cautiously proceed forward. Suddenly, a dark, ghostly shape can be seen flying from the right side of screen. It disappears behind the tree. The camera holder doesn't seem to notice it, however the dog still seems on edge. After watching the clip, we did a little research and decided to contact the uploader for more information. Unexpectedly, he revealed that the video is actually a fake. Just a clever prank devised by the poster in order to garner some online attention. It seems to have worked too, with the clip already earning almost 7,000 upvotes on Reddit at the time of writing. So, unfortunately, this clip doesn't show anything paranormal at all, just a rather creepy gag.
Working up on.
Stop barking, bud. What's wrong?
This next brief clip was shared to TikTok by user Too Scary. It shows someone walking through a cemetery late at night, and they spot something eerie lurking in the darkness. Have a look. Slowing that down and brightening up the image, you can see a dark mass near the rear stone wall. What's strange is the flashlight's lighting doesn't interact with the shadow properly. It only illuminates through the bottom half of the mass. Like many so-called ghost videos, this little snippet has almost no accompanying information, so it's hard to comment on it much further. We don't know where or when this was taken or what the OP thought they saw. So, until more info comes to hand, this strange little sighting will have to remain a mystery. In early 2020, a police station in Ecuador started experiencing some mysterious events that couldn't quite be explained. Luckily, their in-house CCTV captured some of the strange activity for all the world to see. The footage was uploaded to YouTube by Des Videos. Here we can see an officer working the night shift. And suddenly, something eerie happens. Oh. It's after midnight when out of nowhere the chair slides towards the officer sitting at the desk. He gets up startled and walks towards the entrance to the building, but as he passes the camera, a shade of white illuminates the shot for a brief moment. The officer can then be seen making the sign of the cross across his chest. This motion is practiced by Catholics as a prayer and is sometimes used to ward off evil spirits. The likelihood of someone pulling this stunt as a prank seems low. One, you're messing with a police officer, and two, if it were just a co-worker, you may be facing losing your job for pulling a hoax like this. Also, note that the chair moves towards the corner of the room and not away. If it were string making the chair move, it would be difficult to rig it to move it in that direction without the police officer knowing. So is this police station in Ecuador haunted? It's hard to say for sure, but it certainly looks like this officer will remember this night for quite some time. There's something particularly eerie about allegedly haunted toys. Clips of moving dolls always seem to go viral. It seems they leave people wondering whether the item itself is cursed or whether there's a ghostly child playing with the toy. In this piece of home security footage uploaded by Titan Mysterio on TikTok, we see a woman browsing her phone at home. Watch what happens. As you can see, the teddy bear begins to move. Subtly at first, making the woman with the phone second guess what she saw out the corner of her eye. It then moves more noticeably and the woman gets up to run before the clip abruptly ends. This is another little viral clip with no info attached, so it's hard to speculate further. Most people in the comments section were certainly freaked out by the eerie movements of the bear, but ultimately it's impossible to know what's going on here for sure. So I'll throw this out to you, the viewers. Let me know your take on this in the comment section down below. Teleportation seems to be the theme of today's episode, as this next piece of footage uploaded to TikTok by 3D Dark Figure demonstrates. This one shows the opposite of the other two clips we looked at earlier. This time it appears as though this woman disappears. Unfortunately, the clip is so brief, we don't get to see what happens next. This has led many viewers to believe it's just a trick of perspective. They think the disappearing woman perhaps just ducked behind the woman in blue. Nevertheless, it hasn't stopped this clip from going viral. As of writing, this video has amassed a crazy 4.7 million views. So clearly there's enough mystery and intrigue here for that many people to share it around. Urban exploration is a great way to uncover lost secrets of the past. On occasion, those who do it catch some rather creepy things on camera. This eerie footage was uploaded to YouTube by Andy Persons after exploring an old abandoned factory known as the First Prize Center in Albany, New York. The building was a former meatpacking plant and, according to the YouTuber, developers had attempted to demolish it in the past, but the wrecking ball bounced off its walls multiple times and it remained intact. The video begins with the explorers entering the old building. Not too long into their investigation, the explorers stumble across a strange room that's full of old VHS and audio tapes. Take a look. Then, as they enter the lower levels of the building, their camera catches a shadowy figure darting into a nearby doorway. Moments later, things get even creepier when they shine a flashlight down an elevator shaft. The air suddenly fills with the sound of multiple whispering voices. Take a listen. Spooked, the team quickly leaves the area. As they continue their exploration, they discover another large room. This one's full of old toys. The toys look as though they've been here for some time, possibly dumped in the building years earlier. Their search eventually leads them to an area where they find dozens of old photographs. As they thumb through the snaps, it becomes apparent that they appear to have been taken from a distance, as if the photographer was spying on the subjects as they went about their daily lives. This old factory certainly seems like a very creepy place. Why have so many unusual items been left there over the years? And more importantly, what was the deal with that shadowy figure and those disembodied voices? Drop your theories about what's going on here in the comment section down below. There's very little information available about this next clip. It's supposedly an excerpt of security footage captured in a museum in Piazza Square in Batumi, Georgia. As the camera rolls, a strange cloud-like shape comes into view, seemingly from behind the wall. It then moves towards the bottom of the screen before disappearing from sight. Usually, when amorphous, blurry shapes are caught on camera, they can be explained away as dust particles or insects buzzing around the lens. However, in this case, the shape doesn't appear to be either of these things. It looks large and transparent. It appears to change direction and also seems to cast a shadow on the floor. What do you think this mysterious shape could be? I'd love to hear your opinions about this in the comment section down below. Here's another little clip that's been messing with people's minds over on TikTok. It was uploaded by user All Their Ears. Watch.
I'm like fucking scared. There's no one standing there, but there's a silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
There's a strange human-shaped shadow on the wall.
There's no one standing there, but there's a...
There doesn't appear to be anything that could be casting it.
Yeah.
This odd sighting quickly went viral, racking up over 4.5 million views at the time of this upload. Thousands of comments chimed in with their own take on what could be causing the shadow. Some said it was just spray paint on the wall. Others said it was a ghost or shadow figure. Then there were those who said it was a trick of perspective and that the shadow's being cast high up from the opposite side of the street.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person.
In a follow-up video, the OP says that it's not spray paint, showing us the wall on a grey, overcast day, where we can clearly see there's no shadow figure at all.
So as you see, there is nothing. Nothing at all.
They go on to show the street line across the road. It doesn't match the shape of the shadow at all.
That's a lamppost, like next to my neighbors, and it would project like here. So yeah, nothing.
They also say that the roof, high up on the opposite side of the street, doesn't have anything that could be casting a shadow like this.
Silhouette. Like
this has left many speculating that this is indeed a shadow figure, a glimpse of an ethereal being from another world. Strangely, a lot of people lost their minds at the end of the first clip. If we watch it again, right at the end, the curtain in the apartment on the top left flicks open for a split second.
Yeah.
A lot of people seem certain it has something to do with the shadowy figure. The OP still has no idea what caused the shadow. They say they don't particularly believe in the paranormal, but couldn't explain the bizarre side of it all.
I have no idea. I do believe in those kind of things a bit, but not as much. And I was so scared. I was not a little bit scared. I was scared.
So where do you sit on this? What do you think's causing that shadow? Share your theories with the rest of the community in the comments down below.
A silhouette, like a shadow of a person. Yeah.
The Duke of Cleveland pub in Hartlepool, United Kingdom is thought to be heavily haunted. Locals often speak of bizarre happenings inside this Grade II heritage-listed building. Built in 1833, this fairly small, unassuming building was once the summer home of the first Duke of Cleveland, William Henry Vane. Over the years, it's built a reputation for being plagued by the spirits of its former occupants. Staff and patrons say that quite often a lady in Victorian-era clothing can be seen peering out of one of the windows, only to disappear seconds later. A gentleman in a top hat has also been spotted walking straight through one of the pub's walls. An antique mirror mounted on the main landing of the building often has mysterious handprints on it very high up. These handprints are said to reappear just moments after being cleaned. A viewer of ours, Paul Reed, recently did a paranormal investigation of the premises. His team set up some specialty equipment and a series of cameras around the property. While the team had an eerie night exploring the old pub, nothing particularly strange happened, and so they thought. Reed was tasked with going over the security footage taken from that night. It seems he spotted something rather than settling. It's after midnight and the team is looking around the main dining hall, when suddenly this happens. A hunched over shadow seems to follow one of the team members. Seconds later, he comes back to the left of screen. There doesn't seem to be anything around that could have caused the shadow. This footage was also filmed directly off the security feed, so there's little chance of CGI or other video trickery being added in. No one there that night can explain this strange shadowy form, nor do they recall seeing anything like this in person. With its long history and notorious reputation for being haunted, it makes you wonder whether the Duke of Cleveland pub really is home to something paranormal. With all the death and sickness hospitals see, it's no wonder many people claim that they're heavily haunted. Healthcare workers often comment on our videos saying that they've seen some really eerie things in the hospitals they work in. This next clip seems to back up these claims. Reddit user or guy online wants to keep the location of this hospital private for the sake of keeping his job. He says the security guard he works with often spots strange things while doing his rounds at night time. The guard would see mysterious things so often he thought he was losing his mind. That's when he dared his fellow workmate to take a walk around at night time and film what he sees. The OB did end up walking around the hospital at night time while filming. While he thought it was unnerving, nothing particularly strange seemed to happen. So he thought. Upon reviewing the footage, one segment stood out. Take a look. Watching that again slowed down at the end of one of the hallways, a dark figure peeks out from around the corner. The Redditor claims that this part of the hospital isn't in use. It's late at night and no one else is around. So what's to be made of this eerie sighting? After seeing the footage, a lot of Reddit users shared their own experiences in other hospitals. A lot of comments describe very similar sightings, shadowy, almost transparent figures lurking out the corner of their eyes. Sometimes called shadow people, this bizarre phenomenon has been reported all around the world. Often people who suffer from sleep paralysis or insomnia report encounters with dark beings that stare at them from the corner of the room. Time and time again, witnesses will describe almost the exact same experience. So is this sighting a genuine shadow person? Is there another way to explain what's happening here? Unless more info comes to hand, it's likely we'll never know for certain what was lurking down this hospital's hallway. Whether or not Yetis actually exist has been the source of much debate for years. Supposed sightings of this elusive creature are often blurry or very clearly hoaxed. As camera quality improves, sightings of the mysterious Yeti continue, and if it really does exist, then hopefully irrefutable proof will soon be captured. The footage was supposedly captured on dashcam in the Russian Republic of Bashkortostan, which is near its border with Kazakhstan. In the video, we see a vehicle travelling along a snowy road. With nothing except headlights to illuminate the way, the vehicle cautiously continues into the darkness. Some viewers thought that the figure could have simply been a large human male. However, others disagreed, citing the creature's impressive size and seemingly hairy appearance as evidence that it was something else entirely. It wasn't really a Yeti. While the video is certainly intriguing and does appear to show something strange, it only adds to the mystery of the Yeti rather than solve it. Hopefully one day we can learn the truth behind this elusive creature once and for all. This next clip was captured in a dorm somewhere in Indonesia. It was shared by the Instagram account Kerasahan Netizen. The OP was sitting in their room when suddenly something eerie started happening. They took out their phone and captured the bizarre event unfolding. You can see the toy rabbit moving, seemingly all on its own. The camera holder jumps up and runs out into the hallway looking for help. If we look at that again, the first movement could just be gravity. Then the toy does a rolling motion and falls onto the floor. Naturally, a lot of people have suggested this could be the work of a poltergeist, a type of spirit that many paranormal investigators believe can manipulate objects in the physical world. Unfortunately, we don't know where exactly this was filmed, so it's impossible to research the area. So, for now, all we can do is speculate on this bizarre piece of footage. This next mind-bending clip was uploaded to TikTok by 15SIO4. It's been furrowing the brows of thousands of users as comments flooded in trying to make sense of this bizarre sighting. As you can see, when the camera looks at the bush through the window, it appears to be on fire. When they zoom in on the bush through the doorway, it doesn't appear to be a flame at all. A plethora of theories popped up in the comments. Many likened the scene to the third chapter of the book of Exodus in the Old Testament. In this tale, Moses is confronted by a talking, burning bush, a sign from God that he should lead his people to the Promised Land. While the shrub we're seeing here isn't as talkative as the Moses bush, it certainly evokes biblical imagery. Other comments thought the fire might be a reflection from behind the camera holder. Another popular theory said that we're seeing an ethanol fire. Pure ethanol burns cleanly with a very limited luminosity. In the light of day, it can be very hard to spot the flames of an ethanol fire. This theory suggests that the window alters the light, making us able to see the flames more clearly. Then there were plenty of people saying this is clear evidence that we're living in a simulated reality, and that this fire is an example of a glitch in the system. Whatever theory you subscribe to, it's definitely a fun piece of footage that, at first, takes you by surprise. One of our viewers, Erica Sams, has always suspected her old house in Nebraska was haunted. Bizarre and unexplainable things would happen so often she began to fear for her children's safety. Sam's son was allegedly knocked over in the bathtub by an unseen force, and her daughter, who was 2 years old at the time, would talk to something under her bed. She described it as a green-eyed man. One night, the Omaha local was notified that her home security system had detected movement in the living room. The system was programmed to take 2 quick successive photos whenever it detected movement. Sam's was stunned when she reviewed the photos. In the first snap, a strange blurry white shape can be seen on the right. This photo on its own could be showing anything. However, when you look at the second snap, things begin to get a little more unsettling. The white shape is more upright now and looks more like a human form. When you flick back and forth between the 2 images, you can see whatever it is, it seems to be rising up out of the floor. It looks ethereal and amorphous and seems to be hovering in mid-air. These photos were taken over 10 years ago and the family has long since moved. Before leaving, Sam's had her children blessed by the local priest, who also performed sacred rites on the property to cleanse the space of any negative energy. Since moving, the family hasn't had any strange activity happen to them in their new home. Our last segment features a photo that was submitted to our Slapcam subreddit by user WarPig372. The photo features the OP's wife when she was a little girl. Everything looks fairly normal, until you notice the ominous figure standing in the doorway to the building. It looks to be a woman wearing a gown, but her face is obscured by darkness. What makes this picture particularly eerie is that the building had been left abandoned for many years. It had only just been donated to the Girl Scouts, and this was the first day the group was heading into the building to clear it out. The building was completely empty and had been derelict for a very long time. So, is that a squatter we're seeing, or something a little more mysterious? One viewer said that they got a very negative energy from the photo, that something was very wrong about the building and the figures standing in it. Several other commenters said that they could see a few different figures standing in the windows. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What's your take on the ominous figure in the doorway? Drop your theories with the rest of the community in the comment section down below. Well, here you will have the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. Now remember to subscribe to our other YouTube channels. We've got Slapcam Mysteries, that's more in-depth true crime style stuff. We've also got Slapcam Shorts, that's quick-fire, short-form content in your inbox every single day of the week. There's links to those channels in the description box down below there. And that's it from me. I'll see you all next time.
This is an old office PC, and something is seriously wrong with it. It doesn't even work anymore, but that doesn't mean it's the end. Right now, a lot of people are excited about Valve's gaming machine, but honestly, it costs over $1,000, and that's way out of my budget. So instead, I'm going to try something different. What if I turn this broken office PC into a Steam machine for just $300? But first, let's figure out what's wrong with it and see if it can even be saved. So let's talk about this system for a bit. This is a pre-built office PC from HP, model HP600G1. It has a compact design, and the first thing that came to my mind was placing it next to a TV, kind of like a console setup. But when I opened it up, there was basically nothing inside, just the PSU and the motherboard. I actually bought this machine a long time ago, and I don't even remember its condition anymore. So before doing anything, I needed to quickly check if any of the components were still usable. I started by installing a CPU and RAM into the board and tried to power it on. But nothing happened, no response at all. So I moved on to testing each component individually. First, the motherboard. I used a different PSU that matches the power connector on the board. And still, no signs of life. Then I tested the PSU itself using the usual method. And yeah, nothing. Completely dead. At that point, I had no choice but to give up on these circuits. The only thing I could actually reuse was the case. And at this point, the goal is pretty clear. Looking at all this space inside, I'm going to rebuild everything and fit all the components into this case. But first, I need to remove the drive cage and take out the old motherboard and PSU to open up as much space as possible. Once that's done, I'm left with a huge empty area, which means I can install pretty much any motherboard I want. I'm no longer limited to small form factor boards. This time, I decided to go with a full-size option, an A320 motherboard. It's a budget for it, so you can usually find it for around $55. And interestingly, it actually fits this case pretty well. Some of the mounting holes even line up perfectly with the case. For the ones that don't match, I just use these plastic standoffs to support the board. And luckily, I didn't even need to drill any new holes. With the AM4 socket, I've got a lot of options. For this build, I'm going with a Ryzen 5 2600, which I picked up for around $34. As for cooling, I'm just using the stock AMD cooler, which is more than enough for a 65-watt CPU like this. You can usually find one for around $10. For RAM, I decided to spend a bit more, about $60 for 2 times 8 gigabytes, giving me a total of 16 gigabytes. And for storage, I kept it simple, a 500 gigabyte SSD, which costs around $30. Next, and this is a really important part, is figuring out where to place the GPU. I've done a lot of builds like this before with SFF cases, and most of the time I had to cut into the side panel, making the whole system bulkier. But in this video, I'm not doing that. I want to keep the original size intact while still fitting in full-size components. My plan is to mount the GPU in the spot where the old PSU used to be, but that creates a new challenge. I have to install the GPU horizontally. To make that work, I'll need a riser cable and some kind of support bracket. The problem is, once the GPU is in that position, all the display ports are completely blocked by the case. So here's how I'm going to deal with that. First, I'm going to mount the GPU bracket to the case using screws, but before that, I need to drill holes at the exact mounting points. After that, I secured it with 2 screws, but honestly, it still feels pretty unstable. If I stop here, the bracket is just too loose. So now I have to get a bit creative. I figured I need another anchor point on the other end of the bracket. So I drilled one more hole, used a motherboard standoff, and then ran a long screw through it to create a solid support point. I also added a washer in between to make everything tighter and more stable. I honestly can't believe how well this worked. One word, amazing. With this setup, I can pretty much install any full-size GPU I want, but to stay within budget, I went with an RX 588 gigabytes 2048 SP. You can usually find one used on eBay for around $60, and honestly, it's one of the best price-to-performance cards for 1080p gaming. At this price, it's rare to get something with 8 gigabytes RAM. Now, let's talk about power. With a system like this, there's no way I can use the original PSU. The stock unit only delivers around 240 watts and doesn't even have the connectors for a dedicated GPU. So I had to go with something stronger, but still compact. That's where an SFX PSU comes in. I've got a 600 watt unit that I picked up for about $60. Not cheap, but it gets the job done. The problem is the original spot is now taken by the GPU, so I had to find a new place to mount the PSU. I decided to position it right here, but then I ran into another issue, the power cable. It's just too far away to plug in. So yeah, time to get creative again. I took a standard power cable, measured the length I needed, and cut off the excess. Then I grabbed an IECC13 connector from another old power supply, cut a hole in the case to fit it, and soldered the wires directly to the connector, making sure to match live, neutral, and ground correctly based on the wire colors. After that, I used heat shrink tubing to insulate everything and prevent any short circuits. And just like that, I solved the power input problem. Now, to be fair, you could just buy a proper extension cable with male and female ends and skip all this soldering. But since I'm trying to keep costs as low as possible, I decided to DIY it. To secure the PSU, I didn't really have many options, so I ended up using double-sided tape to hold it in place. It's not the most solid solution, but honestly, it's the best I can do in this situation. Next, I realized the GPU display ports were being blocked by the case, so I had to cut out another section to make room. And yeah, that's done. The result actually looks pretty decent. At this point, the rest is pretty straightforward. Install the CPU and all the remaining components. Looking at the inside now, I honestly didn't expect it to fit this well. It almost looks like a properly engineered system, not something put together by someone like me just experimenting. I could even put the side panel back on without any issues. This thing is officially a sleeper build. In total, I spent about $309 on this build. Not exactly cheap, but not expensive either. So the real question is, what kind of performance do you actually get for around $300? Now for the next step, turning it into a Steam machine. That means installing an operating system. And right now, the best option is a Linux-based gaming OS. For me, Bazite is the perfect choice. To install Bazite, just head over to the official website and download the version that matches your hardware. The process is pretty straightforward. There are plenty of detailed guides on YouTube if you want a step-by-step walkthrough, so I won't go too deep into that part. I don't want to bore you with a bunch of dry setup steps. All you really need is a bootable USB. You can use Rufus or any similar tool to create it. Then plug the USB into your system and boot from it. And this is what the Bazite interface looks like. Clean, simple, and easy to navigate. Just run the installer, follow the prompts, and let it install onto your drive. Once it's done, reboot the system, and that's it. You basically have something very close to SteamOS. Alright, I can't wait any longer. Let's see how this setup handles some games on SteamOS. First up, Hollow Knight, Silk Zone. And yeah, this game is no challenge at all for this system. At 1080p, everything is super smooth. FPS sits around 400 consistently. Nothing to complain about here. Next, Tomb Raider. At 1080p, normal settings, the experience is solid. FPS stays above 100, with drops to around 50 to 60 during combat. Both the CPU and GPU are running at moderate load. Overall, completely playable, no major issues. Let's push things a bit further with The Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. At 80p, low settings, and FPS is pretty stable at around 60. During combat, it dips slightly to around 50, but nothing serious. No major stutters or big drops. Honestly, pretty impressive for the setup. And finally, the ultimate benchmark, Cyberpunk 2077. At 1080p on low settings, the GPU is pushed to 100% usage, but the result is actually pretty impressive, around 60 frames per second most of the time. While driving or during combat, it drops slightly to around 40 to 50 frames per second. Overall, it's still very playable. Of course, like with this setup, you can't really expect higher graphics settings. So yeah, I just turned what was basically a discarded office PC into a real gaming machine. And honestly, it feels smooth in most cases, hitting those ideal FPS levels pretty consistently. But the real question is, for around $300, is this performance actually worth it? Let me know what you think down in the comments.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slash Cam. You're about to see some seriously unhinged video clips that are trending right now. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more creepy content. It's like this. When popular YouTuber CJ Faison decided to camp alone in a notoriously haunted forest, he couldn't have known just how freaky it was. Yeah, Kokomo Forest is a vast, densely wooded stretch of land in Maryland, USA. It spans over 18,000 acres and is the setting for a collection of gruesome urban legends. There's tales of decapitation, wandering spirits, unhinged psychiatric patients with hooks for hands, and mysterious balls of fire that hover in the woods and vanish without a trace. The vlog starts with an exploration of an old cemetery on the fringe of the forest. If you all saw a previous video online, we're in the home of the this is actually the side of Kokomo Forest. Suddenly, it sounds like gunshots ring out. This cemetery right here was one back by Charles. This is a stark reminder that often reality is much scarier than an urban legend. Sonny is out of town for a few days, and what that means is I gotta go and I gotta keep on making and creating. The upload begins by setting up camp, exploring the darkened forest. Again, I want to go somewhere like super remote, so as you can see, a nice little area around me. I walked for probably about 40 minutes or so. Let me show you kind of the way I came from while I'm exploring. He spots a light at the distance. He turns off his torch immediately so as not to give away his position. First, it's reminiscent of the balls of flame that are rumored to float through the forest at night time. Soon it becomes apparent it's another person walking through the woods. Not knowing if they're friendly or not, and having heard gunshots already, Yopi decides to hide in the dark and wait. It's 1:30 a.m. and the person just slowly walks through the forest. The uploader isn't sure if it's a hunter or not. They say the person is strangely tall and skinny. Later, Yopi says he can still hear strange noises in the distance. Suddenly, this happens. Some kind of loud snapping sound can be heard, and the camera holder runs from the scene and panic. Freaked out by the encounter, CJ seeks shelter in his tent. He eventually decides to use the spirit box to see if any spirits are present.
Are there any spirits present here tonight?
He begins to smash the side of the tent. The spirit box still flutters in the darkness. Somehow CJ musters the courage to spend the rest of the night in the forest. Films a few more updates. Getting some sleep. This happens. One's working. It's not on the tank. Next morning, CJ hikes out of the woods, happy. The long night is finally over. Creepy Outdoors, an emerging YouTube channel dedicated to unveiling the eerie mysteries of America's most notorious forests, recently aired an episode that left viewers on the edge of their seats. Known for venturing into areas steeped in urban legends and local lore, the channel's latest venture involves camping deep within an isolated woodland, miles away from the nearest town. The episode begins with the YouTuber arriving at the site, setting up camp, lighting a fire. As dusk falls, the YouTuber starts to explore the surrounding forest. YouTuber describes an unsettling sensation, being lost.
I'm not sure if you've ever seen the Blair Witch Project, but damn, this is just giving me Blair Witch Project vibes.
Walking deeper and deeper into the woods, something truly chilling happens. A sudden utterance in such a secluded setting would be enough to poop one's trousers, but somehow the camera holder maintains composure.
Oh, hi.
Rattled by the encounter, the YouTuber considers the possibility of it being a prank or another camper. Yet the profound isolation of the campsite and the lack of any evidence of other people in the area make this theory difficult to substantiate. This episode of Creepy Outdoors not only highlights the natural allure and solitude of America's forests, it also taps into the primal fear of the unknown that such remote places often evoke. Whether the voice was the result of a practical joke or something more unexplainable, the incident remains a haunting experience. It stirs the imagination and perhaps awakens the ancient human fear of the dark and what lies within it. TikTok user Briscoe Park, a content creator renowned for exploring abandoned and eerie locations across the United States, recently shared a chilling experience. In this episode, Briscoe Park ventures deep into a remote swamp, far from civilization. As he paddles his canoes through the dark, murky waters, unexpected and unsettling smell fills the mind. According to the user, he was miles away from the nearest town, leaving him with no logical explanation for the sounds. The video has quickly gone viral, with viewers speculating about the origins of the mysterious bells. A ghostly remnant from a forgotten settlement, or perhaps something even more otherworldly. Whatever the source, this haunting encounter is sure to stick with both Briscoe Park and his audience for a very long time. This next freaky camping experience has become something of an internet legend. Project Amber is a popular travel and camping YouTube channel that documents the roving exploits of CJ and his partner Emma. In 2018, while driving through the French countryside in his old converted ambulance, CJ had to pull over for the night to fix his malfunctioning camper fridge. The area was an old, overgrown camping spot in a rural forest with no one visible for miles and miles. While filming the vlog about fixing the fridge, things take a turn for the eerie. Soon, CJ's dog, strangely, just down the trail, where his dog keeps looking, is an old abandoned well with a heavy metal covering. August 9th, CJ records an update from his Instagram. He says he could hear some loud moaning coming from near the well. So as soon as he got near it, stopped. That's when he claims to have seen a mysterious woman with words.
This girl appeared, dressed like kind of like a monk, no shoes, no hair.
When he went to double check on her, he went to the scene. A short while later, he manages to get a glimpse of the woman on camera. Yopi says that normally his dog Lance runs over to people excitedly to greet them. This time, he didn't. Instead, he just nervously looked over in the direction of the woman, whining. The last time CJ saw the woman, she was running at full pace through the forest. And she simply vanished and was never seen again. The following day, once the fridge had time to settle, CJ promptly left the strange abandoned camping area altogether. Since this video, viewers have scrutinised the encounter, hoping to come up with an explanation. Many have noted CJ's authenticity and that he genuinely seems freaked out by the incident. The vast majority of the channel's content is about travel and camping and doesn't sway into the realms of the paranormal at all. Nor does CJ do any pranks or skits or anything that would make it seem as though the encounter was staged. What's to be made of this eerie event then? Who was the woman? Where was the moaning coming from? And did that locked up well? What did it do with it? I'd love to hear your take on this one. Have you heard of it before? Do you think something paranormal was at play? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Camper Vibe, a popular YouTube channel with over 110,000 subscribers, is well known for its engaging content centered around camping and motivation. However, one particular episode stands out from the rest, featuring a solo camping trip to one of the UK's most infamous locations, Screaming Woods of Derry near Buckley in Kent. Often cited as the most haunted woods in the UK, these woods hold a chilling reputation that test the nerve of even the most seasoned adventurers. The YouTuber behind Camper Vibe decided to venture into these woods for a 48-hour solo camping trip. As a solo female wild camper accustomed to braving the outdoors alone, she normally doesn't get easily frightened. Yet the eerie atmosphere of daring woods, coupled with their haunted history, presents a new kind of challenge. Daring woods, also known as the Screaming Woods, have been named for the alarming sounds that often permeate the night. Terrifying screams and mysterious footsteps that echo through the dense fog. Local lore is rich with tales of ghosts, including a suicidal army colonel from the 18th century and a gruesomely murdered highwayman. These spectral figures are said to roam the forest alongside sightings of unsettling black shadows that stalk passers-by. The camping trip begins normally enough as the YouTuber sets up her camp deep within the woods, cooking steak and chips by the fire. As darkness envelops the woods, the tranquility of the night is soon shattered, switching the sounds.
If you can see Cadbury's pot of joy yogurt makes the big chocolate yogurt. Sounds like kids screaming.
I was sitting by the fire and I picked up a rather strange noise.
Should be done, I think. Should be done, I think.
What's that noise? Whether it's at 2 a.m., things really start to get moving. Sounds like someone is just outside. Then, 3:50 a.m., a sudden disturbance sets the forests afloat into a frenzy, roaring loudly as if alarmed. So then, could the rumours of haunted screaming woods be true? This episode of Camper Vibe leaves the question tantalisingly open, inviting viewers to delve into the mysteries of one of Britain's most haunted locations, where history and horror intertwine beneath the canopy of ancient woodland. Belgian urbex YouTuber Sesh, known for exploring abandoned places across Europe, recently experienced a nightmarish adventure that's left both him and his viewers deeply unsettled. Typically, Sesh's videos feature the exploration of really forgotten structures. This particular episode took an unexpected, fine-tuning. The video begins with Sesh and his friends venturing deep into a dense forest for their nighttime exploration. As they journey further into the woods, the group begins to hear something moving. Despite their growing apprehension, they press on, determined to uncover the source of disturbing noises. With their curiosity, soon turns to terror. What happens? Watching that again, a woman dressed in a nightgown holding an axe emerges from the darkness. Shocked and disoriented, the group flees in panic, unsure of what to do next. They quickly call the police, fearing for their safety. After a tense wait in the pitch black forest, the police arrive and apprehend the woman. The encounter with the authorities, however, does little to ease the group's nerves. As the officers question the woman, Sesh captures a moment of pure fear on camera, his hands trembling as he draws from the bottle of water. Fortunately, no one was harmed during this harrowing incident. The unsettling encounter left a lasting impact on Sesh and his friends. In the aftermath, as the boys regroup in their car, Sesh recounts the chilling image of a woman kneeling on the ground, surrounded by police, staring at him with a maniacal smile. as if straight from a horror movie. The vlog continues with Sesh reflecting on the experience from the safety of his home. He revisits the footage, noting that the woman can be heard shouting threats, warning them to stay out of her woods or face deadly consequences. Sesh also reveals that the woman had approached their car, removed their license plate, and hid it, seemingly with the intent of luring them back into the darkness where she could ambush them. Once again, super lucky, no one was harmed in this incident.
Next to the forest, on Boxhill, I would highly recommend this place.
Bill's Whereabouts is a popular travel and camping YouTube channel based in the UK. The host, Will, drives around the UK in his van, sharing tips and tricks for his audience. However, in this episode, while camping in Box Hill, an ancient wooded area southwest of London, something eerie happens in the dead of night. He begins by making a campsite meal as the sun sets in the forest. Then settles in for the night and tries getting some sleep. However, in the middle of the night, something terrifying wakes him up. I don't think I'm going to be getting much sleep tonight. Screaming can be heard in the distance. I don't think I'm going to be getting much sleep tonight. Initially, some viewers thought it could be a wildfire or some other wildlife. Will says he thinks there were a few cars parked not far off in the distance in the park. And some people scream. The screams sound like an eerie blend of pleasure and pain, and one has to wonder just what was going on deep in the woods in the middle of the night. I don't think I'm going to get much sleep tonight. Brendan, the face behind the popular YouTube channel Brendan Explores, is known for his solo camping adventures around the UK. Where he delves into less travelled paths using his converted van for stealth camping. His videos typically showcase serene landscapes and the peaceful solitude of van life. In the distance here. However, a recent episode set in Jaywick, Essex, took an unexpected.
Well, it's safe to say what you're about to watch is probably the hardest and not very nicest video I've ever had to make.
Jaywick, a seaside village near Clacton-on-Sea, has been frequently spotlighted in government reports as one of England's most deprived neighbourhoods. Despite its picturesque location, the area has struggled with socio-economic challenges, leading to a reputation for being rough around the edges. In an episode that starts like any other, Brendan ventures into Jaywick to find a quiet spot for the night. Settling on a small car park, which initially seems perfect for a peaceful evening.
£6 for a night in Jaywick. To hopefully have a van that's still intact in the morning as opposed to staying at the other place. Okay, let's do it. All right.
Tranquility is short-lived, however, as loud music from nearby flats soon fills the air. More and more, Brendan starts getting a bad feeling about the area.
You see, so walking down the road, with a half a special birdhouse as well, playing music out of a portable speaker, alone,
That's a big red flag. Eventually, this needs to relocate. I don't know if I feel this car park or not. I'm going to follow that instinct. Not parking this way. The funny thing about it, after a bit of searching, he finds a secluded spot on the edge of farmland, far removed from any street lines and the hustle and bustle of residential areas. Alone, but I mean, there's no houses around me. It's here, Brendan hopes to find release and actually saw. Righty. Oh. I'm so quiet here. Not even sound of a distant car. But peace wasn't on the agenda for the night. At around 2:30 a.m., something truly unnerving happens. Hey! Reacting swiftly, Brendan manages to yell and scare off the would-be thief, who disappears into the night as quickly as they can. Whatever that was now gone. Shaken by the ordeal and faced with a broken window in the dead of night, Brendan makes the decision to abandon his family spot. The event has taken a significant toll, prompting him to drive 3.5 hours back to his home, braving the freezing cold through the damaged window.
After cleaning a little bit of broken glass from my driver's seat and the dashboard, you'd be surprised how far glass goes. I made a long journey back home. I think it was a good 3.5 hour drive back to my house in Shrewsbury. Got there just before sunrise. Not a pleasant drive, to say the least.
Brendan's encounter in J Week has sparked conversations among his followers about the safety challenges of solo travel and stealth camping. While his journey often celebrates the beauty and solitude of exploring the secluded corners of the UK, this episode has undoubtedly added a cautionary tale to his collection of adventures, emphasising the need for vigilance and safety in the most scenic locales. Hey! Alex, the videographer behind the popular TikTok account Camino de Patagonia, is known for capturing breathtaking scenes of nature and wildlife across South America. However, on May 12, 2020, while filming a mountain bike session in the remote mountains of Patagonia, Alex stumbled upon something really unsettling. It's a strange figure moving from a tree. The unsettling discovery left Alex baffled, unsure of what he had encountered. To this day, Alex remains baffled by what he caught on camera. He is bound from the possibility of a creepy doll placed in a tree to scare off hikers, to a more disturbing scenario involving an unhinged local or even a robber lying in wait for an unsuspecting passerby. Despite the mystery, the footage has left a lasting impression on both Alex and its viewers, serving as a chilling reminder that even the most beautiful landscapes can hide dark secrets. When you go camping, you might expect to catch a glimpse of a squirrel, deer, or maybe even a bear. However, if this strange video, posted to Dailymotion by Niels017, is to be believed, there might be more than just animals hiding among the trees. The footage was supposedly captured by a group of friends in Flacy, France. It's dark out, so they stand close to a roaring bonfire. Families can be heard laughing and joking around. And suddenly, their fun turns to a bright bolt. The group notices something strange moving in the darkness just beyond the trees. They toss a lit torch in the direction of the movement, hoping to get a better look at whatever it is. Suddenly, a small creature with grey skin peeks out from behind a tree. It appears to have large dark eyes and long fingers that slowly reach toward the burning torch. And the man attempts to get closer, and the creature quickly disappears into the darkness. While the figure's appearance certainly does resemble that of extraterrestrials often depicted in movies, others think that the creature might actually be some sort of cryptid. Unfortunately, until more information comes to hand, this video, like so many others of this nature, will have to remain a mystery.
Welcome to a solo camping in a haunted cave video.
In the vast and often eerie expanse of the Australian outback, YouTube adventurer Matt Field, the face behind the popular YouTube channel Field Days, recently undertook a challenge that pushed the limits of both his courage and his audience's nerves. Known for his thrilling outdoor escapades, Matt, who boasts over 1.6 million followers, ventured into a location shrouded in dark rumours. A remote cave reputed to be haunted. The adventure begins innocently enough, with Matt setting out to perform a 24-hour solo camping challenge within the cave's shadowy depths.
We're steaming towards the cave right now, and once we find the cave, we're going to crawl inside. We're going to sleep there for the whole entire night.
The cave, whispered about in local lore and among his friends, is said to possess an unsettling presence.
One of my real good mates who lives just up here, he said to me, he went to visit this cave. He walked into the cave. He reckons that there's a man-made ladder which he can climb down. And as he was climbing down the cave, he had this super uneasy feeling. Like, he reckons it was like nothing he's ever felt before. Like felt like he was like being watched.
Almost immediately upon entering, Matt reports a sensation, being watched.
Very strange sound. The first one was a rock falling. Way over there somewhere, there was a rock which just sort of like, it just rolled for ages and then it sort of just hit another rock on the bottom. But the second sound, I froze, man. I was like frozen, like I couldn't move. I was just waiting for something just to like whack me. It's this strange, very strange feeling in here. But when my mate said he's being watched, I'm feeling that feeling. I am 100% feeling uneasy in this cave right now.
As Matt settles in for the night, feasting on a can of baked beans, things start to get a little creepy.
Very beautiful. Baked beans in a haunted cave.
Matt describes hearing inexplicable sounds as the night progresses.
It's the chains moving in the night. It's a huge, heavy, thick chain. Wind can't move that.
Chains rattling and whispering voices that seem to emanate from the very walls of the cave.
You can't move that chain with wind. It's way too heavy. There's no wind coming in here. There's no wind even force up.
Soon, things ratchet up a notch.
You must have heard about this thing. Look at my arms.
2 hours pass and Matt gives an urgent update on his clearly unsettled.
I've got my backpack back on. I know I'm breathing on that gear. I just heard a sound. It's not normal. It's definitely not a normal sound, and I'm scared shitless. I'm not gonna lie. That sound. It was not normal. I've heard that sound again. So the only way I can describe this noise is it's between a cat hissing, and it sounds like human voice. Like, I'm not even joking. It sounds human-like.
Despite the mounting fear and the chilling encounters, Matt decides to stay the night after briefly contemplating an exit.
Something has to move this.
With no comfort but a jagged rock for a pillow, he reveals the unmoving sounds and sights until dawn.
I'm just gonna sit here for the rest of the night, lean up against this wall. There's my bag. I'm just gonna lean up against that wall there, and I'm gonna stay close to the entrance of the ladder because that sound I heard before, it is. I can't even describe it. You can't make that sound.
So could this cave truly be haunted? Matt's harrowing experience seems to suggest there might be truth to the legends. Skeptics might argue that the isolation of the cave's foreboding history could heighten one's senses and conjure illusions. However, the vividness of Matt's encounter, coupled with the historic tales of unexplained phenomena associated with the site, offers compelling evidence for believers in paranormal.
The haunted cave.
Matt's adventure in this so-called haunted cave has not only garnered significant attention, but has also sparked a broader discussion about the mysteries that might lurk in the remote corners of the Australian outback. Whether believer or skeptic, viewers can't help but be drawn to the chilling tale of Matt Field's night in the cave that might just be as haunted as the story suggests.
You can't move that chain with wind. It's way too heavy. There's no wind coming in here. There's no wind even sort of.
Okay, we're walking through the woods, and right in the middle of this trail we found this pipe.
The YouTube channel Action Adventure Twins, run by a pair of identical twins known for exploring remote and dangerous locations, recently uploaded an episode that's left them spooked. In this adventure, the twins are hiking through a dense forest when they stumble upon a mysterious pipe that seems to descend into the ground.
Holy crap, guys, check this out.
We're back at the mystery.
You hear water down there too. There's like a little river down there or something.
Maybe it's a cave. Their curiosity piqued, the brothers decide to lower a GoPro down the pipe to see where it might lead.
Alright, let's we got a brighter flashlight. Let's see what we can see.
As the camera descends deeper into the darkness, eventually opens up into a large underground cave network. However, it isn't the visuals that left the twins and their viewers unsettled. It's the smells. Camera's microphone picks up eerie, unexplainable noises. It's like heavy breathing, as if someone or something is lurking in the pitch black darkness. Unsettling sounds continue, growing more and more disturbing as the camera remains at the cave's floor. Eventually, the twins quickly reel the camera back up, unaware of what they've just captured. It wasn't until they reviewed the footage while editing the video that they realised the full extent of what they had recorded. To this day, no one's been able to identify the source of those chilling sounds. Could it be an animal deep within the cave, or something more mysterious? The episode has sparked endless speculation among followers, leaving everyone wondering what truly lies hidden in the underground cavern.
Yo, Flasher, what's up, bro?
Many people believe that strange creatures still lurk in the far reaches of the earth. Known as cryptids, these mysterious beasts are yet to be classified by modern science. This footage, uploaded to YouTube by Vision Paranormal, might just show one such cryptid. Legendary Wendigo. The Wendigo is a mythological creature that originates from North American folklore. It's described as having huge antlers, an emaciated body, a nauseating stench, and in some cases a heart with ice. However, its most terrifying characteristic is its insatiable craving for human flesh. Even when it's just fed, its hunger isn't satisfied. Legends say that humans can also be possessed by the Wendigo, causing them to turn against their own kind. The YouTuber who shared this footage claims it comes from the recovered camera of a young couple who disappeared after getting lost while hiking in the Emerson County forest. As the footage begins, we can see the dense foliage as the couple walks along the path. Suddenly, the camera stops moving as their voices can be heard discussing something that they've spotted in the trees. If you look closely, you can see a shape moving through the thicket. Whether it's difficult to tell whether it's extremely well camouflaged or actually semi-transparent. Watch it for a few seconds before it lets out a terrifying screech. The hikers quickly run, the camera jostles violently, but we can still hear the creature shrieking as it chases them through the trees. Seconds later, the camera falls to the ground, and the sounds fade into the distance. Hikers really fall victim to the legendary Wendigo. Whatever it is in the video blends into its surroundings so well, it's difficult to tell just what it is. This mysterious video shows any theories and comments below.
I don't know if I'm going to camp here again.
Grizzly Gaz, a well-known UK YouTuber beloved for his camping and adventure content, recently experienced a spine-tingling incident during one of his familiar woodland escapades. Known for his explorations across the country, Gaz often brings his audience along for overnight stays in remote and sometimes eerie locations. This particular episode saw him return to a previously frequented camping spot, notorious not just for its natural beauty, but also for past unsettling occurrences.
So I just want to recap a little bit on this place, on this camp. I've been camping here for about 4 or 5 years. When I found it, the fire pit was just all covered in moss, so no one had been down there for at least 10 years. Well, I used the fire pit anyway for 10 years.
In earlier visits, Gaz has encountered the sounds of wild boar near his tent. No doubt whether it would be beef tampering with one of his trail cameras. Despite these incidents, the allure of the familiar spot draws him back for another overnight stay, this time accompanied by his loyal French bulldog, Fendi. The evening begins typically with Gaz setting up camp and starting a small barbecue.
I've got steaks up there now.
However, it's at this point things turn creepy.
And I've got a visitor.
A strange man suddenly appears out of the surrounding darkness, asking Gaz for a light.
Creeped up behind me asking me if I had a light to shit my pants. This is Martin anyway.
Gaz, ever the hospitable outdoorsman, not only provides a light, but generously offers one of his steaks to the unexpected visitor.
Didn't do much filming because that lad's Martin who creeped up behind me asking for a light. We were homeless, so I fed him some steak.
The encounter quickly shifts from peculiar to unsettling as the man, after receiving Gaz's kindness, disappears back into the woods without a word of thanks and farewell.
We were homeless, so I fed him some steak and some mashed potato, and he's gone on his way.
Gaz, unnerved by the man's abrupt departure and peculiar demeanour, can't shake off a growing sense of dread about the man's true intentions.
Thinking, is he going to come back? Yes. He wasn't a normal homeless person, if you know what I mean. After I fed him, he scurried straight on.
Fearing that the visitor might return under the cover of darkness with less than honourable intentions, Gaz makes the decision to pack up and leave the site and head back to the safety of his car.
The more I think about it, the stranger it gets. I fed that lad, and when I turned back round, he'd gone. I just found that real and strange.
The next morning, Gaz returns to the campsite to retrieve his trail camera, which he had left behind in haste from the previous night.
But I left my trail camera here. So, let's see what that's captured, if anything.
On arrival, however, he discovers that the camera's missing.
Our trail camera's gone. That's where it was, on this tree.
This seems to confirm his fears that the mysterious man might have had ill intentions.
So, my gut instincts were right, weren't they? To leave. Oh.
This chilling episode adds a layer of mystery and caution to Grizzly Gaz's adventures, reminding both him and his viewers of the unpredictable nature of remote camping. While the identity and motives of the strange man remain unknown, the disappearance of the trail camera seems to suggest that Gaz's instincts were correct, and that sometimes a quick retreat is the best decision when faced with the unknown in the wilderness.
You walked round here with a poncho a couple of months ago, yeah? Right, so can I get these cooked up? Yeah, bring up this way. Amazing.
Another wild camper, an up-and-coming YouTube channel dedicated to wilderness camping in the UK, has posted a series of videos that have left viewers unnerved. In the first video, the camper sets up a hammock deep in a quiet, secluded forest. As night falls, the peaceful surroundings quickly turn unsettling. The serenity of the woods is broken by strange, unidentifiable noises. Camper, visibly uneasy, attempts to investigate the source of these disturbances. Finds no explanation.
Creatures in the taking fuel, so if you hear anything, snapping, cracking, breaking. There's a huge amount of noises around there. I've picked a chestnut tree wood, so now chestnuts crashing around constantly. It's like the clips through the actual hammock.
As the night progresses, the situation becomes more alarming. Rock is suddenly thrown near the hammock.
Someone's on the hammock. massive thud hits the ground and bounces. And I jumped up, unzipped it, put my torch on, and there's a rock on the floor that wasn't there when I went to bed.
Later, a large branch crashes down nearby.
And this doesn't land coming down, it bounces towards me. It hit the floor and was still rolling towards me. This place is freaked out.
With his nerves frayed, the camper hastily packs up and leaves the area, vowing to never return. After spending the night in his car, the YouTuber says he spotted a man on the side of the road. Listening as he recalls the eerie conversation he had with the strange man.
There's a man just walking down the road. He saw me and went, all right. You're right. He went, you camping in the woods? I said, yeah, I was just living on a camp. And he says, you're brave. I says, where's that? He went, people have done it before. No one's the answers. I said, what do you mean? He just laughs. He went, you know what I mean? I regret.
Despite his vow to never return to these woods, the story doesn't end there. After several months and a flood of comments from his followers urging him to revisit the site, the camper reluctantly decided to return, this time armed with more advanced equipment, infrared cameras, and motion detectors. In the highly anticipated Part 2, the YouTuber bravely ventures back into the same forest. As he sets up camp and the night falls, the familiar unsettling noises begin once again. Determined to uncover the truth, he starts filming with his new infrared camera. The captures something truly terrifying. Fresh handprints in a nearby tree. Handprints that weren't there just minutes before. The discovery leaves both the camper and his viewers questioning what exactly is happening in these woods. Is it the work of a prankster, an unknown creature, or something even more sinister? The mystery remains unsolved, but one thing's clear: these woods are far from ordinary. This next chilling camping encounter was uploaded to the YouTube channel, Noah and Sam. The uploader says that they decided to pull over and sleep the night in their truck in a forested area in Sun River in the United States.
But 2 days ago, I was playing with the Sun River, and what I thought would be a good location near Florida Sun River was forced into it and sleep.
The OP managed to capture some GoPro footage of the terrifying encounter that unfolded during the night. Pitch black in the middle of the forest at 2:30 a.m. Someone walking around the truck. Luckily, the truck is locked. The person continues to tap the vehicle. The next morning, you can see someone clearly trying to look into the back of the truck.
He was trying to keep getting my throat.
His handprints all over the car.
Entrance there.
Person even dragged their finger from one end of the truck to the other.
Dragging his feet around my side of my truck. Trying to get inside my truck. That's really all I could tell from when he was walking around.
So why was there a person walking through the forest in the middle of nowhere at 2:30 a.m.? The uploader even says that the person didn't have a torch or any light source of any kind, so they were just walking around in pitch black out in the woods. They tapped and scratched at the truck in the middle of the night and vanished. This is indeed a chilling encounter, and we're just glad the uploader made it out safely. The latest installment from the YouTube channel Roadie, the channel's owner, free-spirited adventurer known for his North American camping trips, shares a chilling experience that disrupted what was supposed to be a peaceful night's rest. The YouTuber, who has cleverly converted the back of his 2003 Toyota Tacoma into a cozy camping nook, complete with a bed and bench, found himself in an unsettling situation that turned his calm evening into a tense ordeal. After a weekend away with friends, the YouTuber was on his way home when he decided to pull over for the night. It had gotten late, and a secluded little roadside parking lot appeared to be the perfect spot to safely tuck in for the evening. However, around 1:30 a.m., the tranquility of the night is shattered by the sounds of footsteps surrounding his vehicle. So it's probably around 1:30 a.m. A strange man could be seen pulling out his phone and taking pictures of the truck. Methodically makes several laps around the vehicle, snapping photos of various angles. Concerned for his safety and unsure of the stranger's intentions, the YouTuber decides to take action. In an attempt to assert his presence and scare off the unwelcome visitor, he bangs loudly on the window of his truck.
Yeah, that was basically it.
This sudden noise is enough to startle the man, who quickly retreats into the darkness of the night. Thankfully, the situation didn't escalate further and the ordeal ended without any confrontation or injury. This eerie night will likely resonate with Roadie's audience, many of whom are fellow travellers and campers, reinforcing the need to always be aware of one's surroundings, especially when settling down for the night in remote or secluded areas.
Try to shine his flashlight.
Our final clip of the day comes from Reddit user The Dimension 276, who shared a chilling piece of footage captured while camping deep in the wilderness of New Brunswick, Western Canada, in early 2024. The user was enjoying the tranquility of the woods when they heard an unusual noise. It started with the alarm call of the polluted woodpecker, a common bird in the area. What followed? Ordinary. The sound was unlike anything the user had ever heard before. They noted that it didn't match the calls of familiar wildlife such as lynxes or other known predators in the region. Despite their efforts to identify the source, the exact animal behind the growl remains a mystery. The sound was so intense it seemed to vibrate at a frequency too low for the microphone for capture. Could this be an undiscovered creature? Perhaps a rare, elusive animal rarely heard in the wild? Whatever the case, this footage has sparked much speculation among those who have watched it, leaving everyone to wonder what lurks in the remote wilderness of New Brunswick. Now, if you want to watch some more scary ghost clips, then click these links right there. They'll keep you entertained well into the evening, we promise. Leave us some comments down below, smash that thumbs up button. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
This used to be a broken power supply, covered in dust, completely useless. But now, it's a gaming PC, and yeah, there's actually a GPU inside. It works just like a normal system. I can turn it on, plug in USB devices, and play games like any other PC. I'm not gonna lie, this took a lot of time to figure out, but the final result, totally worth it. So in this video, I'm going to show you how I built it, and what this thing can actually do. Let's get started. So why am I even doing this? Because I realized no one's really done something like this before, and I thought it could be something pretty unique. First thing we need is a dead PSU to use as the case. Right here, I've got a 750 watt PSU. As you can see, it's been used for a long time. The inside is absolutely packed with dust. Honestly, after touching this thing, I might need to get my lungs checked. The outside is rusty and dirty too, but that's not a big deal. I'll clean it up and repaint it later to make it look better. Now that I've got the PSU, the next step is to take everything apart. I need to remove all the internal components so I can measure the available space and figure out what kind of hardware I can actually fit inside. The structure of this PSU is pretty simple. We've got a cooling fan, the internal board, and all the power cables and connectors. Before getting into the build, I'm going to clean everything up first. Right now, the plan is to find a PC with a motherboard small enough to fit inside this PSU. I already knew that standard ATX or even micro ATX motherboards wouldn't fit in a build like this. But what surprised me is even a typical mini ITX board is still too big. So that leaves me with one option, the smallest form factor out there, mini STX. These boards are so compact that they don't even have a PCIe by 16 slot, and they only support laptop-style RAM. Since I want this to be an AMD APU system, I specifically need an AM4 Mini STX board. And as far as I know, ASRock is one of the few that actually makes this. But here's the catch. The only way to get one is to buy a full desk mini system. So I went ahead and got an ASRock Desk Mini X300. And honestly, that's not a bad deal because you're not just getting the motherboard. You also get the PSU and a bunch of useful accessories. After taking it apart and pulling out the board, you can see just how small this thing really is. Even for a mini STX board, the size is just right. Compact enough to fit comfortably inside this case with a bit of adjustment. And yeah, this is the system I'll be using for this thing. Inside, it uses an AM4 socket, which actually gives me a lot of flexibility for CPU upgrades. But the downside is it doesn't have any PCIe slot at all. Even so, I'm still going to hook up a GPU to improve gaming performance. Alright, after taking this whole system apart, I start fitting everything inside the PSU case. I noticed there's a small opening on the case, and it actually lines up pretty well with the motherboard's I/O ports. Still needed a bit of adjustment though, so I used a handheld cutting tool to clean it up and make it fit better. And honestly, at this point, everything started to feel like it was made to go together. Next, I ran into another issue. There are some metal standoffs inside the case that could potentially touch the motherboard and cause a short circuit. So I prepared a plastic sheet to act as insulation. I secured it in place with screws to make sure everything stays separated and safe. After that, I placed the mini STX motherboard inside, marked the mounting points, drilled the holes, and installed the standoffs. Once everything was secured, you can see that I can now plug in power and use it normally. But that's just the basic part. If you look at the original case, it was actually really cramped. But now, with everything rearranged, there's a lot more space inside. And that's when I had an idea. Why not add a GPU? I'm going to keep using an NVMe to PCIe by 16 adapter. Yeah, it only runs it by 4 bandwidth. So there's definitely some performance loss. But for systems without a PCIe slot, it's still a really useful solution. Now the next challenge is figuring out how to mount the GPU. My goal is simple. The card has to be short enough to fit inside the power supply case. After looking around, I found an RX 554 gigabytes. It's a bit long, but most of that length comes from the shroud and the cooling fan. So before installing it, I had to remove the entire cooler. Once that's done, the card becomes much more compact and can actually fit inside this tiny case. Now comes the hardest part, getting access to the display outputs. I had to carefully cut out a section of the case. And yeah, I tried my best to make it clean, but it's definitely not the prettiest job. Still, it's just enough space to plug in the display cables, and that's all I really need. After securing it with a single screw, the mount isn't perfect, but it's stable enough, as long as I keep the system in one place. That said, this setup comes with a lot of compromises. Because there's so little space, the GPU PCB is sitting right up against the CPU cooler, which blocks airflow quite a bit. I'll have to check the temperatures later to see how bad it actually is. The second issue is the thickness of the card's heatsink. It's just too bulky, so I had to angle one side higher than the other. That made closing the case really tricky. I had to carefully adjust everything just to get it to fit. Now for cooling the GPU, I'm not using its original fan. Instead, I'm repurposing the fan from the PSU. From what I can see, both fans run on 12 volts, so in theory it should work. The actual speed will depend on the current, but I'm hoping it'll be enough to keep the card cool. The next challenge was actually a pretty tough one. How to power the NVMe to PCIe by 16 adapter. Normally these adapters need to be powered by a separate supply, but I really didn't want to add another PSU into the setup. That would just make everything more complicated. So yeah, I was kind of stuck for a moment. Then I noticed something. There's an extra 4-pin fan header on the motherboard. From what I know, it provides 12 volts, so in theory, it might work. So I decided to take the risk and connect it to the adapter. Now I'm just hoping it can run stable like this. But the PCIe slot on the adapter is a bit too long, so I had to cut a small section of the case to make everything fit properly. At this point, I also needed a more convenient way to power the system on, so I set up a simple power button. Let's try it, and yeah, it works perfectly. Next problem, I couldn't find any screws long enough to secure the fan, so I just used zip ties to hold it in place. Not the cleanest solution, but it gets the job done. Alright, time to power it on and see how this thing performs. The specs for this build are a Ryzen 3 2200G, 16 gigabytes RAM, and an RX 554 gigabytes. Before jumping into gaming, I decided to check the CPU temperature using Cinebench R23. And honestly, I was pretty surprised. The CPU stays relatively cool, hovering around 60 degrees Celsius under load. That tells me the tight space inside the case isn't affecting thermals as much as I expected. One big reason for that is the honeycomb-style vents on both sides of the case, which allow air to flow through much more efficiently. First up, micro. At 8 chunks, FPS sits around 350, which is honestly really good. It's not just fast, it's also very stable. But the CPU is getting pretty hot. I saw temperatures spike up to around 80 degrees Celsius under load. Then I pushed it to 32 chunks, and oh my god, it lagged hard. FPS dropped all the way down to around 20, but after moving around the world for a bit, it stabilized and became more playable. The problem is the CPU temperature climbed close to 90 degrees Celsius. At that point, it basically felt like a heater. So I decided to push the GPU instead by turning on shaders. At 32 chunks, it was only getting around 20 FPS. So I dropped the resolution down to 720p, and performance improved quite a bit. Overall, it's still usable for basic gameplay. Interestingly, unlike the CPU, the GPU stays pretty cool, probably thanks to that oversized PSU coolant. Stability also shows up clearly in CS2. FPS sits around 80 to 90. And even after playing for a while, I didn't notice any major frame drops. Next up is Cyberpunk 2077. Running at low settings, and honestly, it's not very smooth. FPS sits around 20, which clearly shows the limitations of the NVMe to PCIe adapter, along with the age of the GPU itself. Alright, so that's how I turned a power supply case into a fully functional PC case. To be honest, it works surprisingly well, but the design isn't the most practical, so taking it apart can be a bit of a pain. What do you think about this build? Let me know down in the comments. What happens if you buy a PC that's been sitting in a scrapyard for years? Yeah, this one came from a recycling guy, someone who doesn't really know or care about computers, just selling whatever he can get his hands on. And when I got it, it was rough. Dust everywhere, rust all over the components, and honestly, it didn't even look safe to turn on. Worst case, it could literally explode. Best case, maybe there's still something worth saving inside. So today I'm tearing this thing apart and trying to bring it back to life, and hopefully turn it into a real gaming PC. Let's get started. So I messaged the seller on Facebook Marketplace. He listed it as a gaming PC for $20, which honestly already sounded suspicious. So I asked him, what does it actually work? And he just replied, I don't know. It's been sitting there for a long time. Yeah, not exactly reassuring. At that point, I knew this thing was a gamble, so I tried my luck. I said, what if I take it off your hands for 10? He paused for a bit, then came back with 15, and it's yours. I mean, it's still cheap, but if I'm buying something that might be completely dead, I had to push it. So I told him, look, I'm taking all the risk here. It might not even turn on. And after a little back and forth, he finally said, fine, $10. Just come get it. And that's when I knew this was either the best deal ever or a complete disaster. As soon as I unboxed it, there was a really nasty smell. You can't smell it through the screen, but just look at this. It's filthy, like unbelievably dirty. I honestly don't even want to touch it without wearing gloves. So why did I decide to buy this thing anyway? Because there's a GPU inside, and yeah, I have no idea what model it is. It's completely covered in dust, but there's one big problem. This system has no RAM at all. My guess is, when RAM prices went up, someone pulled it out and sold it separately. So for now, I'm going to install one of my own RAM sticks. Alright, moment of truth. I plugged everything in, hit the power button, and okay, fans are spinning. That's actually a really good sign, but still no signal, nothing on the screen. Alright, maybe it's just RAM. So I pulled it out, cleaned it, plugged it back in. Let's try again. Wait, what does that smell? Hold on, is that burning? Yo, what the pop? Oh, what? What? I jumped back instantly. Smoke just started pouring out of the power supply. Nah, turn it off. Turn it off. I yanked the power cable as fast as I could, heart literally racing, and for a second, everything just went completely silent. I just stood there like, did this thing seriously just explode in front of me? Yeah, this is way worse than I thought. But I'm going to try one more time, just to see if this thing is actually still alive. Honestly, I'm a little nervous. What if it explodes again? Alright, let's power it on. 3, 2, 1. Okay, good news. No explosions this time. But nothing. No fan spin. No signs of life at all. Complete silence. At this point, I'm starting to worry. That power supply might have damaged other components. Alright, let's try a different PSU. Powering it on again. Wait, there's still absolutely no response. Oh, I forgot to turn on the power switch. Yeah, that's on me. I guess that explosion earlier kind of threw me off. Alright, let's try that again. Oh yeah, it's alive. That's a huge relief, but it's still not usable yet. Something's definitely wrong. I just don't know what it is yet. At this point, the PC starts power cycling, turning on and off repeatedly. This kind of issue can come from a lot of different causes. A failing PSU, loose or dirty RAM, overheating CPU, or in the worst case, a faulty motherboard. So I'm going to troubleshoot step by step. First, I remove the CMOS battery to reset the BIOS. Then disconnect everything, storage, USB devices, anything plugged into the board, and even take the motherboard out of the case to avoid any possible short circuits. Then I tried powering it on again, and oh man, it's still doing the exact same thing, stuck in that endless on-off loop. At this point, I started suspecting the CPU, but when I touched it, something felt off. It wasn't generating any heat at all. It's not normal. There's no way. Could the CPU actually be dead? I checked the socket pins, none of them were bent. I even cleaned the socket just to make sure everything had proper contact. Then I tried another CPU that I know works. And I still got the exact same result. No heat, no response. That's when I really started to suspect the motherboard. And then honestly, at this point, I was feeling pretty hopeless. So the only thing left to try was swapping to a different motherboard. Oh my god, the keyboard is getting power now, but there's still no display signal on the screen. And at that point, I started suspecting the GPU, but I didn't have solid proof yet. So I tried plugging the display cable directly into the motherboard, and oh my god, it worked. We've got a signal. That pretty much confirms the issue is coming from the GPU. So my guess is there's a ton of dust buildup inside the display ports and the PCIe contacts. I'm going to clean everything using a soft brush and a bit of anti-corrosion solution. After that, I'll wipe it down one more time, because this kind of liquid doesn't fully evaporate. It can leave a thin, oily layer that attracts dust over time and reduces electrical contact quality. Then I repeatedly plug and unplug the display cable to help pull out any remaining dust from inside the ports. Wait, hold on, it's on. We did it. The system finally boots. That means both the CPU and GPU are actually working. All right, next step, I'm going to plug in a drive and see what happens. I've got a 128 gigabyte SSD here, and oh my god, the previous owner's OS is still on it. Honestly, I'm just relieved that the core components are alive. Now let's take a closer look at the specs. We've got an i5-4460, 4 cores, 4 threads, with a turbo up to around 3.4 gigahertz. Not exactly powerful by today's standards, but surprisingly it draws up to 84 watts according to Intel. Yeah, not great. The GPU is a GTX 652 gigabytes. This version uses GDDR5 and comes with a slight factory overclock. Storage is that same 128 gigabyte SSD. Then though, it's actually in pretty good condition. And then there's the case. But unfortunately, the CPU cooler is basically broken. I snapped one of the mounting clips while removing it, so yeah, that's gone. So in the end, I'm left with just 4 usable parts. Alright, next mission, clean everything up and turn this into a complete gaming PC. I'm going to clean this GPU using distilled water. The reason I chose this is because it doesn't contain ions, so it doesn't conduct electricity, making it much safer for removing dust and residue without causing immediate short circuits. You can use regular water, but that increases the risk of oxidation on metal parts over time. After cleaning, I'll make sure it's completely dry before putting everything back together. As for the case, I'll just clean it as thoroughly as possible using regular water to get rid of all the dirt and grime. Now I'm going to put everything back together into a complete PC. For this build, I'm upgrading to 16 gigabytes RAM, 2 8 gigabyte sticks, and adding a basic air cooler with dual heat pipes. With this setup, a 400 watt PSU is more than enough. As for storage, I'll be using an SSD that already has games installed on it, since storage doesn't really impact in-game performance much. After finishing everything, I'm actually pretty happy with how it turned out. It looks way cleaner and a lot better than before. Alright, let's jump straight into performance testing and see what I actually got out of this $10 PC after all that effort. First up, Minecraft. FPS sits around 40, and the CPU is clearly the biggest bottleneck here, constantly running at full load. The frame rate isn't stable at all and can drop as low as 11 FPS. So I lowered it to 8 chunks, and that made a huge difference. FPS jumps to around 200, much more stable, and the CPU isn't maxed out anymore. Honestly, 8 chunks feels like the sweet spot for this system. Turning on shaders though? Yeah, not great. At 720p, it only manages around 20 FPS. Definitely not ideal. Next, CS2 at 1080p low settings. FPS is only around 40. I dropped it down to 720p and it goes above 60 FPS, but the image quality takes a big hit. Moving on to Tomb Raider at 1080p low, FPS sits around 50 to 60, with small drops during explosions or heavy effects. Overall, still playable. And finally, Cyberpunk 2077. Oh man, this is rough. FPS is around 10, and it feels like my eyes are being tortured. I even dropped it to 720p, but it only goes up slightly and still feels terrible. This system just can't handle games like this. So yeah, this $10 PC really took me on a roller coaster. The good news, it still works. But because the hardware is just too old, it can only handle lightweight and older games. Anything modern and demanding is simply out of reach. Thanks for watching all the way to the end. See you in the next one. Bobby is spinning me by.
Sure enough, it isn't too long before the team films evidence that seems to prove they aren't the only ones in the dilapidated building. As they turn into a darkened hallway, they spot something unnerving. At first, the figure is hard to notice. However, if you lighten the footage, you can see that there's definitely something there. The question is it a person or could it be some sort of paranormal entity? Soon after this unsettling encounter, the team decides to vacate the mansion, leaving the audience to contemplate the identity of the mysterious figure. The Shanley Hotel is an infamous establishment that dates back to 1845. Once thriving bordello sits among the quiet streets of Napanoch, New York. It's now a tourist attraction and a major draw card for paranormal investigators. Over the decades, tragedy has struck the infamous hotel, so much so that many people believe the premises is deeply haunted by several spirits. Guests staying in bed and breakfast claim they've seen a woman in period clothing walking upstairs, but when they go to look for her, there's no one around. A heavy scented perfumes also filled the rooms without reason. Many believe the sweet-smelling lady in period attire is Mrs. Shanley herself, the wife of one of the former owners of the property. Many other visitors claim they've seen children hiding in shadowy corners of the hotel. They've heard whispering and giggling, but time and time again, after a thorough search, no one is ever there. Some of the strongest evidence that the Shanley Hotel is haunted comes from an old documentary made by Stephen Barcelo, the proprietor of the Cryptozoology and Paranormal Museum in Littleton, North Carolina. In the film, the current owner of the hotel, Sal Nikosia, is interviewed. He tells a story about first moving into the allegedly haunted property.
I had a cat for close to 13, 14 years. And when I had lived in the house, I used to let the cat out at night. And the cat would come back during the day. Then when they moved into the hotel, the cat refused to go out. And I couldn't get the cat to come into my apartment. For some reason, the cat didn't come into that room. And every night bring it into the room, she came right out the door. So I started feeding her outside in the hallway. And she would roam the building. Then after a while, she started going up to the third floor. And she would come down to the second floor. She'd go back up to the third floor. And after a couple of months, she refused to come down off the third floor. And she would stay in Claire's room. And we picked up an EVP one night, a call saying that it was her cat.
Sadly, over time, the cat passed away. Sal grieved for his feline friend but continued running the hotel as normal. Then, in January 2013, some new CCTV footage captured on the third floor of the hotel showed something rather unsettling. Take a look. Watching that again, you can make out what looks to be a cat's tail moving from right to left. So could this really be the spirit of Sal's deceased cat? Many viewers certainly seem to think it's true. Given the long, tragic history of the property, along with the countless reports of sighted spirits and other paranormal happenings, one has to wonder whether the Shanley Hotel is some kind of beacon for the spiritual world. Perhaps the old hallways are permanently etched with the echoes and energies of its former residents. In 2018, Leonardo Luna was experiencing some eerie things inside his apartment. He kept finding objects were moving or falling over for no reason. He captured some footage of the phenomena and sent it to the YouTube channel Paseo Infinito. In this clip, we see footage from inside the apartment. Watching that again, a door on the cabinet moves seemingly all on its own. Then yet more activity is captured. Could this be evidence of a genuine haunting? The majority of the comment section of the clip seem to think it's real, with many genuinely concerned for the homeowner. So whether you believe this to be real paranormal activity or not is something you have to decide for yourself. This last clip on our list was uploaded to YouTube by popular paranormal investigator Ricky Velasquez. The footage, which was captured in a small town in Veracruz, Mexico, seems to show some sort of strange creature lurking in the darkness. Velasquez and his partner take us on an after-dark tour of a forlorn landscape consisting of brick buildings and overgrown brush. The paranormal investigators utilized thermal imaging throughout the tour, attempting to detect anything supernatural. While the video footage is very interesting, it's mostly uneventful. However, that all changes when Velasquez stumbles upon what can only be described as a demon creature haunting the eerie, darkened landscape. While the beast is difficult to make out at first, if you slow the footage down, you can see it in more detail. There, squatting alongside what appears to be a fox or coyote, is some sort of bizarre-looking creature. It has oversized eyes and thick forearms. Some have even likened its appearance to a large insect. What do you think this paranormal investigator has stumbled upon? Is it really a demon, or perhaps even a creature yet to be classified by science? One thing's for sure, it's clearly spooked the explorer, and you'll likely think twice before returning to this creepy location anytime soon. Paranormal Me is a popular YouTuber who documents explorations of different abandoned buildings in the hopes of capturing some truly creepy things for his subscribers to see. In this video, the paranormal investigator decides to explore what appears to be an old abandoned hospital. As soon as he walks inside the dreary and unsettling building, it's clear that the place has certainly seen better days. Shortly into the video, he uses an EVP device to attempt to communicate with any resident spirits. It's shocked when he actually hears something. Listen. It sounds like the word kurban, which is Turkish for victim. But perhaps even more unnerving, it's also an Islamic term for animal sacrifice. Sometime later, he manages to inadvertently film something strange in a nearby window. Oh. At the time, he doesn't seem to notice the face and continues his investigation. İyi mi yapıyorsunuz yoksa kötülük mü? Niyetimdesiniz. However, it seems as though the strange figure might actually be following the YouTuber, as later in the video he notices some curtains begin to shake in one of the rooms. Kendini göster. Teşekkürler. Niyetim benim gibi sizlere vermek değil. Wisely, the investigator decides to leave the building shortly thereafter, and we're left to wonder just who, what that mysterious figure actually was. Could it have been a homeless person who's taken up residence in the old building? Was it something a little stranger? As hospitals see their fair share of deaths, some believe that the spirits of the deceased may linger in the premises even after everyone else has left. Teşekkürler. Niyetim benim gibi sizlere vermek değil. YouTuber Michael D. McGee believes he's been haunted now for more than 13 years. Much of that time he's spent investigating the paranormal and is convinced of the existence of ghosts. In 2017, he took a break from YouTube to focus on personal growth, career, and family. However, in 2018, unexplained noises such as banging on the doors and footsteps on the stairs disrupted the family's peace and sleep, prompting a full cleansing of their home. This worked temporarily, bringing a rare sense of quiet, yet in June of 2019, the activity resumed, almost exactly 1 year later. Seeking answers, he used a spirit box and connected with a spirit named Adam. These sessions with Adam became a source of solace during a period of struggle, offering a sense of purpose and positivity. However, when Adam's presence faded, the loss deeply affected the YouTuber. Over the years, Michael D. McGee has managed to capture some rather unsettling footage, documenting the strange occurrences in his house. Firstly, we see some possible paranormal activity that was captured in his kitchen. Next, we see the view from a camera placed in his living room. Immediately, we see an orb drop into view. Then a few seconds pass, and the remote starts to move. This is followed by several more orbs. The video then cuts back to the kitchen, this time during the day. Next, we see footage from above the stairs where a device begins to light up. All the while, there's an unsettling creaking sound as if something is walking up the stairs. Footage then shows a fan beginning to shake uncontrollably. That's when a door creaks open. You see this. These are but a few of the mysterious events that this YouTuber has managed to capture on camera. If you're interested in following his story of living in a potentially haunted house, there's a link to his channel in the description box down below. It's well worth checking out. This next chilling piece of footage was sent to the YouTube channel Fourth Wall by an anonymous user. They said they were walking through a cemetery late at night in Japan when they heard some strange noises coming from one particular monument. That's when they took out their phone to film the event. That's what happens. Watching that again throughout the clip, you can hear a strange murmuring or moaning. The camera holder is startled when they spot a dark shadow standing by the monument. Eerily, it seems to just vanish from sight. No one seems to know what's being caught on camera here. Some have suggested a ghost or spirit, perhaps an apparition of the person who's buried inside this very monument. Others thought the murmuring sounded like chanting, suggesting the black figure was a monk or priest. But if so, how did they just vanish into thin air? This is truly a mysterious piece of footage that no one can definitively explain. Let us know your theories in the comment section down below.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Chris coming to you, another one of the Crazy Crossroads. Big Joey C is here with me.
In a June 2021 episode of C's Crazy Crossroads, YouTube adventurer Chris and his friend Joe visit an abandoned house in Ohio, rumored to be haunted. The house, owned by Joe's uncle, is said to be built on a Native American burial ground and haunted by the aggressive spirit of its original owner, Daniel. Locals report eerie activity, including lights visible in the windows before the house was wired for electricity. Armed with their courage and cameras, Chris and Joe embark on a spine-chilling journey through the house, encountering an onslaught of unexplained activity. Shortly after entering the house, Chris and Joe hear loud, unexplained knocks and bangs.
Oh, yeah, look, they... Sounds like... Hello? Hello?
Oh boy. The sounds echo through the house as if someone Who is responding to their presence?
Have your phone is on Joe. Whoa, what the freak? That was down below? Or was that over here?
As they cautiously explore, a high-pitched scream, which they believe sounds like a woman, pierces the silence.
What? That's her home? What was that? Oh, jeez!
While investigating the ground floor, they capture some strange sounds.
I just said get out. It was a guy.
Then, as they venture upstairs, the sounds of footsteps above them grows louder.
Yeah, forget it.
That's when suddenly this happens.
Oh, my goodness.
Did you struggle with that?
Nope.
Moments later, while investigating the noises, more plasterboards topple over.
Dude, are you serious right now? What is that, Joe? Who's down there? Oh my God! Look at that!
Meanwhile, the footsteps grow louder as if something unseen is walking above them.
Joe.
Testing the spirits, Chris asks them to knock once if they weren't prepared to leave.
Daniel, if you want us to leave, if you feel frightened by us, can you knock once for yes? Twice. See you, dude. I'm going downstairs.
While exploring outside of the house, things turn from creepy to downright chilling.
Joe, Jesus, that's a... There's mowing, you hear that? Oh my God. Joe, look at that, look.
Watching that again in slow motion, Chris spots what appears to be a hand in the upstairs window. While still outside, one of the more disturbing moments of the night happens. Camera, what is this?
Oh God! What? There was another image.
It can be hard to see at first, but if we watch it again in slow motion, there appears to be a face just on the left-hand side of the window. As the investigation draws to a close, the duo hears moaning and screaming sounds.
Joe, you don't hear this?
Neighbours later confirm they often hear similar noises from the house, further cementing its haunted reputation. The investigators note sudden drops in temperature and an unsettling gas-like smell throughout the house. Both men feel physically affected, with Chris describing sensations of weakness and unsteadiness in his legs. Despite the overwhelming fear, Chris expresses a desire to return from the lone challenge. The episode ends with both men pleading with the spirits not to follow them home, reflecting on the intense, responsive activity they've just witnessed.
All right, guys. Oh my God. Stop. All right, we're leaving. Don't follow us home, whatever you do.
For fans of paranormal investigations, this episode offers a chilling, step-by-step journey through a house teeming with the unexplained.
If you feel frightened by us, can you knock once for yes? Twice. See you, dude. I'm going downstairs. I'm getting out of the job. Come on, man. Seriously.
This last video on our list was uploaded to the YouTube channel Hunting the Dead. In it, the investigator visits an allegedly haunted house in the middle of the day.
I am here to investigate the paranormal. Now, we're just going to do a little quick walkthrough, guys, and I can tell you, as soon as I came in here,
I started feeling energies. The creepy activity begins early as he initially explores the rooms and inadvertently captures something chilling on camera.
Oh, I really miss this. Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty. But we do have the mirrors, and we do ask for the spirits to come through and communicate.
It's quite subtle, but just as the investigator enters the bathroom, a shadowy figure can be seen in the mirror.
Pretty simple here. We just have a nice little paranormal potty.
Next, he takes out an EVP device in an attempt to communicate with any spirits that may be nearby.
But you basically can speak to me through this. Will you do that?
Shortly after he turns it on, he hears a distant door slam. Then, as the investigator approaches the kitchen, a voice can be heard saying what sounds like it stinks.
Did you do that? Who was that?
A few seconds later, another crash echoes through the house.
Come on, give me a sign. Show me where you're at. So just grab my ankle. No way. Shut that door, dude.
He continues the exploration of the property and soon asks the alleged spirit if it can make another noise besides tapping.
Can you do something other than tap? Can you make a scratch or something?
A few seconds later, the spirit seems to oblige as a mysterious sound is heard in another room.
No way, no way, no way.
The investigator runs towards the source. Then, as he enters a storage closet, he hears what he describes as a growling sound. Take a listen and let me know what you think this could be.
Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Or is this something that just like growled in here, dude? Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Finally, the investigator asks if the supposed spirit has any messages he wants to pass on. The voice seems to reply, "Help."
Listen to me, I'm giving you a platform where a lot of people will get hearing you. Is there anybody that you didn't get to give a message to before you died?
If there truly is some sort of paranormal entity trapped in this house, it doesn't sound as though it's at peace. Hopefully the next person to enter the property is able to remain safe while spending time there.
Dude, I just seen it. I've seen it.
Now, if you want to watch some more scary ghost videos, there's links right there that'll keep you entertained. Remember to follow all our other YouTube channels as well. We've got Slapcam Mysteries and Slapcam Shorts. Links to those channels are in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time.
Imagine owning a tiny PC so weak it can barely do anything, and it only cost me $35. Yeah, I picked it up on eBay. Cheap doesn't always mean usable. This thing had all the usual problems. Random crashes, weird glitches, and honestly, just figuring out what was wrong was exhausting. But after fixing it, it finally started working the way it should. And that's when I had an idea. What if I push it further? Turn it into something actually useful. So today, let's take a closer look at this little machine and see what it can really become. So this right here is a Dell Optiplex 3060 Micro. It's actually very similar to one I owned before, but compared to the Lenovo P320 that I picked up recently, this Dell is much harder to upgrade. And the main reason is it doesn't have a PCIe slot like the Lenovo. And honestly, that's one of the biggest limitations of these mini PC systems. You're extremely restricted when it comes to upgrades. Here's the not so good news. These things are still being sold everywhere. And if you happen to buy one, this might be one way to boost performance by up to 10 times. But before we get into the upgrades, let's check its current condition. Because of the low price, the seller didn't include any storage at all. And for RAM, there's only a single 4 gigabyte stick. The CPU inside is a G5400, and yeah, it's definitely not a powerful chip. It didn't even come with basic accessories, no charger, nothing. So I had to use one of my own. And then something really concerning started happening. The system keeps powering on and shutting off repeatedly. And honestly, it's one of the worst things you can see on a PC. At this point, I'm thinking, did I just get scammed? All right, let's try swapping the RAM. Different stick, different slot, but no, same issue. Then I remembered I can actually diagnose the problem using the BIOS LED codes. It flashes 2 times, then 7 times. According to the manufacturer, that usually points to a RAM issue. But the thing is, I already tried different RAM, and nothing changed. So now I'm starting to suspect the CPU, and then, oh, what? This thing is burning hot. This is a low-power CPU. There's no way it should be this hot. It was literally almost burning my hand. So yeah, something is definitely wrong with the CPU. All right, I'm going to test this CPU in another system. And yeah, no, it's completely dead. And just to be clear, this thing gets extremely hot, way hotter than it should. So yeah, it probably overheated and killed itself. All right, I'm setting that aside. Let's go back to the mini PC and try a different CPU. But now, there's another issue. The LED is flashing 2 times, then 5 times. So I checked the error code list again, and now it's pointing to a BIOS issue. At this point, I'm honestly feeling pretty stuck. Like, nothing is going right. I was this close to giving up, but let's try one more thing. Reset the BIOS. The process is a bit tedious. First, unplug the power, then remove the Climos battery, move the jumper to the reset position, and hold the power button for about 5 to 10 seconds. After that, we wait and see if the system boots. Oh shit. No way. It actually booted. I can't believe this is real. Looks like the previous owner just messed up the BIOS settings. Honestly, I got really lucky this thing wasn't completely dead. Otherwise, this whole video would have been a total failure. Now, let's move on to the next step, upgrading. There's no way I'm gaming on just the iGPU, so I need to add a dedicated GPU, but there's a problem. There's no PCIe slot, so where do we even plug it in? At this point, I have no choice but to use an NVMe to PCIe by 16 adapter, which costs about $10. So just like that, I can now run pretty much any GPU I want. For this build, I'm going with an AMD Radeon RX 6600 with 8 gigabytes of RAM. Right now, you can find it for around $200, and honestly, it's one of the best price-to-performance GPUs for 1080p gaming. That said, there are slightly better options, like the NVIDIA GeForce RTX 2060 Super 8 gigabytes. It performs a bit better, but also consumes more power. But now comes the big question. How do I power this GPU? Because it needs an 8-pin connector, while this system is running on a simple power adapter. So yeah, that's not going to work. But the solution is actually pretty simple. I'll just use a separate PSU. I'm going with a 600-watt PSU, mainly because it's the only one I have. So all I need to do is short pins 4 and 5 on the connector, and the PSU will turn on next. The CPU. The G5400 is officially out, so I spent $46 on an i5-9400F. And yeah, the F means no iGPU, which is why it's significantly cheaper than the regular version. For RAM, I'm removing the single 4 gigabyte stick and upgrading to 2 times 8 gigabytes, which cost me about $50. I know it's a bit of a waste since this system only has 2 slots, but honestly, 16 gigabytes is the sweet spot these days. Next up, storage. A 500 gigabyte SSD, which you can usually find for around $30. Alright, time to hook everything up and see if it all works together. I'll need to power on the GPU first. And perfect. The system detects all the components. But yeah, this setup is a mess. Cables everywhere. Nothing looks clean or organized. So I'm definitely going to need a better solution for that. I just remembered I actually have a mini case lying around. I measured it, and surprisingly, it fits this setup pretty well. So yeah, I'm going to take everything apart and move this motherboard into a new home. Since this case wasn't designed for this board, I'll need to mark and drill new mounting points to properly secure the motherboard. I'm not going to drill anything too big, just enough for the standoffs to hold it in place. One more really important step, cooling. The original cooler is designed to mount directly onto standoffs that are fixed to the case. So in this new setup, I basically have nowhere to mount it. And unfortunately, I couldn't find any mounting bracket that fits this motherboard. So I came up with a pretty bold idea. I took a standard cooler bracket, cut it into 4 separate pieces, and turned them into independent mounting points. Basically, they act like the 4 legs of a mounting frame. All I had to do was line them up, tighten the screws, and just like that, the cooler is held in place nice and secure. After that, it's pretty simple. Drop the motherboard in, tighten the screws like normal, and we're good. Next, the PSU. I'm placing it at the bottom and only keeping the cables I actually need. Anything unnecessary, I'm removing to keep things clean. Then the GPU goes in the back. There's actually a lot of space there, so fitting it in isn't a problem at all. At this point, it's just about managing the cables and keeping everything neat and organized. And just like that, we now have a much more compact mini PC build. Alright, let's see what kind of performance this thing can deliver. First up, Minecraft. At 1080p with 32 chunks, the overall experience is pretty decent. FPS fluctuates quite a bit, anywhere from over 100 up to 200 FPS, but there are moments where it drops to around 70. And when you look at the system, the CPU is basically pinned at 100% the entire time. Which honestly isn't surprising. This Dell Mini motherboard was designed for office use, not for heavy CPU workloads like Minecraft. And more importantly, we're running the GPU through an NVMe to PCIe adapter. That means the card is only running at PCIe by 4 bandwidth, instead of by 16 like a normal desktop. So yeah, there's definitely some performance loss there, usually around 10 to 20% depending on the scenario. But things start to change when I turn on shaders. Still at 32 chunks, but now the GPU takes over most of the workload. The CPU usage drops noticeably, and the card starts running at full capacity. The result? A much more stable 50 to 60 FPS, and honestly, it looks amazing. Next, CS2, 1080p, low settings. FPS ranges from 70 to 120, depending on the scene. No stuttering, no major drops. Even in deathmatch, it's completely playable. Moving on to Tomb Raider. 1080p high settings. FPS stays above 100 consistently. Everything feels smooth and responsive. At this point, the CPU and GPU are well balanced. Probably the best case scenario for this setup. Now let's try Fortnite. 1080p low, DX12. And once again, the CPU hits 100%. FPS sits around 60 to 80. Still playable, still decent, but clearly the CPU is the bottleneck here. And finally, Cyberpunk 2077. 1080p, no settings. FPS is in the range of 45 to 60. Not amazing, but definitely playable. Overall, this system performs better than I expected. But there's one question I'm really curious about. Is this GPU being held back by this mini PC? Because at the end of the day, it's only running at PCIe by 4. So now, I'm going to install it into a full PCIe by 16 system and see what kind of difference it makes. And yeah, the result is pretty clear. FPS is almost double compared to times 4, which means this GPU still has a lot of untapped potential. At this point, we could even push it up to 2K and still get a smooth experience. So yeah, I've taken this tiny office PC to a whole new level. But at the end of the day, it's still an office system, which means there are limitations. Power delivery, upgrade paths, especially the CPU. What do you think about this build? Let me know down in the comments. What if you could build a gaming PC using parts people literally call broken? So I went on r/hardware swap and bought the cheapest, sketchiest parts I could find. Everything here was listed as faulty, untested, or just dead. The upside? It's way cheaper than buying from the store. The downside? I might have just paid for a pile of junk. So today, we're putting all of this together and finding out, can a full PC setup built from broken Reddit parts actually work? Or is this a complete disaster? Let's find out. Alright, let's unbox the first package. On the outside, it says B760. But inside, it's actually a B560. Not a huge deal though, because the board I originally ordered was a B560 anyways. At first glance, everything looks fine. Nothing too concerning. But then, wait, I noticed a spot that looks a little wet. Oh man, I can't believe this. It smells terrible, like the strong, sharp ammonia smell. Yeah, this might actually be mouse. If smell could be transmitted through video, your nose would not be having a good time right now. Alright, I need to clean this thing immediately. I'm going to wash it, dry it properly, and then we'll jump straight into testing. So I installed the essentials: CPU, RAM, and GPU, and powered it on. Nothing. It won't boot. Debug light is stuck on RAM, so I cleaned the RAM slots and tried again. Still, no signal. I tested all 4 RAM slots. Nothing worked. At this point, I thought maybe it was the CPU, so I cleaned the contact pads and the socket as well, because even a small issue there can cause memory detection problems. But yeah, still no luck. I even tried a different stick of RAM. And the debug light is still stuck on RAM. At this point, I'm out of options. I don't have the tools or equipment to properly repair something like this. I bought it for $15. So yeah, that's probably a total loss. Alright, let's move on to the next component. I picked this one up for $50, and let's see what's inside. Oh wow, I'm seeing 5 sticks of RAM and a motherboard with a CPU already installed. Alright, since RAM is pretty expensive right now, I'm going to check that first. The seller included 5 sticks of ECCDDR3 for a total of 16 gigabytes. Physically, they look completely fine. If these actually work, this is a steal. Next up, the motherboard and CPU. This is one of those cheap OEMX99 boards you usually see coming out of China. Alright, let's test the board first. But it doesn't seem to be working. The problem is, this board doesn't have any debug lights, so it's really hard to figure out what's wrong. I tried different RAM configurations, still no signal, but then when I removed the CPU, I noticed something. The socket was open. And yeah, that's probably the reason why it wouldn't boot. So I carefully started bending the pins back into place. This part takes a lot of patience, because if you mess up, that board is basically done. And then, oh my god, it works perfectly. So yeah, this is indeed an OEMX99 motherboard, and the CPU is the Xeon E52676V3. Alright, now let's move on to testing those 5 sticks of RAM. I've prepared another motherboard with a debug code display, so it'll be much easier to diagnose any issues. Testing all of this is going to take a while. So before anything, I decided to clean all the RAM sticks first, just to reduce the chance of errors caused by bad contact. Alright, and let's try the first stick. And, oh no, the motherboard is showing error code B7. According to the X99 debug code list, this usually means a RAM issue. I tried moving it to a different slot, but yeah, no luck. This stick is completely dead, and honestly, there are very few people out there who can actually repair RAM, and yeah, I'm definitely not one of them. So at this point, there's nothing I can really do except throw it out. Alright, second RAM stick. And yeah, it's the same story as the first one, still stuck on B7. At this point, I'm starting to feel pretty disappointed. But hey, I've still got 3 more sticks. Let's try the third one. Powering on. Oh no, still no post. And now the code is 53, which again points to a RAM issue. Honestly, at this point, it's starting to look like this entire batch of RAM is dead, which probably explains why it was so cheap. Alright, I'm going to try another stick. This one's a different color from the rest. Maybe my luck will change. Let's power it on. No way, it's the exact same issue. Still dead. Alright, last stick. This is the final chance. Powering on? Wait, no way, it has to be 7. That's a good sign. It means the RAM issue might be gone. And just like that, we finally have 1 working stick. So in the end, out of 5 sticks, only 1 actually works. Alright, let's move on to the next package. This one looks like a high-end GPU. Wait, no, we actually have 3 GPUs here. But yeah, definitely not high-end. I picked this bundle up for $120. Let's see what we got. First up, an old GT 622 gigabytes. Before testing, I'm going to clean the display ports and the contact pins. I'll do the same for the next cards as well. Alright, moment of truth. Powering it on, the fan spins, but no display. I tried switching output ports, still nothing, so I decided to take off the cooler. And yeah, the thermal paste is completely dried out. Looks like this GPU hasn't been maintained for a long time. I even tried powering it on without the cooler attached. And that's when I noticed something concerning. The GPU barely produces any heat at all, which usually means, yeah, it's probably dead. Alright, moving on to the second GPU. This one is much more interesting. NVIDIA GeForce GTX 974 gigabytes. Let's see if it actually works. You've got to be kidding me. It booted on the first try, but there's a problem. The display shows artifacting. Glitches, flickering, not constant, but definitely there. At first I suspected it might be a driver issue, because sometimes newer drivers don't play nicely with older hardware, causing artifacting, VRAM issues, or even performance drops. So I rolled back to an older driver, version 537.5 made. And after installing it, the difference was huge. The artifacting is almost completely gone. So I decided to push it further. I ran Heaven Benchmark. And surprisingly, it completed the test without any issues at all. Honestly, I didn't expect such a simple fix to actually work. But the real question is, can this GPU stay stable long term? That's something I don't have the answer to. Alright, time to test the third GPU. About 10 years ago, this thing used to be a high-end card. Let's see how it holds up today. Honestly, I'm really hoping to recover some of the money I spent on this bundle. Powering it on? No way. It boots on the first try. I can't believe this is actually real. And the best part, there's no artifacting, no glitches, no flickering. The display looks completely clean. So I pushed it further. I ran Heaven Benchmark. And surprisingly, it completed the test without any issues. But there is one problem. The GPU temperature hits around 80 degrees Celsius under full load. And here's the thing. With used hardware like this, there's always a risk. It might work perfectly right now, but there's no guarantee it'll stay that way. Just like that H110 motherboard from my previous video. It worked fine during testing, but after some time, the socket literally burned out. So, yeah, just because something still works doesn't mean it's in good condition. That's the reality of buying used hardware. Next up, storage. I picked this up for $20, and yeah, why is it so cheap? Let's find out. Inside, we've got two 500GB SSD. Both are Samsung 870E. Let's test the first one. And looks like the system is stuck on the boot logo. I went into the BIOS, and yeah, this drive isn't even being detected. Alright, I'll set that one aside and move on to the second drive. And this one is more promising. The BIOS detects it correctly, but when I tried to boot into it, the installed Windows seems to be corrupted. So I decided to reinstall Windows and see if the drive is still usable. After the installation finished, I checked the drive health, and oh man, it's only at around 27%. That's really not good. I tried copying some files onto it, and surprisingly it still performs at normal speeds. Later, I'll test some games on this SSD to see how it performs in real use. Now, going back to the first drive, I tested it using a diagnostic tool, and the software couldn't even detect it, which means that first SSD is most likely completely dead, not really usable anymore. Next up, cooling. I picked this cooler up for just $5. Yeah, there's a reason why it's so cheap. According to the seller, it's not complete. The mounting bracket is missing, so I had to order that separately for another $3, which brings the total to just $8 for this cooler. Honestly, I'd say that's still a pretty solid deal. Alright, let's check out the last package. Let's see what's inside. I bought this package for $35. Oh, we've got two PSU. And yeah, both of them look pretty rough. Loose screws, no proper mounting, and neither of them even has a cooling fan. Alright, I'm still going to test them and see if they work. First one, it powers on, but then it shuts down randomly. Probably due to unstable voltage. Honestly, that's pretty scary. I don't want it to kill the entire system, so I'm just going to stop testing it right there. Let's move on to the second PSU. Powering it on? Oh my god, we have a display. This one actually works. But before I test it long term, I need to add a cooling fan, because without proper airflow, it can easily overheat and damage other components. And yeah, that's something I definitely don't want. Oh, and technically, there was one more package. A keyboard and two mice. I got them for about $10. They're really dusty, and more importantly, they're broken. So yeah, I'm not going to spend too much time. So yeah, I've spent around $260 on all of this, and if I'm being honest, I probably haven't even broken even with the parts that are still working. Alright, let's put everything together and see if this system is actually stable. For testing, I'm keeping it simple. Just one game, Minecraft with shaders enabled, and I'll be testing it on both GPU. First up, the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 974GB. At 32 chunks, FPS sits around 50, but GPU temperature is pretty high, and power consumption goes up to around 169 watts, which honestly doesn't make me feel great about the electricity bill. Now, moving on to the second GPU. Yeah, this GPU isn't exactly friendly to my electricity bill either. FPS sits around 80, but when moving quickly, it can drop to around 50. And honestly, that's mostly because the CPU is too weak to keep things stable. But here's the interesting part. I played for quite a while, and the system stayed surprisingly stable. No crashes, no major issues, nothing really concerning. So yeah, compared to the money I spent, if I built a system the normal way, I could definitely get better performance. But this was a different kind of experience. And honestly, that's something money can't always buy. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slash Pan. Boy, we've got a banger for you this week. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more freaky content just like this. Filmed somewhere in Serbia, this TikTok video from Paranormal No proves that you don't have to see something to be terrified of what's lurking in the dark. In this footage, the sounds are all you need to be scared out of your wits. The footage was shot from a high window in the dark of night. The area being filmed could be an alley or small courtyard. However, the details of the space are less important than the terrifying sounds coming from deep within the shadows. As the camera rolls, the night air is filled with the chilling sounds of blood-curdling screams. The person or creature whose shrieks brought our cameraman to the window can't be seen, adding to the terrifying mystery. The video's description suggests it could be a ghostly entity or some sort of monster, letting out these horrifying noises in the dead of night. Some commenters suggested it could be a banshee, a female spirit known for its mournful wails that often warn of an impending death. The screams heard in this video certainly fit the common descriptions of a keening banshee. While the screams sound far too guttural and horrifying to be entirely human, some viewers believe that the video depicts a person in distress rather than something paranormal. If this is the case, something truly awful would have to be happening in the darkness to cause an ordinary human to let out such shrieks. Human or paranormal, this footage is terrifying. Tigers are admired by many around the globe for their impressive size, fierce roar, and undeniable strength. Most have only ever seen a tiger in the zoo. However, for those who have actually managed to encounter one of these majestic beasts in the wild, the experience can be downright terrifying. Take a look. In this video, uploaded to TikTok by WorldHancy22, we see a view from the back of a motorcycle as it travels along a jungle road. The uneasiness is immediately evident in the biker's voice as a large tiger suddenly bounds towards them. The beast comes out from the jungle, racing towards the motorcycle, which continues to speed away. The tiger then runs onto the road, coming just meters from the motorbike and its passengers. Luckily, the vehicle is fast enough to outrun the animal, which soon gives up its chase and retreats back into the jungle. While the two motorcycle riders should consider themselves extremely lucky to have not suffered serious harm, they now have an amazing story to tell, and if no one believes them, they also have this remarkable footage to back it up. As kids, most of us had a fear of something creepy hiding under our beds at some point or another. Perhaps it was the boogeyman or a sinister clown. As we grew older, we understood that this was just another childish fear that we would grow out of. Or is it? For TikTok user Josh Dean 0222, this nightmare was anything but a silly youthful fantasy. In fact, it looks to have become a reality for his young daughter. In the video, we see camera footage of the TikTok user's daughter's bedroom. A child's musical tune is playing in the background. His daughter lies on her bed. She pokes her head over the edge to look underneath. His daughter slowly climbs off her bed and onto the floor. She crawls her way to the front of the bed, turning her head to look underneath the mattress. And what happens next will surely give you the chills. Take a look. As you can see, her body slowly goes under the bed, as if being pulled by something underneath. We then hear the child begin to wail. The cries become more distressed as her body goes underneath until it completely disappears. The TikTok user explained that his wife believes their daughter simply crawled under the bed, though he's certain that she was pulled by something or someone. The way her body seems to slowly slide under the bed is clearly suggestive of a pulling motion, and the fact that she screams "mummy" is extremely eerie and suspicious. The uploader later confirmed that they ran into the child's room to see what had happened. They found their daughter under the bed safe but frightened. So could this video be a case of our worst childhood nightmare coming true? At night, most of us are sleeping, not expecting anything or anyone to disrupt our homes. At least that's what we hope for. Unfortunately, TikTok user Chase the Bass had the opposite experience when something on the ghostly side decided to make an appearance, as caught on video. In the TikTok clip, we see security camera footage of the inside of a home, presumably in a living room with a view of the kitchen in the background. A few moments after the clip begins, something inexplicable happens. Take a look. As you can see, the light suddenly flickers on and off in the background. Just after this, a ghostly figure walks from the right side of the screen and seems to disappear as it reaches the center of frame. The ghostly figure clearly resembles a human in its shape and stride. The fact that the entity enters the room just after the flicker of the light is certainly uncanny, leaving many to suspect that the two events are related. At the same time, it could just be a person walking into the kitchen, and perhaps the lighting caused the home security cam to glitch a little. So is this just a glitch or a genuine ghost sighting? Give the clip another look and tell us what you think down in the comments section. An unlucky TikTok video creator, Crackerjack, has captured something on camera that will surely make you squirm. In the brief clip, we see the tap head of the bathroom sink. Clearly, a nightmare is unfolding. Let's take a look. As you can see, dangling from the sink is what seems to be a thin brown worm soaked in water. The camera operator holds a napkin and places it near the worm, which quickly pulls itself into the head of the tap and disappears. At first glance, the worm just looks like a piece of hair, and its rapid movement definitely makes it suspicious. Commenters were quick to point out the similarities to the larval demigorgon in Stranger Things. Some thought perhaps it was actually the leg of a spider sitting just inside the tap. The irksome pest was later identified to be a drain worm, which are the larvae of a drain fly. These slippery suckers tend to hide in moist areas of the home. Spotting one often hints at a much larger infestation somewhere in the house. Imagine one of these bad boys fell into your drink without you knowing. Are young children more sensitive to the spirit world? Many parents and paranormal experts believe that they are, and it seems this video from the YouTube channel Rhea and Shay's Fun may provide evidence for this theory. The video shows a mum chatting with her young daughter. The toddler is playing casually on the floor, while her mother questions her about a visitor that's apparently been interrupting her fun time.
Where's the man? Where? Show Mama where's the man.
The toddler claims that a man regularly watches her from the stairs.
There. Is he on the stairs? Is he standing there? Where?
According to the video's description, sometimes the girl is quite scared of the man, refusing to go near the area. In the video, the girl points to the stairs, claiming that the man's there now. However, the camera shows that no one's visible standing there.
Is he standing there? Where?
Some attribute these childhood ghost sightings to an overactive imagination. It certainly isn't uncommon for young children to have imaginary friends. However, this does raise a rather eerie question. Can children really see ghosts? Some parents believe that they can. They see the very real fear that their children have for their invisible visitors, making them more inclined to believe that something paranormal is in fact nearby. With more and more stories coming out about children supposedly seeing spirits, it seems likely this could be a very real possibility. To any parents watching this video, I'll throw this question out to you. What do you think? Are children more susceptible to the paranormal? Let me know your thoughts in the comment section below.
Standing there. Where?
Most people probably have an idea of how they think they would react if they were to come face to face with a ghost. While many may see themselves acting brave in such a situation, the truth is that most would probably run in fear. In this video shared to YouTube by Maduka Narote, we get to see what a genuine reaction to something supernatural might look like. The footage, which appears to have been captured on a security camera, shows a room with a desk and two chairs opposite it. A man sits behind the desk using his phone as two other men enter the room from the front door. The three of the men begin to speak before one of the men leaves. The two remaining men continue to talk for several more seconds until something eerie is captured on camera. Take a look. Startled, the pair look at the chairs. However, they soon resume talking. Suddenly, the chairs move once again. This time, they're lifted into the air with enough force to slam into the door. Scared, the men scatter. One runs through the front door while the other opens a side entrance and flees into the darkness. Understandably, this video's been met with mixed opinions. Some feel that the clip's been staged, noting what appears to be some overacting. However, others in the comments section think it's actually a genuine response. Imagine how you might react to the same situation. Running for the nearest exit certainly seems like a logical thing to do, given the circumstances. Imagine waking up to a security camera notification and seeing what appears to be a ghost of a young girl wandering your property alone in the dark. That's exactly what happened to Texas man Robert Sesh in 2020. Take a look at what was captured by his home security system. In both pictures, we can see a girl who appears to be wearing a long robe. After reviewing the creepy camera footage, Sesh also discovered that a gate on his property that he had always kept closed was now mysteriously ajar. Neither Sesh nor his neighbours were able to recognise the person, leading to initial reports that the figure could have been a ghost. While speculation continued over the mysterious figure's identity, it was soon learned that the ghost girl was actually a woman who had crashed her car nearby and was wandering onto Sesh's property looking for help. Fortunately, she managed to make it home safely, but not before being snapped by Cersei's security camera. While this story has a happy ending, we certainly can't blame Cersei for getting spooked. Though the figure didn't turn out to be a real ghost, even the sight of a woman in a robe wandering through the darkness is still enough to freak most people out. Exploring allegedly haunted houses can lead to incredible discoveries as well as terrifying events. YouTuber Edzi Villanueva got a taste of the paranormal when he decided to explore a haunted house in Saudi Arabia, experiencing spooky events that would leave most people fleeing the scene. In the YouTube video, we first see a shot of a man looking into the camera, somewhat scared. The man turns the camera around so we can see the entrance to the house. The YouTuber slowly enters the house, moving the camera around for viewers to see. The house looks fairly empty and dark. After exploring a little more, we can hear the man panic. What he spots is certainly unsettling. Take a look. If we watch it again, we can see the cupboard doors opening and closing repeatedly. There doesn't seem to be any string attached or anyone manipulating the doors. A few seconds later, the doors stop moving and the man walks towards them. He inspects the cupboards in the room, but nothing seems amiss. Approximately 15 seconds later, as the man walks out of the room, we suddenly see another chilling occurrence. The door slams shut right next to him. The door opens again, shutting loudly once more as the man backs away. Some kind of loud rattling noise can be heard in the background. The man then approaches the door to investigate. There doesn't appear to be any explanation for its slamming shut. And soon afterwards, the video abruptly ends. Venturing into haunted houses definitely comes with its own set of risks. While what this YouTuber experienced was certainly petrifying, it's fortunate that he didn't come across any serious harm. Still, it's hard to explain just what caused the strange occurrences in this house. Perhaps this adventure can only be explained by the supernatural. Some strange sightings posted to the internet are just plain hard to explain. This could be due to a mysterious being having an ambiguous shape, moving rapidly, or having no suggestion as to what it could be at all. This is the case for one video uploaded by Warmonger on YouTube. In the brief clip, we see a view outside of a car at night time. What happens next may just give you the chills. Take a look. We can see a small white figure running on all fours in front of the car and into the darkness, disappearing from sight. There have been many suggestions as to what this so-called creature might be. Many viewers thought the creature could actually just be a person who was drunk or under the influence of drugs, running on all fours. Others were more inclined to believe it was some type of animal, perhaps a monkey or a large cat. A YouTube user who uploaded the video explained that this so-called creature had made strange sounds before emerging. There have been no explanations as to what this figure could be. So until further information comes to hand, this bizarre sighting will have to be chalked up as a mystery. Uploaded to YouTube by Sriram K, the video shows a group of men driving down a dark road in Udaipur, India. There are no street lights illuminating their way, so we can only see what's lit up by the car's headlights. There, by the side of the road, in what appears to be a makeshift shelter, sits a figure dressed completely in white. For the majority of the footage, the figure remains eerily still, staring at the ground in front of them. The man in the car, watching fear, attempting to determine what the person's doing. They flash their lights on and off, attempting to get their attention, but to no avail. Several seconds pass, then suddenly the person stands up, spooking the men in the car. The video then abruptly ends before we get to find out what happens. Viewers' opinions on this video remain divided, and it's easy to see why. Some believe the video does indeed show a ghost, while others think it's more likely to be a person just wrapped in a white shroud. Either way, it's still an unsettling clip. So what do you think this video's captured? Is it simply just an ordinary person dressed in a white robe hoping to scare some innocent passers-by? Or is it something a little more sinister? Watch the footage again and judge for yourself. Who knows what lurks deep in the unexplored forests that surround our cities and towns? In this footage, a man exploring on horseback gets the surprise of a lifetime when a bizarre creature begins to menace him. The footage provides a blurry shot of a clearing in the forest. The clearing is bright with sunlight, but the day is far from peaceful. The man holding the camera seems to have spotted a strange humanoid creature yelling in an unknown language. It's hard to see the creature clearly, but it's definitely smaller than a typical human. The majority of its body is dark, except for the face, as if it's wearing a dark cloak. It holds a long stick in one hand, shaking it at the man. The footage was allegedly filmed in Russia, leading some to believe that this is a being from Slavic folklore known as Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga is a diminutive, ugly old witch who lives in the forest in a hut made of bones. According to the myths, she rides on a broomstick to kidnap children, using the broom to sweep away their tracks. Back in the forest, she eats the children and adds their bones to the hut's grim decor. However, some legends assert that Baba Yaga isn't bad at all, but a wise old woman who will answer questions for those who find her. However, the aggressive behavior of the being in this video suggests that the more sinister version of the legend may be the more accurate one. Paranormal figures are already creepy enough on their own, but their creep factor goes up by 100 when we spot them following other people. In a video uploaded by ThinkerTK on TikTok, we get to see this situation in action. The video shows a busy street filled with many people walking by. It's a short clip, but see if you can see anything odd. If you watch it again in slow motion, just next to the woman holding two bags in her right hand, a strange transparent figure can be seen following closely behind. The woman and the individuals near her seem to be oblivious to the potential ghostly figure behind her. It doesn't seem that any obvious harm came to the woman, so some viewers think this may have been a spirit that has some kind of attachment to the woman. Unfortunately, without further information, we may never know the truth about this mysterious clip. Paranormal activity often seems to involve a variety of instances. Unexplained movements, sounds, or even mysterious figures are all common signs. Unfortunately for Cody, a friend of the YouTuber Other Studios, he seems to have experienced all three at once. The uploader explains that their friend was home alone when he started to notice a series of strange happenings. The lights began to flicker, and there were creepy, unexplainable sounds. He decided to grab his camera and attempt to record his experience. In the footage, we see a fire alarm go off, as well as a flickering light in the fridge. The uploader mentions that up until this point, their friend Cody thought it might have just been a poor power connection. That is until the bathroom faucet started to run all on its own. Hearing a strange noise in the kitchen, Cody quickly returns to check it out. There he discovers that two chairs seem to have moved all on their own. Now scared, Cody briefly leaves the house. However, he soon sums up the courage to continue his investigation and decides to head back inside. Somehow all the cabinet doors in the kitchen are now completely open. The uploader then explains that later that evening, Cody decided to rewatch the footage in an effort to spot anything that he might have missed. Shockingly, as he re-enters the house, there appears to be a head peeping out from the top right-hand corner of one of the doors in the hallway. The head seems to be staring directly towards the camera, eerily watching Cody from above. It is a high-definition still taken from the footage. While some viewers remain skeptical about this clip, it certainly does have all the classic signs of paranormal activity. Unfortunately, many of these things can easily be faked with a piece of string or by another person hidden off camera. However, the fact that the video appears to have captured the face of an eerie figure watching from the doorway does lend credibility to the footage. But what do you think? Is this a case of real paranormal activity, or is there another way to explain these mysterious goings-on? As always, we'll throw it out to you, the viewer. Generally, going to the local store is a rather mundane task. However, not so for this man, who found himself the unwitting star of a very mysterious video. Let's take a look. The footage, which appears to have been taken from a security camera, shows the man standing in an aisle. He takes a product off the shelf and begins examining it. Suddenly, a box from the shelf behind him floats forward, appearing to hover in mid-air. A few seconds later, another box flies off the rack in front of the man and onto the floor. Surprised, the man bends down to pick it up just as the floating object also falls to the floor. Startled voices, presumably those of employees watching the footage, can be heard in the background, with one suggesting that it could be the work of a poltergeist. The way the first box appears to slide off the shelf and hang in mid-air without any support certainly seems within the realm of the supernatural. And with no other people standing nearby, it seems difficult to explain the situation any other way. If it turns out that this video does indeed show a poltergeist, then the man may have been incredibly lucky. After all, it seemingly chose only to manipulate the items on the shelf while leaving the unaware shopper to continue about his day. Children's laughter and play are usually a cause for admiration, not a cause for fear or concern. In alkakui.tv's TikTok video, viewers witnessed the latter when one young child seems to play with a figure which simply isn't there. Viewers first see a young child playing with a ball on the floor of a living room. What happens next is cause for alarm. Watch. If we watch it again, the child stands up and begins to back away from the ball. All of a sudden, the ball is pushed forward by an invisible force. The child goes back on the ground to catch the ball. She then pushes the toy forward. The ball rolls forward before abruptly stopping, again apparently by a presence that just isn't there. Viewers can see that there's no other person in the living room with the girl, so the creepy movement of the ball can't be explained by another human. Some commenters suggested the uploader looked to prayer and religion for guidance through this mysterious happening. Others suggested the house should go on sale immediately. One wily-eyed viewer said the clip was actually in reverse, which is a plausible explanation, considering the strange movement of the ball at the very end of the clip. So is this a glimpse at a playful spirit, or just some clever editing? Let me know your thoughts down below. Most of the time when you're driving down a busy highway, you probably aren't thinking about the possibility that spirits could be lurking nearby. However, if this chilling video is to be believed, then maybe you should take the time to look around a little more closely on your next nighttime drive. On first glance, this video posted to TikTok by MKLogan6 doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. It appears to have been captured on a cell phone camera on a walkway along the side of a busy road. The light is dim, but the walkway is illuminated by a combination of street lights from above, as well as the headlights from passing cars. If you pay close attention to the area of the walkway where the arrow is pointing, it appears that the camera has caught something rather chilling. Take a look. There's a ghostly-looking figure lurking in the shadows. Unfortunately, it never gets close enough to the camera to record any definite features. However, we can see that it appears to be wearing a long white dress and has dark hair covering its face. Sightings of ghostly women in white are common. Folklore tells that a woman in white is the spirit of a woman who died tragically, often in heartbreak, forced to wander the earth mourning whatever it is that she's lost. This raises the possibility that the so-called ghost seen in this video could have met a tragic end along this very roadway. Some more skeptically minded viewers believe that rather than depicting a spirit, this video most likely shows an ordinary woman walking along the roadway. However, the most chilling feature of the figure in the video is that at times it appears to be transparent and seems to vanish when not illuminated by the bright headlights of passing cars. Take another look. So what do you think's been captured in this creepy video? A wandering spirit, perhaps? Or is it just a person walking down the roadway illuminated by headlights? Love to hear your take on this one in the comments section below. A creepy figure stalking a group of friends who are on a camping trip sounds like a classic horror cliche. However, if this video uploaded to YouTube by Ruben Mockery is to be believed, then it might be wise to think twice before planning your next outdoors adventure. The clip begins by showing a group of friends chatting around a campfire.
Camping 2010 with Trevor and Jeremy and Tom.
Suddenly, the camera holder freezes when he notices what appears to be a set of two red, glowing eyes watching him from the darkness. Have a look.
What is that?
Nothing's... What's what?
Seriously, guys. I seriously saw something over there. Tom, did you not see it?
The man begins to panic, but his friends don't seem to believe him.
Whatever, man. Dude, listen, Wolf is fire. I am not going to sit here.
That is until one of them shines a light into the forest. Determined to get a better look, the cameraman zooms in, and this time all of the friends are able to see the strange glowing red eyes.
Tom, guys? Oh my God, what is that? Oh my, that's it. That's it. Oh my God.
Whatever it is appears to charge at the men. Spooked, the men run to a boat. However, they soon realize that a member of their group is missing.
Where's Keith? I don't know. I see it. Where's Tom? Where's Tom? Where's Tom? Tom!
They call out to their friend, who yells back from a nearby cliff.
Over there! Get you, dude! Tom! Tom! Get over here!
The man decides to leap into the water and begins to swim towards the safety of the boat.
Dude, if you don't jump, it's going to get you. You have to jump. Huh.
Suddenly, the friends spot the same red eyes once again. This time, they're peering down from the top of the same cliff that their friend had just jumped from.
There it is. Did you see it? Did you see it? No, hold on. Dude, if we get to some camera... There it is. That's it.
It's now that we can see the red eyes seem to belong to some sort of human-like figure.
That is, oh my gosh. It's in the water. Are you serious?
The creepy figure also leaps into the water and begins chasing the boat, when suddenly the video abruptly ends.
Oh my goodness. Go!
While many viewers believe that these campers really were chased by some sort of glowing iron cryptid, others are not so sure. They suggest that the video could be an elaborate hoax cooked up by the campers themselves. However, if this isn't the case and the footage is indeed real, then I'm sure these friends will never return to this area ever again. Hopefully, they've also warned others of the potential dangers that lurk in the darkness down by the lake.
He's chasing the boat, Tom! Oh my goodness.
In this TikTok video from Lil Fags, it seems that one man's found a way to bend the laws of physics. At the beginning of the clip, a man enters a turnstile. As he attempts to push through, he gets caught up as the bar hits into his leg, laughing at his own awkwardness. If you watch closely, however, you'll notice that the end of the bar seems to pass through the man's leg as he attempts to negotiate the turnstile. Although he's already partially passed through the turnstile, he ends up behind the bar, left to try and negotiate the turnstile yet again. Here it is, zoomed in and in slow motion. How could such a thing have happened? Some viewers have suggested some sort of molecular anomaly, or perhaps a glitch in the fabric of reality. Others have gone so far as to suggest that the man is some type of hologram. Some keen-eyed viewers, however, believe it's simply a trick of perspective, and the bar lifts in front of his leg before he moves, making it look like it passes through his leg. Unfortunately, without more information, this strange little clip will have to remain a mystery. I'll throw this out to you, the audience. What do you think's going on? Most people visit the library in order to read or study in peace and quiet. In this video, however, there's anything but tranquility. In the footage, which appears to have been taken from a series of internal security cameras, you can see various areas of the library. One in particular picks up something rather unusual. Take a look. The eerie stillness is suddenly interrupted when one of the books at the table appears to levitate in mid-air. The book then opens up as if someone or something is attempting to read it. While there's little information available on this footage, all we can do is speculate about its authenticity. However, the original uploader has circled what appears to be a fan attached to the ceiling in the upper left corner of the video. If you look closely, you can see that it seems to be switched off, ruling out the possibility of it being somehow responsible for the book's movement. Still, even if the fan was working, it would do little to explain the book's seeming ability to hover in mid-air. Of course, a lot of people have pointed out that it could just be CGI. So what do you think? CGI hoax or genuine floating book? Let me know what you think down below. It's occurred before, instances where people, animals, or things have disappeared without explanation. Usually these happenings occur in horror movies or TV shows, but what about when they happen in real life? TikTok user Baden Ima Hababa may have just uploaded proof of this with the following video. In the brief clip, we see the inside of the car. In front of the car is a man riding on a bike. Watch what happens and see if you can come up with your own explanation. If we watch it carefully again, the individual holding the camera shifts the view to the outside of the car, where we can see the rails of a bridge and water underneath. A few seconds later, the camera shifts the view back to the front of the car, where the man riding the bike is no longer there. It's certainly difficult to explain just what may have happened to the mysterious man on the bike. Some think it's just a trick of perspective and the bike has simply drifted out of view. However, the fact they're on a narrow bridge with water underneath doesn't leave much space for hiding. It's possible they steered to the right of frame, but that would mean veering in front of a moving car, something a cyclist isn't likely to do. One suspicious detail about the clip is the sudden ending. If the biker really did vanish, why would you stop filming? Still, many viewers believe something mysterious is afoot in this clip. Some called the rider a ghost, while others speculated that they were abducted by aliens. I'll have to get your take on this mysterious clip in the comments section below. This next video can be best described as potent nightmare fuel. While there's little information on what it actually shows or where it was filmed, it does little to curb its creepiness. Take a look. If we take another look, we can see that the camera operator manages to adjust the camera's focus. They pan up to see the chilling, puppet-like figure making its way down the street. The figure's shape resembles a human, but it walks very strangely, moving its arms and legs in an erratic, stunted motion. A few moments later, the eerie figure whips around and appears to stare directly at the camera. Seemingly in a panic, the camera holder briefly lowers the device. However, when he raises it once again, the figure has vanished. While it's certainly possible that this creature is some sort of macabre puppet or even a piece of very clever CGI, its bizarre movements and uneasy gait are certainly difficult to erase from your mind. If this footage is ever proven to be genuine and this creature really does exist, then good luck to anyone who's planning to sleep ever again. On a foggy woodland path in Belfast Island, YouTuber Dave Explores seems to have captured something rather creepy. The footage shows a darkened path in a lush forest at night time. The way in front of the explorers is lit up, possibly by a flashlight or even the camera. The air in front of them is filled with fog, making the forest beyond even more difficult to see. Men continue chatting when a subtle flash temporarily brightens the forest. One of the men asks the others if they also saw it.
Did any of you guys see this? And it just seems like it just seems to be a piece of you guys. Did any of you just see that?
Suddenly, they're startled as a pale, ghost-like shape seems to move across the path just in front of them.
Whoa, did any of you just see something walk in front of the camera?
Here it is again in slow motion. While this YouTuber is no stranger to the paranormal, this footage is certainly not without its detractors. Some claim that the strange shape is just a trick of the light as it reflects off the mist.
You can't see nothing with this eye. No, you can't. Whoa, did any of you just see something walk in front of the camera?
However, it seems that the majority of those who have commented on the video believe that the shape is indeed something supernatural, with one even noting its similarities to a child running through the fog.
Whoa, did any of you just see something walk in front of the camera?
The subtlety of this footage has led many to believe that it is in fact genuine, as hoax videos can often include over-the-top effects.
No, you can't.
As always, we'll throw this one out to you, the viewer. Do you think there's something supernatural in this video, or is it just our overactive imaginations? Watch the footage one more time and let us know what you think in the comments section below.
Whoa, did any of you just see something walk in front of the camera?
Strange objects or beings flying in the air are, terrifyingly enough, an occurrence that's been reported by countless people worldwide. Sometimes these sightings are simply explained as birds or planes. Occasionally, however, they're also believed to be UFOs flown by aliens. Still, Instagram user Unanswered Universe was not able to find an answer with the clip he shared. In the Instagram video, we see a blue sky with a flying object in the center of the frame. The object resembles a small humanoid figure. Here it is, zoomed in and slowed down. Many have explained this sighting as a drone. After all, drones have become more and more common in everyday life. On the other hand, most drones are small, flat, with a noticeable camera. It's this detail that has led many viewers to believe we're witnessing some kind of alien craft or being hovering in the air. They've also theorized that it may be collecting data on Earth and sending it back to some interstellar race. But what do you think? Drone or alien? Duke it out in the comments section below. Surely no parent ever wants to witness something creepy occur around their child. Unfortunately, that seems to be what happened to YouTuber Original Bayless as he was filming his toddler playing on the floor. In the video, we see a young child sitting in a living room with a mix of toys scattered behind them. The child's father explains that for the last 5 minutes, one of the toys has been moving by itself without explanation.
Yes, I don't know if you can see this, but that thing just keeps moving completely by itself.
It continues to rotate in a circle.
Doing its own thing there.
At one point, the toy appears to hit a green ball, causing it to roll forwards.
Nothing really around it. It's doing it for 5 minutes or so.
The general consensus from viewers is that the toy's movement is certainly creepy, However, some have wondered if the toy itself is motorized and has a rolling head.
Creepy.
So what do you think? Is the uploader just playing funny buggers with us? Or is this genuinely something supernatural caught on film? Love to hear your opinions in the comments section below.
Nothing really around it. It's gonna look rough. 5 magic show.
This video from YouTuber VideoNadix may be yet more evidence of a well-known legend, that of the White Lady. The White Lady is a common figure in ghostly folklore. Typically, she's a woman who's died in a tragic way, often grieving her lost love or her deceased children. Her mournful spirit usually lingers near her place of death, typically appearing in a long white dress, her long hair obscuring her face from those who encounter her. This footage was shot using a car's dash cam as it heads down a lonely road in the middle of the night. Before long, we see something eerie up ahead. Take a look. As you can see, a strange figure is standing in the middle of the road. The driver slows down and swerves around the person. While this could simply be explained as someone odd standing in the middle of the road, perhaps pulling a prank, when we watch the footage again, something more chilling becomes apparent. Take another look. If you watch closely, the figure seems to appear out of thin air. It looks like the car adjusts their high beam, which reveals that the figure appears out of nowhere. It's this chilling detail that has led many to believe that this is a genuine sighting of the Lady in White. Could some tragedy have taken place along this lonely stretch of road? The appearance of the White Lady seems to suggest so. Whenever demonic possession is depicted in horror films, it always seems to be a young woman who is usually taken as a host. During a possession, many petrifying things can happen, such as the girl's body twisting and writhing in unnatural ways, or them speaking in low demonic voices. In these two videos uploaded to YouTube by Ashik Tipu, we see what a very real demonic possession might actually look like. In the first video, a young woman with long dark hair can be seen sitting in the middle of the road at night time. Car's headlights shine on the woman, illuminating her figure. Using her arms, she slowly lifts her body upwards. Arching her back, she appears as though she's about to lunge at the car. She then raises herself onto her feet and begins to walk backwards. In the second clip, which is a continuation of the first, we see the woman fasten her pace, forcing the car and its scared passengers to reverse down the road. She then steps into the forest and the footage comes to a sudden end. Combined, these two brief but eerie clips have garnered many millions of views. Understandably, with so much attention comes much scrutiny. Some viewers think that the video could simply be a very scary prank. Others believe that it could indeed show someone in the grips of a demonic possession. However, a lot of people have noted that the woman's behaviour might suggest that she is in need of some help. Unfortunately, for such a popular pair of videos, there's actually very little information available. Both titles mention that the footage was captured in Haida, which could refer to a northern district of Uganda. However, without any other leads, it's difficult to speculate further. If anyone has any more information on these two creepy clips, we'd love to hear about it in the comments section below. Jail cells usually house individuals who have committed crimes. But what about if, instead of human criminals, they house figures of a paranormal variety? One particular video, as uploaded by DM Secret Facts on YouTube, gives viewers a glimpse of this horrifying possibility. We see footage of the inside of a jail cell, which initially seems empty. A couple of seconds after the clip starts, a red circle appears on the screen, showing viewers exactly where the so-called ghost arrives. The entity is nearly transparent with an amorphous shape. It hovers for a few moments before the video cuts to a larger shot of the cell. The strange misty shape is on the right side of the frame this time, floating around the cell. A few moments later, the jail cell door opens and a guard comes into the room. The guard walks up to a spot just below the security camera and looks right into it. The strange mist hovers just behind the man, who continues to stare into the camera. The guard then leaves the cell and the video shows the shape once more with a close-up on its bizarre form. While the mysterious floating mist in this video is very spooky, it's the guard's dark stare into the camera that makes it especially eerie. It can be assumed that the guard was simply checking that the camera was functioning, but even so, it remains disturbing. Look at those dark eyes. Some viewers have speculated that the guards spotted the strange mist on camera and sent someone to see if the camera was functioning properly. As for the so-called ghost, it's hard to give a definitive answer as to what it could be. Some have dubbed it a visiting supernatural being, or perhaps the soul of a former jailmate who had passed away. A cemetery, such as the one shown in this video from the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts, seems like a logical place for a ghostly encounter. It's thought that many spirits linger near their final resting places, so who knows how many ghosts could be haunting your local graveyard. The clip shows a quiet cemetery filled with bright white tombstones. At first, it's unclear why the camera is focused on a large memorial statue some distance away. Then, as the camera quietly rolls, a ghostly shape peers out from behind the statue. You can see only part of the figure, but it seems ethereal and wispy. It moves as though it's hiding from the camera, curiously peeking out to see what's happening. Judging by the footage, it doesn't seem to be malicious, but rather nervous or inquisitive, perhaps alarmed that it's been spotted. Could this really be a ghost wandering the cemetery? Considering how camera-shy it appears to be, it seems that we may never be able to confirm exactly what it is. One of the saddest occurrences in life is the passing of a pet. Some pet owners swear they can still see their pet in passing glimpses. Others get potential video proof of it. TikTok user Max C shared the latter. In the short clip, we see footage of the inside of a house with text that reads, "Who died a year ago?" Let's take a look. The camera zooms in where we can see what seems to be a floating dog head staring directly into the camera. Another piece of text reads, "It's almost like he's still here." There are a lot of possibilities to explain what's going on in this clip, including the chance the dog head is just a blown-up photo, a mask, or something that was put in during the editing process. Some commenters even claim it's just a real dog that's sticking their head out from behind a curtain. What if this is a case of the supernatural? Could the spirit of the deceased dog be making one more visit to its master. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. While videos of objects moving around or falling off tables for no obvious reason are certainly scary, when they contain a potential paranormal entity, they become a little more chilling. That may be just what occurs in this clip, uploaded to the YouTube channel DM Secret Facts. In the video, we see what looks to be a kitchen. In the foreground, there's a table and chairs. Suddenly, the ceiling light begins to flicker, illuminating the room with an eerie glow. Several objects fall from the table. And the lamp begins to bend. All is still until a menacing black figure suddenly appears at the table. The figure is only visible for a split second. However, if you pause the footage, you can see it in greater detail. Take a look. Shortly after, the figure reappears, this time in the kitchen. As before, its appearance is brief, and only those with a keen eye are likely to see it. A moment passes, then the door in the background begins to open and close, seemingly all on its own. While the initial movement of the objects on the table is difficult enough to explain, the sudden appearance of the dark, shadowy figure is even weirder. Though it's only visible for a split second, its presence evokes an uneasiness that only adds to an already creepy video. A video that seems to offer more questions than it answers. So what do you think the mysterious figure could be? A ghost, shadow person perhaps? Or is it simply a glitch in the film? Let me know what you think in the comment section below. Well, hey, that's the end of the episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to watch some more scary clips, then check out these two links right here. Remember to follow us on all our other socials as well. We're on X, Facebook, and Instagram. There's links in the description box down below there. And that's it for me. I'll see you all next time. This is an old office PC I pulled out from the corner of my storage. I don't remember when I bought it. There's a warning on the case. Broken. For most people, this is just dead hardware. But for me, this is potential. Because a PC almost never dies completely. Usually, it's just a few parts that fail, which means there's still something worth saving in here. So, in this video, I'm taking this thing apart and pushing it as far as it can go. Can this piece of junk become a real gaming PC? Let's find out. So this right here is a pre-built Lenovo PC. The model name is kind of long, you can see it on screen. It was made around 2017 and it's an SFF system. And yeah, this isn't some super weak machine. It's running an H110 motherboard, which means I can use 6th and 7th gen CPU. Even by today's standards, that's still pretty decent. Just like most of these systems, it comes with 2 RAM slots, a PCIe by 16 slot, and even a built-in Wi-Fi card. Alright, let's see what's wrong with it. This machine came without a CPU and RAM, so I had to install some spare parts just to power it on and diagnose the issue. First problem, I couldn't even turn it on using the power button, because somehow the internal front panel wires were cut off. I have no idea why someone would do that, so instead I had to jump the power pins directly on the motherboard. But even then, nothing. It just refused to turn on. At this point, it started to look like a power issue, so I grabbed a standard ATXPSU to test it. Problem is, this board uses a proprietary power connector, so I needed an adapter to convert from 24-pin to 10-pin, and luckily, the motherboard actually powered on just fine, which means the original PSU is dead. So now what I'm left with is just the motherboard and the case. And here's my idea. I'm going to reuse as much as possible from this system. Add in a GPU and use the standard ATXPSU to power everything. Because the stock power supply in these systems usually doesn't provide enough power for a dedicated graphics card. So yeah, let's turn this thing into something way more interesting. Alright, for this build, I'm going with NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1660Ti. It's 6 gigabytes. Picked it up for around $95.
Now, to fit a card this big into a system like this, I had to use a PCIe by 16 riser, which cost me another $25. And of course, I paired it with a 650-watt PSU to power everything. So I hooked everything up just to see if it would even work. And luckily, it works perfectly. But there's a problem. This setup takes up a lot of space, and honestly, it doesn't look very clean. So before turning this into a proper gaming machine, I need to secure both the PSU and the GPU. My plan is to mount them outside the case, because inside, it's just way too cramped. And honestly, this might actually be the best way to show off the GPU anyway. Now, I don't have a 3D printer, so I can't just make a clean custom bracket, which means I'm going to have to get a little creative here. To connect the GPU, I had to cut out a section of the side panel, just to route the PCIe riser cable. After measuring and marking the exact spots, the rest was simple. Just grab a cutting tool and remove that section. Once that was done, I added some tape along the edges to prevent scratches and avoid damaging the cable. But now I needed a way to secure the PCIe slot to the panel. So I started thinking, and then I realized the metal bracket from the GPU mount could actually work perfectly for this. Of course, I had to cut it a bit so the PCIe slot could fit through. Then I drilled 2 holes on both ends and used screws to lock everything in place. Now the PCIe slot is solid, no wobble at all. After that, I just needed to secure everything onto the side panel with screws. And just like that, we now have a solid GPU mounting bracket. You can pretty much install any large GPU in this. It's not perfectly rigid, but compared to just leaving it loose, this is way safer and way more usable. Next up, the PSU. Since it's pretty heavy, I needed something a bit more secure. So my plan was to mount it directly onto the side panel using screws. But first, I had to take the PSU apart so I could screw it in from the inside. In the end, just 2 screws were enough to hold it very firm. Now, yeah, this does leave a couple of small holes in the PSU, but honestly, it doesn't affect performance at all, so I'm not too worried about it. What matters is, this build is slowly turning into a proper gaming machine. Once one side of the PSU was secured to the panel, I reassembled it back to normal. And just like that, the hardest part of this build is done. But I noticed something. Power cables are way too long. It looks messy. So my next idea, cut out a section in the side panel to route the cables cleanly back inside the case. As you can see, it looks way cleaner now. And honestly, a lot cooler too. Now let's move on to upgrading the hardware inside this system. Because right now, this machine basically has nothing except the motherboard. First up, the CPU. I'm going with a Xeon E3140V6, which I picked up for around $20. Performance-wise, it's pretty close to an i7-7700, so it's a really solid value. Next, RAM. For this build, I'm installing 16 gigabytes RAM. That's 2 sticks of 8 gigabytes, and right now, these cost me about $50. For storage, I'm adding a 500 gigabyte SSD. Prices are still kind of high, so even a used one like this is around $30. But to use a CPU like this at such a good price, we do have to make a small trade-off, because this motherboard's chipset doesn't officially support server CPUs like this one. At this point, the video is already getting pretty long, so I'm not going to do a full BIOS mod tutorial here. There are already tons of guides online, so you can definitely look it up yourself. Now, one issue I noticed, this PC runs pretty hot, and the problem is there's basically no airflow at all. So I decided to add a fan to improve air circulation inside the case. For this, I reused a cooler from a Dell Optiplex 7020 that I worked on in a previous video. Since the original PSU is no longer usable, I removed it completely, and that actually left me with a perfect empty space. And guess what? That space fits this cooler perfectly. So yeah, I'm going to mount it right here. And here's everything I've upgraded on this PC. Overall, it looks clean and solid. I even tested it by giving the whole system a slight shake. And yeah, it's completely stable. No wobble, no loose parts. Everything feels locked in place. Everything is ready. I can't wait any longer. Let's jump into some real gaming tests and see if this setup can actually handle modern games. First up, CS2. I tested it in a deathmatch match, running at 1080p on low settings. And the result? Over 100 FPS. That's actually pretty solid. For esports titles, this setup is more than enough. Even for ranked matches, you're not going to have any problems here. Next, Minecraft. At 1080p with 8 chunks, The game runs super smooth at around 300 to 400 FPS. When I pushed it up to 32 chunks, FPS dropped to just over 100, but overall the experience is still smooth and stable. Then I turned things up a bit with shaders. At 8 chunks, the GPU was pushed to 100% usage, but even then, FPS stayed above 100 consistently, which means this system can handle pretty demanding graphics scenarios. Next up, Tomb Raider. At 1080p on high settings, it runs at over 200 FPS. Super smooth. Perfect for fast-paced combat. Now let's check out GTA 5. At 1080p high settings, FPS sits around 60. It's not insanely smooth, but definitely playable. If you want higher FPS, you can always lower the graphics a bit. Overall, pretty solid. And finally, Cyberpunk 2077. At 1080p low settings, FPS is around 80 to 90. Everything feels smooth. When driving, it dips slightly to around 60 FPS. But overall, this is actually a pretty good experience. Definitely playable. Alright, after everything, from a cheap office PC that looked completely dead, to a system that can actually play games, honestly, this result turned out better than I expected. It's not perfect, it's still a bit rough. Some parts look a little weird. But the important thing is, it works. It's stable, and it delivers solid 1080p performance for most popular games. And I think there are a lot of old PCs out there, forgotten, ignored, seen as useless. But in reality, with a bit of time, a small budget, and some creativity, you can turn them into something that's actually worth it. Thanks for watching. And if you enjoy this kind of content, don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Every time I open YouTube, people are building gaming PCs that cost hundreds of dollars, and I honestly don't know how they afford that. So instead of doing the same thing, I'm going the opposite way. What if every part only costs $1? Yeah, that already sounds like a bad idea, and honestly, I thought the same. But somehow, it actually runs games. Not great, not perfect, but it works. So with a budget this low, what can you actually build? Let's find out. If we're going to play this game, we need some rules. This is not a $1 PC, it's $1 per component. That means each part can cost up to $1 max. I can buy used parts, broken parts, or even bolt rods and split the cost. Shipping doesn't count, and I'm allowed to repair anything, as long as I can get it working again. And to start this build, I need the most important part, the motherboard. But there's a problem. A $1 motherboard basically doesn't exist, even broken ones. They usually still cost more than that. But then I got lucky. I found a seller offering 5 motherboards for just $5. Sounds perfect, right? Well, there's a catch. Every single one of them is listed as not working. So now I'm basically gambling, hoping that at least one of these boards is still alive. Because if not, this entire build is over before it even begins. Alright, let's move on to the first motherboard, an H81 mini board. And yeah, it's really dirty. There's dust everywhere, even inside the CPU socket, which is never a good sign. Before doing anything, I decided to clean it up properly. Got rid of all the dust, especially in the socket area, because the last thing I want is to damage a CPU during testing. Once that's done, I'll use all the components I've already confirmed are working, and see if this board still has any life left in it. Powering it on, and what is going on? There's nothing. No lights, no fan spin, just complete silence. And honestly, boards like this are usually the hardest to fix, because when they fail like this, they're often just completely dead. Now moving on to the second motherboard. This one is really old, a G31M. It's been around for over a decade, so I'm not expecting miracles here. Alright, let's test it. This time, something's different. The fan spins. That's a good sign. But no display, no keyboard signal, nothing. At this point, I thought maybe it was the CPU. So I cleaned the contacts and tried again, but yeah, no change. Still no boot. Honestly, I was starting to feel a bit helpless. There's really not much else you can do in situations like this. Moving on to the third motherboard, and yeah, it's basically the same as the first one. No response at all. Completely silent. Now the fourth motherboard, an H110. This one looked more promising at first, but still, no display. Same issue, even after trying everything I could think of. Alright, last one. The fifth motherboard, and this one is a very popular model, the H81. From the outside, it actually looks pretty clean. But inside the socket, it's a disaster. Some of the pins are bent in different directions. So, yeah, time for some surgery. Carefully bending the pins back into place, trying not to make things worse. Once everything looked good enough, I installed the CPU, plugged everything in, and powered it on. No way. We've got a signal. It works. This board is actually alive. So yeah, $5 for 5 motherboards. And somehow I ended up with one working board, which means this one cost me exactly $1. But finally, luck came through for me. I managed to fix the bent socket pins, but honestly, I'm still hoping there aren't any hidden issues waiting to mess things up later. But hey, for just $1, I'm not going to overthink it. More importantly, this socket isn't even that old. It's still widely used in a lot of budget systems today, which means I still have a chance to find a compatible CPU. But with only $1 to spend, is that even possible? So I went on eBay, and yeah, there are actually quite a few CPUs in that price range. But I'm only focusing on one thing, socket 1150. And somehow, I found one. An Intel Pentium G 1840 for exactly the price I was looking for. Shipping was just $2. But there was one problem. The seller said it was untested. So now I'm thinking, did I just waste my money trusting this guy? I installed it, powered it on, nothing, no display. I even checked the temperature by hand, and yeah, no heat at all. So I'm pretty sure that CPU is dead. But here's the thing. After ordering that one, I actually found another CPU and quietly bought it because deep down I didn't fully trust the first one. So now, let's unbox the second CPU and see what we got. And it's an Intel Pentium G 3240. The IHS has a few scratches, but the underside looks totally fine. Alright, moment of truth. Let's plug it in and see if I just got scammed. Again. Oh my god, and we have display. Straight into the BIOS. Alright, at this point, I'd say this PC build is about 30% complete. Next up, RAM. This motherboard uses DDR3. And interestingly, the price of DDR3 hasn't really been affected much by all the AI hype, so you can still find it pretty cheap. But finding it for just $1, that's a whole different story. Even a basic 2GB stick usually goes for around $3, but after digging around for a while, you won't believe what I found. A pair of 2GB sticks for just $1. The seller said they were pulled from the recycled system. So yeah, I'm really hoping this isn't a waste of money. Alright, moment of truth. Oh wow, it actually works. The system detects the full 4GB RAM with no issues. Next up, storage. And you won't believe what I found. A 320GB HDD for just $1. Of course, this isn't anything fast. It's a traditional HDD, and honestly, drives like this are basically outdated for modern use. That's why people are selling them for next to nothing. This one has already been used for over 9,000 hours. Yeah, it's definitely been through a lot, but for this build, it's enough to install Windows and maybe a few basic games. Now, we move on to the hardest part of this entire build, the GPU, because unlike CPU or RAM, you almost never find a GPU for $1, even the really old ones. I checked eBay, and there wasn't a single option, so I had to get creative. I reached out to someone I know and managed to negotiate a GPU, just the bare PCB, no cooler, for exactly $1. The seller claimed it still works. At this point, I had no choice but to take the risk. Now, obviously, running a GPU without cooling is a terrible idea, so I had to improvise. I found an old cooler from an NVIDIA GeForce GT1030 lying around, and surprisingly, it fits pretty well. So I mounted it, added some thermal paste, which, by the way, probably cost more than the GPU itself, and just like that, we now have a GPU that can actually run without overheating. Speaking of cooling, for the CPU, I went with a basic Intel stock cooler, pulled from an old system. You can find these for super cheap pretty much anywhere. Next up, the power supply, and yeah, my budget is basically non-existent at this point, so I picked up a random PSU for about $1.80. No brand, no label. I don't even know its wattage. I'm just hoping it doesn't catch fire when I turn it on. But hey, the fan spins. So, that's a good sign. And finally, the case. Now you might think I'm going to use something fancy, like a sleek black case with tempered glass panels. Nope, this. A cardboard box. Yep, this is going to be the case. So I started modifying it, sealing both ends, cutting holes for airflow, adding space for fans, and carving out a side opening big enough to fit the motherboard and PSU. At this point, this isn't just a PC build anymore, it's a $1 survival challenge. Next up, airflow. I installed an intake fan, then placed the motherboard inside. I mounted it on a small plastic bracket, and honestly, A bit of hot glue was all I needed to keep it in place. Next, the PSU. Even though I only secured it with 2 screws, but it's actually really solid. Then I drilled a hole for the power button, and finally put everything together and cleaned up the cable management. And here it is, the final result. I don't think this is the most beautiful PC ever built, but it might actually be the cheapest one I've ever made. This took me a lot of time and effort, so if you enjoyed it, feel free to drop a like to support the channel. But before that, let's see if this thing can actually run games. First up, Tomb Raider. Even at low settings, this game absolutely pushes the GPU to its limits. It's running at 100% usage almost the entire time, and I'm only getting around 30 FPS. And if you're wondering why it shows 2 gigabytes VRAM, yeah, that's probably just a mistake I made during setup. Next, Minecraft. At the lowest chunk setting, it can reach nearly 200 FPS, but at 8 chunks, it drops to around 30 FPS, and it's far from stable. The CPU just can't keep up. FPS is all over the place, and the experience feels pretty rough. Then we have Left 4 Dead 2. This one is the complete opposite. It's much lighter, so performance is way more stable. Even during intense fights with lots of zombies, it only drops slightly to around 55 frames per second. Honestly, I wanted to test more games, but installing games on this HDD was an absolute nightmare. So, overall, this $1 PC isn't completely useless, but it's definitely not built for modern gaming. It can handle some older, lightweight titles. But that's about it. Thanks for sticking with me through this entire build. If you've made it this far, drop a comment and let me know what you think.
How you doing? I'm Callan, and this is Slack Ham. You're about to see some seriously freaky content. So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more spooky content like this. Our first clip of the day shows something strange happening in a grocery store. It's not known where exactly it was filmed, but the clip was shared to Twitter by Studio Paranormal. Take a look at what the CCTV cameras have caught. Out of nowhere, a box of goods flips over and falls to the ground. The noise is enough to make a nearby customer look around the corner of the aisle. Some viewers thought the box could be asymmetrically weighted, causing the box to flip over itself from the front. However, nothing seems to initiate this odd movement. Other commenters ran with the strange footage and declared the store haunted. However, with the clip being so short, it's hard to tell what it is we're looking at here. So for now, all we can do is watch and wonder. Some months ago, a family in an undisclosed part of Russia began experiencing some unusual activity around their home, in particular near their laundry area. They set up a camera to roll 24/7 to try and catch proof that something strange really was happening. The footage was shared to TikTok by user TikTok Paranormal. Take a look at what's been captured. First, a towel seems to move on its own. A separate day, the same towel appears to be levitating in mid-air. Another day shows a tennis ball moving around the room. The homeowner then tries an experiment by placing some flour on the floor. Look at what happens. Something seems to pass right through the flour. She tries the same thing with the mug. Things then seem to escalate. The whole door comes off its hinges. Then more eerie activity is captured by the camera. Looking more closely, the pages in the book appear to fold by themselves. And here, yet more movement can be seen. So what's happening in this home in Russia? A lot of viewers were genuinely terrified for this poor woman's safety, and some saying she should leave the house immediately or get a priest to come bless the space. Unfortunately, there's very little information for us to run with this series of clips. We don't know where exactly it was filmed or by who. So for now, unless more info comes to hand, this bizarre series of clips will have to remain a mystery. Urban exploration is a popular practice for many YouTubers. It allows their audience to feel as though they're part of the adventure as they investigate some rather strange and unusual places. However, while most explorers are probably expecting to see some odd things, they're likely not anticipating anything paranormal. In this video uploaded by Supernatural, we see the camera holder investigating the interior of an abandoned chemical factory. A little while after entering the building, the YouTuber begins to record his reflection in an old mirror. Watch what happens. The explorer turns the camera away for a few seconds. Then, when he turns it back towards the mirror, there appears to be a mysterious figure standing behind him. We only get a quick blurry glimpse of the figure, but it seems to be wearing a red cloak on its body and perhaps a white veil on its head. The appearance of the mysterious figure is so brief that the YouTuber doesn't even seem to notice it. Unaware, he continues his exploration of a rundown building. He makes his way along a hallway when suddenly the door up ahead flies open. And there, standing in front of him, is the same creepy figure we saw earlier. Scared, the explorer lets out a shriek and the figure disappears from view. The explorer immediately runs down the hall after it. However, when he enters the small room at the end, he's unable to find any trace of them. It seems as though the figure has completely vanished. So what could this strange figure have been? Some sort of spirit, an oddly dressed squatter perhaps? It seems we may never learn the truth behind this mysterious appearance. Working the late shift can be a real drag, and it seems that this video from elkukui.tv may give you just one more reason to want to avoid it. In the video, we see several contractors working in a partially constructed building. It's pitch black outside and the halls are filled with shadows. However, it isn't just the darkness that gives this place its creepy ambience. What really seems to have the workers concerned is an eerie sound echoing through the structure. Take a listen. A sorrowful sounding cry emanates from somewhere in the distance. Each howl lasts for a few seconds before eventually fading away. It sounds like a woman or small child calling out in grief. Because of this, some viewers have suggested that it might be La Llorona, a spirit known for its mournful cries. Legends say that it's the spirit of a woman searching for her lost children. One viewer in particular warned the TikToker to be careful, as La Llorona is said to be close by when her cries sound far away, just like in this video. So has this clip really captured the ghostly wailing of La Llorona? Or is there another explanation for the chilling sounds? Perhaps there was an animal in distress trapped somewhere inside the building. Whatever the case, there's no denying the uneasy feelings that this sound evokes. This is a strange little video uploaded to TikTok by TT Catalina. It's not known where exactly this was filmed, but it appears to be somewhere in southwest Colombia. The clip begins with a sense of urgency as several people attempt to scale the side of a building. It's at this point we get a glimpse of what's causing the frenzy. There appears to be a strange black mass crawling about on the roof. It's hard to see, but if we brighten the image, you can see that something's moving there. The OP believes the eerie figure is a bruja. In Latin American and Afro-Caribbean cultures, bruja are said to be practitioners of magic, something akin to European witchcraft. Their occult beliefs and practices are rooted in African magic, European spiritualism, and Taino beliefs, blending into a unique sense of spirituality that can be seen as both good and evil, depending on the practitioner. Catholic demonization and rising persecution has seen a lot of this type of witchcraft banished to fringe society. And it's clear in this clip that these locals have been whipped into a heightened frenzy, as they seem to genuinely believe an evil witch is lurking on the rooftops. This set of photos were captured by Instagram user Mark Chag. He says that he recently went sturgeon fishing with a friend in the middle of the night. After landing a rather large catch, they took a series of photos to commemorate the trip. The next day, the fishermen were looking through their photos when they noticed something strange in the background. At 3:35 a.m., something strange can be seen over the man's left shoulder. In a two-picture sequence, whatever it is seems to turn and look right at the camera. Then, in subsequent photos, there's nothing there at all. The OP was baffled by the strange sight and took to social media to ask for opinions on what it might be. Some said it was a cryptid, perhaps the infamous chupacabra. This elusive beast is known in Spanish folklore to be a ferocious animal that drinks the blood of livestock. Other users, however, said that if the riverbank was behind them, it could be a cougar eyeing the men off. The description of the post notes that other strange things have been happening in the area where this took place, but doesn't elaborate on what exactly this might be. So I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. What do you think these two fishermen have inadvertently captured in their photos? Let me know down below. Little is known about this last video on our list. It was supposedly captured in an abandoned town somewhere in the United States. Uploaded to the YouTube channel UFO and Mysterious Creatures, the clip shows someone who appears to be walking around a wooded area at night time. Suddenly, the person holding the camera is startled when they pan across something watching them from behind a tree. It doesn't appear to be a person, but rather some sort of creature. It has a broad head and piercing red eyes. The camera person immediately runs from the area. But a slow motion close-up gives us a better look at the creature. Some viewers think it could be an alien, while others have suggested it might be some sort of cryptid. What do you think? I'll throw this one out to you, the viewers. Share your theories down below. Last year, we ran a story on a man named Mario Lara, who runs a party supply shop in Guadalajara in the western state of Jalisco, Mexico. Mario believes his store is haunted by an unknown presence. For some time now, he's been uploading downright chilling footage from inside his store. His store is reportedly so haunted it's become somewhat of an attraction in the local area. All kinds of alleged paranormal events have taken place, like objects moving on their own, eerie figures have been caught on camera, and staff members have even been aggressively attacked by unseen forces. Last time, we showed one of his most famous pieces of evidence. Take a look. Then he tried an experiment with some flour on the floor. Take a look at what happens. Well, now another startling piece of footage has been captured inside Mario's store. This was captured in the middle of the day while Mario was standing in the showroom. Take a look. Watching that again closely, you can see one of Mario's fingers twist back violently. He looks to be in great pain as he tries to straighten his finger. So what's going on here? The more evidence that piles up, the more people are starting to believe that Mario's store could genuinely be haunted by some kind of malicious spirit. A man from Moorhead, Kentucky claims to have captured footage of a bizarre, pale, alien-like figure skulking through a yard. On July 9th, 2022, Douglas Windsor McCloney III posted some CCTV footage to his personal Facebook page, and it sent the internet alive with speculation. Take a look at what's been captured. A gaunt, pale figure slowly creeps through a property in Red River Gorge in east central Kentucky. Douglas said the figure looks like a bony alien, noting that it looks like its kneecaps bend backwards. This sighting has spread like wildfire through social media, and even mainstream news outlets have run stories on the bizarre-looking figure. There's no shortage of theories going around as thousands of viewers have speculated on what the figure might actually be. Some said it has to be an alien. Others thought a cryptid like a skinwalker or the rake. But there were some more down-to-earth ideas that are still creepy as heck. Some thought it could be a confused person on drugs wandering through the property, or perhaps a naked peeping Tom trying to hide in the dark. But the low compression rate of the CCTV camera has made them look disfigured. So what do you think this could be? Love to hear your theories and comments down below. While working an overnight shift at a gas station, Redditor Big Establishment 196 momentarily stepped outside for a smoke. As they did, they claimed to have noticed something rather creepy lurking in the darkness. Then, several days later, at exactly the same time, they saw it again. Eventually, they managed to capture this video. As the video begins, the Redditor zooms in on a computer, showing us that the time is 3:45. The camera then moves to the window. Take a look at what happens. We can see a semi-transparent figure appear from behind a pillar, and it begins to walk from right to left.
There he is. Hey, I told you. I told you.
It then disappears about halfway across the parking lot, fading into darkness. Because the poster noted that the figure appears every night at the exact same time, one commenter thought it might be the result of a residual haunting, a phenomenon that's often thought to occur after a traumatic event. Elements of these events then supposedly play out over and over again, like the recording on a tape. Several more skeptical viewers offered a very different perspective. They believed that the figure might not be paranormal in nature at all, but rather a reflection on the inside of the window, in which case the reflection would be someone who was actually behind the camera holder and not in front of them. Take another look and let me know what you think. Is it really evidence of a residual haunting, or is it more likely to be the reflection of someone else behind the camera? Let me know where you land on this in the comments down below. A lot of people are fascinated with exploring places that are believed to be haunted. Some of them, like YouTuber Paranormies, record their experiences for all to see. In this episode, they visit an abandoned farm that's been brought to their attention by several of their own viewers.
The window in that one, though. No, it's there's the one facing the barns, right? Yeah, that's right.
According to the stories surrounding the farm, the original owners were often seen by their neighbours leaving the house late at night, only to return in the wee hours of the morning. One day the family left and was never seen again. All those who subsequently moved in never seemed to stay long. They reported hearing mysterious voices and seeing shadows